Chapter 76, The Bizarre, Unhealing Wound. The shocking scene at Notting Academy was still deeply etched in Tang San's heart. He had only been enrolled for a few days when he was attacked by people from Spirit Hall. If not for the fact that his Tang sect unique skills from his past life were already deeply ingrained in his bones, his physical body and reflexes far surpassing ordinary people, and his father Tang Hao appearing in time to repel the formidable enemy with a single hammer strike, his life would have long since remained at that academy. Since then, the father and son had moved far away from the towns and crowds, hiding deep within a remote, secluded forest, taking shelter in a temporarily constructed wooden cabin. Tang Hao was no longer the drunken, reticent man he used to be. He gave Tang San a cultivation technique from this world and told him to cultivate diligently. However, after Tang San silently compared it, he couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. The Tang sect's mysterious heaven skill was profound and deep, a top-tier internal skill that cultivated both internal and external strength and was endless, far incomparable to this cultivation technique that only focused on moving spirit power and had a shallow foundation. He did not bluntly refuse, but quietly set that cultivation technique aside, continuing to operate his mysterious heaven skill day and night, not daring to slack off for even a moment. In the early morning, the first glimmer of pale gold light appeared on the horizon, piercing through the thin mist in the forest and falling onto the clearing in front of the wooden cabin. Tang San sat cross-legged, his eyes slightly closed, spiritual qi slowly circulating at his fingertips. The next instant, his eyes suddenly snapped open, a sharp, sword-like purple light flashing through his pupils, vanishing in a blink, purple demon eye. This Tang sect eye technique could not be mastered in a day, it required day after day of patient grinding to gradually see through illusions and observe the minute details. Even with his comprehension ability and foundation, he could only progress step by step, not daring to be the slightest bit impatient. After his cultivation session ended, Tang San stood up and looked toward the path deep in the forest that his father had taken when he left, his brows knitting together slightly. Why hasn't father returned yet? Deep in his eyes lay a hint of undisguised worry. It had been more than half a month since that day Tang Hao left behind the words, "I have some business to attend to," and turned to leave. During these days, that man, who had always been decadent and silent, finally opened up a part of his sealed past to him. His mother, Yin, was not an ordinary spirit master, but a 100,000-year soul beast that had taken human form, a rarity in this world. To protect him and Tang Hao, she had sacrificed herself and died. The culprit behind everything was the high and mighty, overwhelmingly powerful Spirit Hall. And the Clear Sky sect, because of that incident, had been pressured by Spirit Hall and ultimately chose to close its mountain gates and live in seclusion. One by one, each and every detail was etched into Tang San's heart. He hated Spirit Hall. He hated them for forcing his mother to her death, hated them for hunting down his father, and hated them for covering the sky with one hand and treating human lives like grass. The fire of vengeance in his heart had never been extinguished since the moment he learned the truth, it was burning fiercely. But Tang San was very clear-headed. He understood better than anyone that the current Spirit Hall was a behemoth in the Spirit Master's world, with countless experts and influence spread across the continent. Not to mention a child who had just undergone awakening. Even his father, who had once dominated the world, was now severely injured, in retirement, and in a state far worse than before, making him no match for Spirit Hall. Revenge could only be plotted slowly. But now, Tang Hao had been gone for more than half a month with no news. The wind in the forest wailed, and the leaves rustled, every sound seemed to be striking Tang San's taut heartstrings. He forced himself to calm down and cultivate, but the more he suppressed it, the more intense his anxiety became. Just at this moment, boom, a dull thud of something heavy hitting the ground suddenly rang out outside the wooden cabin. Tang San's expression changed drastically, and almost instinctively, he leapt out, operating his mysterious heaven skill with all his might, his figure as fast as a ghost. The next second, his pupils constricted. He saw a familiar yet bedraggled figure heavily sprawled on the ground, dust flying into the air. It was Tang Hao, but the man before him no longer had the dominance that used to be hidden in his bones even when drunk. He was covered in blood, his clothes shredded into rags, deep wounds that exposed the bone crisscrossed his body, his originally rugged face was pale as paper, and his breathing was extremely weak. Tang Hao had flown back, exhausting his last bit of strength to forcibly rush back to this dense forest, to his son's side. Tang Hao couldn't even manage a complete sentence. His lips trembled slightly, his gaze falling with difficulty onto Tang San, and then his eyes closed, and he passed out directly. "Father!" Tang San exclaimed, rushing forward in one step and reaching out to support Tang Hao's body. What he touched was warm and sticky, covered in blood. He was a Tang sect disciple. He was skilled in poison, and also skilled in medicine. Medicine and poison were of the same origin, never separated. In his past life in the Tang sect, pharmacology, medical arts, and emergency trauma treatment were his required courses. Tang San's fingertips quickly and steadily pressed onto Tang Hao's pulse to investigate, his eyes carefully scanning every wound on his father's body. There were many external injuries, flesh turned inside out, looking terrifying but not fatal. There were also quite a few old injuries and hidden ailments lurking within his body, clearly hidden dangers accumulated from past battles and old illnesses. With his medical skills, as long as he had medicinal herbs and time, slowly recuperating and treating him would not be a difficult task. But when his gaze fell upon one of Tang Hao's arms, Tang San's brows suddenly knitted tightly together, and his heart sank. It was a terrifying wound, deep enough to see the bone, dripping with blood, the flesh turned outward, shocking to the eye. Tang San immediately took out the simple medicinal herbs he carried, crushed them, and applied them, then used Tang sect techniques to press and stop the bleeding, operating his internal energy to regulate the blood flow. But no matter how hard he tried, blood continued to gush from that wound endlessly, it simply wouldn't stop. Even more terrifying was that the edges of the wound were slowly expanding, as if some bizarre force was constantly eroding and tearing the flesh. Ordinary external injuries would never have this condition. Tang San's heart went cold. Is this a special effect of a spirit ability? Having been in this world for a long time, he had long understood the bizarre and unpredictable nature of spirit power and spirit abilities. He activated his purple demon eye, concentrating intently to see through the secrets deep within the wound. But his eye technique had not yet been cultivated to the peak, and he could not penetrate damage at the soul level, making it impossible to determine the true root of this wound. The only thing he could be sure of was, this wound was definitely not caused by an ordinary spirit master. As expected of father and son, the first thing Tang San thought of was, Spirit Hall. Tang San suppressed the hatred in his heart, carefully carried the severely injured and unconscious Tang Hao into the wooden cabin, placed him on the simple wooden bed, treated the other wounds, covered him with a thin blanket, and started a campfire in the room, the warm and dry atmosphere slightly dispelling the chill. Guarding by the fire, Tang San didn't dare to leave for even a moment, but eventually, he couldn't hold on any longer, leaned against the bedside, and slowly fell asleep. This sleep was extremely light. By the time Tang Hao opened his eyes again, the sky was already bright, it was the next morning. The first thing Tang Hao felt was the excruciating pain in his right arm. To be precise, he was actually woken up by the pain. Even though a whole night had passed, the injury on his right hand had not improved. On the contrary, it was even more serious and increasingly painful, simply going deep into his bones, no, into his soul. It was pain as if his soul were being torn apart. Ah! The first sound Tang Hao made upon waking was a scream. My hand, what's going on? Tang Hao now understood that the spirit ability Bibi Dong had used back then was not simple. However, he only thought it was some very potent toxin, and that as long as he found a healing spirit master, it could be solved. At the very worst, the Breaking Clan, which was once under the Clear Sky sect, had a clan chief named Yang Wudi who was famous for medicine refinement and drug preparation. He could also go to him to detoxify. Chapter 77, Acknowledge him as the master he once was. At this moment, Tang Hao's injuries had worsened to a shocking degree. The wound on his arm, which was originally deep enough to reveal the bone, was now emitting a teeth-grinding, faint cracking sound from beneath the flesh. Thin, spiderweb-like cracks were quietly spreading across his arm bone. Tang Hao lowered his head to stare at his arm, his pupils slightly constricted, his heart filled with shock and disbelief. He remembered clearly that when he was first wounded, the injury had been far less severe. With his titled Douluo physique and profound spirit power, he could suppress or self-heal from ordinary toxins and injuries with just a little circulation of energy. But the power currently entrenched within his body was bizarre beyond imagination. Not only could he not suppress it, but it was also constantly devouring his vitality. Tang San's 5 senses were far superior to ordinary people, and Tang Hao's movements immediately woke him. He jerked his head up, looking at the pale-faced Tang Hao on the bed, his voice filled with irrepressible worry. "Father, how are you? What exactly happened? How did you get such a severe injury?" Tang Hao looked up at Tang San, a trace of complexity flashing in his eyes, before saying in a deep voice, "My injuries are the work of Spirit Hall. They not only injured me, but they also stole the memento your mother left behind." This one sentence instantly ignited the hatred and fury in Tang San's heart. Tang San clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force, his teeth gritted, his eyes surging with monstrous hatred and determination. "Rest assured, father. The grudge of today, I will surely repay 100-fold in the future. Whatever Spirit Hall owes us, I will collect it all, bit by bit." Tang Hao looked at his son, whose eyes were sharp as knives and whose aura was beginning to emerge, and a trace of imperceptible satisfaction finally flashed across his face as he nodded slowly. Tang San possessed innate full spirit power and carried twin spirits. His talent was unprecedented, destined to be the most dazzling peerless genius of this generation. With him here, the possibility of his wish to take revenge on Spirit Hall succeeding increased by a fraction. As his fury subsided slightly, Tang Hao frowned again, his gaze falling back onto his worsening injuries, and he said in a deep voice, "If I delay this injury any further, it will surely become a major disaster. I intend to head to the Breaking Clan to seek treatment." Following this, he briefly explained to Tang San the origins of the Breaking Clan and its intricate connections with the Clear Sky sect. It was originally one of the 4 single-attribute clans affiliated with the Clear Sky sect, proficient in using poison, healing, and pill refining, but later, when the Clear Sky sect closed its mountain gates, the Breaking Clan also wandered off to other lands. The more Tang San listened, the brighter his eyes became. Pill refining, poison making, and healing were the signature skills of his Tang sect disciples. In his mind, countless Tang sect arts flashed by, along with those spirit pills that could bring the dead back to life, regrow flesh on bones, and assist in cultivation. He pondered secretly that since the Breaking Clan specialized in this, they must surely possess many rare herbs and pill formulas. If he could gain their assistance, his own cultivation and strength would certainly advance by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, Tang Hao looked out the window, his expression calm, but his heart was already certain. In his view, even if abandoned by the Clear Sky sect, the loyalty carved into the bones of the Breaking Clan would never easily dissipate. They would still acknowledge him as the Clear Sky Douluo, acknowledge him as the master they once had. Taking advantage of the monstrous chaos caused by Tang Hao's fierce assault on the main hall of Spirit Hall, the pale blue halo around Fang Yuan slightly retracted, and his entire person became completely invisible, not even a trace of his aura leaking out. He activated the invisibility and aura-concealing effects of the vast sea cosmic shroud, and amidst the sky-filling light of spirit abilities and the panicked Spirit Hall spirit masters, he silently streaked towards the outside of Spirit City. As he sped along, Fang Yuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Tang Hao, when did he become so fierce? In the plot he was originally familiar with, no matter how much this Clear Sky Douluo hated Spirit Hall, at most he would find some branch halls or strongholds outside to vent his anger. There was no way he would go so far as to directly kill his way to Spirit City and assault the heavily guarded Supreme Pontiff's main hall. Was it because of the stimulation from his previous injuries? Or was it due to some other unforeseen change? Fang Yuan couldn't figure it out, and there was no time to think about it in detail. The most important thing right now was only one thing: escape. Whether it was Bibi Dong or Qian Xunji, in his eyes, these 2 women could no longer be considered normal. One was paranoid enough to directly imprison him in a secret room, the other wasn't much better. Even after rushing out of Spirit City and stepping into the continuous mountain forests outside the city, Fang Yuan did not relax his vigilance in the slightest. Because that feeling of being watched, like thorns on his back, had never dissipated from start to finish. It's the Rakshasa god. Doesn't that guy need to rest? Fang Yuan immediately mocked himself. That's right, gods inherently have no need for rest, nor do they experience fatigue. He exhaled a breath of stale air, finally having the mood to review the previous simulation. In this simulation, he pushed through everything, ultimately successfully ascending to a god position, causing quite a stir, and obtaining extremely high ratings and rewards. But the cost and hidden dangers were equally impossible to ignore. How many people would be affected by the consequences brought about by the simulation? Fang Yuan himself couldn't be sure. Fortunately, within the simulation, he had always been extremely cautious. Except when he had to expose some things in front of several supreme gods while completing the Rakshasa god trial. The rest of the time, he remained hidden behind the scenes, planning every step, and never easily revealing himself to others. Even when dealing with the Golden Dragon King, he concealed his identity. Those who truly understood his ultimate intentions, or even witnessed the scene where he destroyed the god realm, were only a sparse few. He had already suppressed the controllable influence to the minimum. Fang Yuan increased his speed again, his figure completely disappearing into the depths of the dense forest. This time entering the wilderness, he avoided being tracked. Just as Fang Yuan was speeding through the dense forest, utilizing the concealment effect of the vast sea cosmic shroud, Xiao Wu, who had been quiet under his hand, suddenly spoke softly, her voice trembling slightly, yet exceptionally firm. Fang Yuan. She paused, as if having made up her mind about something, and said, I can voluntarily sacrifice myself to you, giving you all of my 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. Fang Yuan's footsteps paused slightly, and he lowered his head to look at her. Xiao Wu bit her lower lip, a trace of sorrow flashing in her eyes, and continued, but I have one condition, you must help me kill Bibi Dong. Fang Yuan looked at the young girl before him, pale-faced but still forcing herself to endure, his eyes cold, his tone calm to the point of cruelty. You were already mine to begin with. Xiao Wu was stunned. What meaning does this transaction have? Fang Yuan swept a glance at her indifferently, speaking logically, besides, you are also asking me to help you kill Bibi Dong. Do you know her current talent and strength? He paused, his tone colder. Your sacrifice alone is not worth this price. Xiao Wu lowered her eyelids, her long eyelashes trembling incessantly, her heart feeling icy cold. How could she not know? But her current cultivation was merely that of a 100,000-year spirit beast that had just transformed not long ago. How could she possibly be an opponent for a titled Douluo? Moreover, she already knew the deeper rules of this world. Spirit beasts are ultimately spirit beasts, naturally unable to become gods. And Bibi Dong had long since embarked on the path of the god's trial, carrying the Rakshasa god legacy, and in the future, she would surely be a true god. She wanted to avenge her mother, wanted to take revenge on Spirit Hall, wanted to kill Bibi Dong. With her own strength, it was simply wishful thinking. A trace of despair slowly spread from the depths of her heart. Xiao Wu jerked her head up, her eyes slightly red, but she stared fixedly at the cold face before her, as if grasping at the last straw of hope. Her voice trembled. I can tell you, the secret of the core area of the Star Do Great Forest. Although Daming and Erming are 100,000-year spirit beasts, in the true depths, they are nothing more than, to that group of monsters. Before she could finish speaking, she was calmly interrupted by Fang Yuan. Sorry. Fang Yuan's eyes were calm, his tone indifferent. That secret you mentioned. I should already know it. The words on the tip of Xiao Wu's tongue suddenly froze. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. In the lifetime she remembered, although her mother had kindly taken in the newly transformed Fang Yuan, when it came to the core taboos of the Star Do Great Forest, her mother had held 12 points of vigilance from beginning to end, never leaking a single word. Even she herself had only vaguely learned a little bit from her mother after growing up. How could Fang Yuan possibly? No, Xiao Wu almost blurted out, her voice sharp and filled with suppressed questioning. How do you know? Did you eavesdrop on the conversation between my mother and me? This was the only possibility she could think of. Fang Yuan watched her agitated and guarded appearance, his heart remaining ice cold, without a ripple. Not only do I know. His tone was calm, yet carried a certainty that looked down on everything. What I know is far more than what you and your mother combined know. Xiao Wu's pupils shrank suddenly. Beneath the lake of life that you mentioned. Fang Yuan enunciated each word clearly, listing one after another the names that only existed in legends. There are terrifying vicious beasts with cultivation far exceeding 100,000 years there. Emerald Swan, Lord Bear, Golden-Eyed Black Dragon. Every one of them is an existence that Daming and Erming cannot contend with. With every word that fell, Xiao Wu's face grew paler. Her originally angry questioning expression stiffened bit by bit, replaced by dullness and deep disbelief. These names, even she had only vaguely heard of, and even her mother dared not mention them much, yet Fang Yuan could speak them out so casually. Xiao Wu finally completely recognized the reality. Fang Yuan hadn't eavesdropped. He had truly known from the very beginning these secrets that even 100,000-year spirit beasts regarded as taboos. Seeing her lost and devastated appearance, Fang Yuan continued to bargain. Change the condition, as long as it's not too outrageous, maybe I can still agree to it. He even silently gave himself a like in his heart. He hadn't directly deceived her. Being this sincere, he could almost be considered full of conscience. But Xiao Wu seemed to have not heard his words at all. The last glimmer of light in her eyes was completely extinguished, and her whole person retreated once again into her own closed-off world, no longer willing to say another word to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sighed in disappointment. Then he packed his bags and continued his journey. His target this time was Seagod Island. The God Island was located in the middle of the ocean, near the west coast of the Heaven Do Empire. The best route for him to go to Seagod Island was to set sail from Vast Sea City. Now his strength was already sufficient to initiate the Seagod trial. God Realm, Temple of the Goddess of Life. Clouds and mist surged like a vast sea, divine light swirling for 10 million years. Inside the Temple of the Goddess of Life, the Goddess of Life stood above an endless sea of flowers, her body flowing with a gentle yet vast to the extreme aura of life, her gaze piercing through the plain barrier, quietly watching the chaos that had just subsided on the Douluo Continent. When she saw that the child Fang Yuan had actually managed to escape successfully amidst the chaos, a rare trace of obvious surprise flashed in her eyes. Fang Yuan had actually succeeded. And beside him, there was actually a gentle yet faint spirit beast aura following. What surprised her even more was, the one who covered Fang Yuan's smooth escape, blocking the perception of the gods and the high-level officials of Spirit Hall for him, was none other than the successor of the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong. The goddess of life was slightly surprised in her heart. The Rakshasa god had always been cold, violent, selfish, and ruthless. Would her successor actually do a good deed? Even allowing the other party to take away the vast sea cosmic shroud left behind by the sea god, and leave calmly. She didn't believe it. But before this surprise had dissipated, the moment her gaze fell upon the petite figure beside Fang Yuan, seeing clearly the other party's spirit beast origin, and capturing the conversation the two had just had, the gentle face of the goddess of life suddenly sank. A 100,000-year soft bones rabbit that had transformed. A spirit beast that was beneath notice in her eyes. And this rabbit had actually dared to attempt using sacrifice as a bargaining chip to seduce Fang Yuan, whom she was secretly keeping an eye on and even regarding as a potential successor candidate, into killing the Rakshasa god trial participant, Bibi Dong. Presumptuous. The goddess of life cold snorted in her heart, and the gentle life divine force around her body even rippled with a trace of coldness. In the current structure of the Douluo Continent, humans and spirit beasts are inherently opposed. And the god realm was even more wary of the spirit beast lineage to the extreme. That dragon god war back then, which swept the entire world and nearly overturned the foundation of the god realm, was still an inescapable shadow in the hearts of the gods to this day. Since then, the dragon clan had been nearly wiped out, and the spirit beast clan had also been feared and ostracized. Even a 100,000-year spirit beast that had transformed into a human, no matter how high its talent, was still an anomaly in the eyes of the gods. From ancient times until now, no god had ever been willing to choose a transformed spirit beast as their successor. This rabbit was not only of spirit beast origin, but it dared to seduce the person she valued and instigate a struggle between two god-position successors. Its heart deserves to be punished. The goddess of life's eyes were slightly cold, but fortunately, Fang Yuan's performance satisfied her. He had decisively rejected this rabbit's seduction and continued on. She looked along the direction of Fang Yuan's escape, passing through the Heaven Do Empire, and continuing, it was the coast. Plus the vast sea cosmic shroud in Fang Yuan's hand. The goddess of life finally straightened her mindset and began to get serious. This was a successor she rarely favored. How could he be intercepted by the sea god? Chapter 78, Sacrifice, or be killed by me. Watching the direction Fang Yuan headed after escaping from Spirit Hall, the eyes of the goddess of life, which were usually gentle and peaceful, finally showed a look of seriousness. Was she about to be intercepted by that sea god fellow? Fang Yuan was clearly just a mortal, yet at such a young age, he had already faintly touched upon the law of life. With such aptitude, if he were to inherit that sea god position or whatever, it would be a complete waste of natural resources, a pure waste. She had been observing this youth in secret. From his imprisonment in Spirit Hall to his bold escape now. Should she directly bestow the goddess of life's trial now? She was, after all, a dignified god-king, in charge of the world's vitality, with a venerable status. Once she personally bestowed the god's trial and designated an heir, even if the sea god was unwilling, he shouldn't be thick-skinned enough to compete with her. It was no wonder the goddess of life was so urgent. It was because the talent Fang Yuan displayed now was enough to move the gods. A spirit emperor at over 8 years old. Such cultivation speed was truly a miracle. Time passed, and days turned into nights. Fang Yuan rode in an inconspicuous carriage, and after nearly 2 months of travel across most of the Heaven Do Empire, he finally arrived at the seaside on the eastern side of the continent after a bumpy journey. Currently, the technology of the Douluo Continent is in the medieval period. The road construction on the continent is outrageously backward. Flat and wide main roads are extremely rare, most paths are rugged and muddy, difficult to traverse. The wilderness is even more perilous, with low-level and even mid-level spirit beasts appearing from time to attack travelers. Ordinary merchants and travelers must gather into large convoys to have the courage to travel and ensure safety. However, for Fang Yuan, who already had the cultivation of a spirit emperor, these were not threats. He didn't need to waste time finding companions before setting out. Even so, the poor road conditions still slowed down the journey, making this segment take nearly 2 months. Inside the carriage, Fang Yuan slowly stopped the circulation of spirit power within his body and finished his cultivation. He reached out and gently lifted the carriage curtain. A cool sea breeze mixed with a faint salty scent immediately hit his face, blowing the hair on his forehead. Outside the window, a magnificent giant city built by the sea was already in sight. The coachman skillfully pulled the reins, merging the carriage into the queue of people entering the city, moving forward slowly. Sensing the movement in the carriage behind him, the coachman immediately put on a respectful and flattering smile, turned his head, and enthusiastically introduced, "Distinguished guest, we've arrived. Ahead is Vast Sea City. This Vast Sea City is the largest seaport city in the east of our Heaven Do Empire. Living off the sea, there are countless merchant ships coming and going. Rare treasures from the sea and specialties from overseas, we have everything." The coachman drove the carriage slowly along the coastal official road, the wheels rolling over the flat bluestone slabs with a steady and rhythmic sound. Fang Yuan leaned against the carriage wall, listening to the coachman's rambling introduction of the coastal city while lifting the curtain, his gaze quietly falling out the window. The sea breeze brought salty moisture. In the distance, the vast sea merged with the horizon into a deep blue, waves hitting the steep cliffs one after another, the sound of the roar coming from afar. Stepping into the city, it was another sight entirely. Spirit masters were coming and going on the streets in an endless stream, most of whom were sea soul masters. They carried unique and strange traits, some had faint blue translucent fins appearing behind their ears, while others had fine, lustrous scales covering their forearms and necks, shimmering softly in the sunlight. Their accessories were also characteristic of this city: round pearls strung into pendants, colorful coral carved into ornaments, and various delicately textured shells skillfully made into earrings, pendants, and waist ornaments, blending into the sea breeze atmosphere of the city. The city also had a spirit arena, but the stage, atmosphere, and even the style of spirit abilities here were completely different from the inland. This was the home ground of the Sea Soul Masters. Fang Yuan didn't stay long, finding a nearby hotel to stay in. He planned to rest well for the night to recover from the fatigue of the journey, and wait until dawn the next day to look for a ship to rent or board to continue his journey. The next morning, the first ray of dawn pierced through the window lattice and spilled onto the bed. Fang Yuan was awakened by the continuous sound of waves outside the window. He slowly sat up, stretched his arms, and applied a little force. A series of fine and crisp cracking sounds came from his joints. Fang Yuan casually clenched and opened his fists a few times, feeling the vitality and spirit power flowing through his body. Since his spirit awakening at the age of 6, his body had entered a stage of rapid growth. Later, when the Blue-Silver Emperor spirit fully awakened, triggering his bloodline power, his body underwent a second transformation. His bones, blood, and physique far exceeded those of his peers. Even though he was only 8, his face had gradually begun to mature. His height had actually reached 1.6 meters, which was extremely prominent among children his age. Fang Yuan walked to the mirror. The youth in the mirror had long, pitch black, smooth hair hanging down to his waist, the strands flowing with a warm luster like black satin in the morning light. His eyes were a deep ink color, quiet like a deep pool, and his skin was translucent white and delicate, without a single flaw. His features were so exquisite they seemed almost unreal, beautiful to the extreme. At first glance, he even looked somewhat androgynous. At this moment, Fang Yuan's expression was calm, his eyes carrying a touch of indifferent coolness unsuitable for his age. His temperament was noble, like a wealthy young master from a prestigious family. But if someone were to lock eyes with him for long, they would discover that beneath that calmness, an aggressive, demonic beauty was faintly surging, not flashy, but soul-stirring, making it hard to look away once their gaze touched him, involuntarily wanting to get closer, to explore. Xiaowu nearby had woken up early, her gaze uncontrollably falling on Fang Yuan. She bit her lower lip hard, desperately suppressing the inexplicable throb in her heart, and forced her gaze out the window, pretending to watch the sunrise over the sea. Even so, the corner of her eye still uncontrollably drifted back to Fang Yuan time and again. Fang Yuan took in all of Xiao Wu's movements, and the corners of his lips couldn't help but lift slightly, revealing a very faint smile that was enough to dazzle the morning light. In that instant, it was as if the bright moon had suddenly fallen into the mortal world, coolness and tenderness intertwining. He was clearly right in front of her, yet he seemed unattainable. It made one only want to reach out, regardless of everything, to touch that bright moon that should only exist in the heavens. Xiaowu was instantly stunned, staring at him blankly, her breathing even slowing down, unable to look away. Another one deceived by a pretty face, with a weak will. A trace of indifferent sneer flashed through Fang Yuan's heart, but his face remained expressionless. He looked up and once again carelessly studied himself in the mirror. Clearly a man, yet born with such an overly eye-catching appearance, even he sometimes couldn't understand it. When he was young, he was just considered delicate and cute, at most being praised for being good-looking, attracting at most closeness and pity, not enough to trigger those dark and greedy thoughts in others' hearts. But as he grew older, his features became more defined, and his temperament matured. Those looks of covetousness, obsession, and even ill-intentioned scrutiny hidden deep in people's gazes appeared on him more and more frequently. No wonder his fate in the simulations always involved the opposite sex. Such a face was essentially the most conspicuous source of trouble. Fang Yuan thought no more, quickly packed his belongings, and walked toward the seaside, planning to inquire about news of going to sea and rent a ship to head to Seagod Island. But when Fang Yuan asked at the port, he was told that all available ships nearby had been chartered by a wealthy and powerful organization. Now, across the entire sea area, it was almost impossible to find a ship that could be rented or purchased individually. The intermediary nearby, leaning against a wooden post by the harbor, looked at the clusters of large ships in the distance with amazement, his tone full of envy as he kept muttering, "Incredible, truly incredible, chartering all the sea-going ships in the nearby ports with one wave of a hand, spending money like water." We probably won't see that much money piled together in our lifetimes. His eyes shone with longing for such grand scale, rambling on for a good while before finally stopping, still wanting more. Fang Yuan stood to the side, his fingertips gently rubbing his cuff, and asked, "Which organization is it that has such a grand hand?" Hearing this, the intermediary immediately dropped his sentimental look, his cloudy eyes scanning Fang Yuan up and down. The youth before him was overly exquisite, and his clothing material looked extraordinary, not like a child from an ordinary family. However, he didn't easily open up, just rubbing his rough palms and vaguely laughing it off. "Hey, that's hard to say. They're a big power, we small figures wouldn't dare to gossip randomly." Fang Yuan saw through his thoughts at a glance and said no more, just inconspicuously turning and quietly stuffing several heavy silver coins into the other's palm. The intermediary's fingertips felt the weight, and he quickly weighed the silver coins. A flattering and mercenary smile instantly appeared on his face, and he hurriedly leaned in, lowering his voice for fear of being heard by others. "Young master, let me tell you, don't spread this, it's the Seven Treasure Merchant Guild. Know it. Behind the Seven Treasure Merchant Guild stands the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. That's one of the upper three sects, a sect that ranks among the top in the entire Douluo Continent. They're incredibly wealthy, and ordinary people can't afford to offend them. So there really isn't a single ship left now?" Fang Yuan asked with a frown. The intermediary looked around sneakily again, leaned in once more, and lowered his voice even further. "But if you're really in a hurry to go to sea, there's a way. I have a private connection here that can quietly sneak you into the fleet to go with the large ships. I guarantee no one will notice. The route you mentioned is also consistent with this fleet's route." Fang Yuan looked toward the port and saw a grand fleet anchored on the azure sea. Masts stood tall, sails were half furled, and every ship was massive and ready to set sail, looking quite extraordinary. He was silent for a moment, a trace of consideration flashing through his ink-colored eyes, then he nodded slightly. "Fine, lead the way." The intermediary was overjoyed and quickly led Fang Yuan toward one of the large ships, soon meeting the captain in charge of it. The man had a face full of thick, wild beard that almost covered half his face. He wore an old but still stiff captain's hat, and his shirt was wide open at the chest, revealing firm pectoral muscles tanned bronze by the sea breeze and sun. Veins bulged on his arms, and a deep scar on his cheek extended from his brow bone to his jaw. He looked fierce and violent, his entire being exuding the ruthlessness of someone who risked his life at sea year-round. The captain caught sight of the two approaching. His coarse gaze first fell on the intermediary, then swept over to Fang Yuan. His brow instantly furrowed into a knot, and in a tone full of impatience and disdain, he spoke loudly. "What did you bring this kid here for? Fair-skinned and delicate, his face is as white as a girl's. He looks fragile, he wouldn't even be able to carry a rope as a sailor. Which noble young master has too much free time and came to the sea to suffer?" This sea ship was massive. With a tailwind, it could rely on sails. Once against the wind, it relied entirely on the sailor's strength to row. The sailors on his ship were all capable sea soul masters, strong and sturdy, with spirit abilities to assist. 20 or 30 people could drive the giant ship. What use could this seemingly delicate child be on the ship? The intermediary hurriedly pulled the captain aside and whispered a few words. Their eyes met, and they instantly understood each other, both revealing a meaningful smile. "Fine, I got it," the captain replied in a low voice. "After it's done, I'll give you half the money." The intermediary nodded with satisfaction. The two walked back. The captain waved his hand at Fang Yuan, his tone casual yet carrying an unquestionable firmness. "Follow me, kid. Remember, once you're on the ship, you have to listen to me on everything. Don't talk too much or cause trouble." As he spoke, the corner of his eye undisguisedly and greedily swept over Fang Yuan's clothing and accessories, as if sizing up a fat sheep to be slaughtered. Fang Yuan continued to act like an inexperienced, naive, and harmless youth, quickly nodding obediently. "All right, Captain, I'll listen to you." But in his heart, he was already calmly calculating how this captain should die to be the least trouble. His physique far exceeded ordinary people, and his perception was even more acute. The low-voiced conversation those two thought was secret had reached his ears without missing a word. These two guys actually took him for a noble young master who had secretly left home with a lot of money and no defenses, planning to tie him up and kill him for his wealth once the ship was far out. Fang Yuan felt helpless in his heart. He had clearly only given silver coins, which weren't very valuable to a spirit master. Just because of this face and this overly clean and exquisite appearance, he was being judged by his looks. There was still quite a bit of time before the 7 treasure merchant guild's fleet officially weighed anchor. Fang Yuan didn't want to stay long in the crowded port, so he returned to the hotel and waited in his room. The door was gently closed, isolating the sea breeze and voices outside, and the small space instantly became quiet. Fang Yuan turned around and looked at Xiao Wu, who was quietly tied up. His expression was calm and his tone flat, as if speaking of a most ordinary matter, as he slowly spoke, giving the final 2 choices. After this period of hard cultivation and accumulation, his spirit power had already steadily broken through to rank 70. Coupled with the powerful physique brought by his twin spirits, Dark Blue Silver Emperor and Radiant Phoenix, he now barely possessed the qualification to absorb a 100,000-year spirit bone. And next, he was going deep into the sea. The path ahead was unknown and full of danger. He also had to face the 7 treasure glazed tile school, undercurrents at sea, and his many plans. It was truly inconvenient to bring Xiao Wu along any longer. So, will you sacrifice yourself, or be killed by me? Chapter 79, I Do, the ambition of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Hearing Fang Yuan's cold and blunt words, Xiao Wu's face showed not a hint of surprise. From the moment she fell into his hands, she knew clearly that what this youth before her wanted was her 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. Her gaze remained fixed on Fang Yuan, unwilling to look away even for an instant. The youth was extremely beautiful, his features as cold and clear as the moon, his skin fair. Standing there, he possessed an ethereal aura, so good-looking that it was impossible to look away. Yet, the more untainted by the mundane world his appearance was, the more it highlighted his cold and ruthless nature. Xiao Wu could not fathom why, beneath such a beautiful exterior, his heart was so vicious. Was it just because she was a spirit beast that she deserved to be hunted and stripped of her life? If Fang Yuan could read her thoughts at this moment, he would only give a definitive answer. If the spirit beast does not die, where would his spirit ring come from? Xiao Wu raised her head, her face still maintaining that innocent and guileless expression. Her hands were tied behind her back, her slender body tilting slightly, and a smooth pink scorpion braid slid down her shoulder to hang in front of her chest, making her look like that same obedient and harmless young girl. Yet, her eyes had completely changed. That pair of pink eyes, which should have been as clear as water and lively and pure, were now locked onto Fang Yuan. Her gaze was sticky, like melted honey, thickly sweet, yet heavy enough to be suffocating. The way she looked at him was no longer fear, no longer confusion, but a kind of near-paranoid possession, as if she were looking at a possession born only to belong to her, destined to be entangled with her for a lifetime. Xiao Wu did not dodge, did not beg for mercy, and did not show anger. She simply curved her lips slightly, revealing a sweet and obedient smile, exactly the same as the carefree Xiao Wu from before. But if one were to look closely, they would discover that there was not a hint of real laughter in her eyes, only an abyss of blackness. Something crazy and stubborn was slowly churning underneath, tightly suppressed by a thin, cloying layer of sugar, waiting only for an opportunity to explode completely. I do. She spoke softly, her voice soft, glutinous, and sweet, sticky and clinging. It sounded as if she were responding to a gentle confession from a beloved, rather than agreeing to a sacrifice destined for death. Since you want my life and my spirit ring, then I will fulfill your wish. Since that is the case, I will entangle myself with you for a lifetime, for all eternity, never to be free. That sticky and dark gaze caused a faint, inexplicable discomfort to flash through Fang Yuan's heart, as if he had been entangled by something filthy. Yet Fang Yuan only slightly furrowed his brow before instantly returning to his cold indifference. This insignificant anomaly was not enough to shake him in the slightest. To reach the peak, the road is bound to be filled with wind and frost. Fang Yuan brought Xiao Wu to a sparsely populated place. Xiaowu stood before Fang Yuan, her body already completely enveloped in pink light. Everything around them had already turned into absolute stillness within that red light. The only thing that could move was the center of that red light. This was the special nature of a sacrifice. Once a sacrifice began, everything around it would be frozen, and no one could stop the sacrifice of a 100,000-year spirit beast. Xiaowu's entire body had turned red, a crystalline, translucent dark red. Her clothes had already turned to ashes and vanished, revealing her translucent form, which appeared as crystalline as a ruby under this red light. When a 100,000-year spirit beast burns its own life energy, the power that erupts is terrifying. Even though Fang Yuan, who was only a spirit emperor, was wearing the vast sea cosmic shroud, he could only barely maintain consciousness, opening his eyes to watch all of this while unable to move. Red flames began to burn from Xiaowu's body. They were not ordinary flames, but a highly special blood flame, and what was burning within them was Xiaowu's blood, life, and that 100,000-year cultivation. The blood flame burned brighter and brighter, gradually turning from red to dark red, and Xiaowu's body gradually faded during this transformation, like an increasingly transparent red crystal. All the red expanded into a huge ring that slowly contracted, surrounding Xiaowu and Fang Yuan. As this ring contracted, the absolute stillness produced by the huge red magnetic field was gradually weakening. Fang Yuan couldn't help but blink. Vaguely, he seemed to see Xiaowu's lips moving, as if she were saying something, her face revealing a happy and sweet smile. Xiaowu pressed against Fang Yuan's face, a smile on her own. That smile was sweet and obedient, just as it had always been, but the things churning in the depths of her eyes were chilling. It was a near-manic obsession, a desire to forever fuse herself into someone's body. Those emotions were like thick syrup, overflowing from the depths of her eyes, flowing and soaking her entire being in a morbid sweetness. This way, you will be mine forever. Bathed in the blood flames erupting from Xiaowu, Fang Yuan felt his whole body warm, as if some vast energy were continuously pouring into his body. The surging ring of blood flames suddenly retracted. In an instant, a series of booming sounds erupted around Fang Yuan's body. Just as Xiaowu's body gradually disappeared, the 6 spirit rings he originally possessed appeared one by one, and that blood-colored 7th ring condensed around him. At the same time, a beam of blood light suddenly shone onto his left arm, and the image of a red arm bone flashed and vanished. Just then, Xiaowu's body, which had become extremely thin, suddenly condensed, turning into a red ball of light. The light gradually dimmed, and the colors on the outside peeled away layer by layer. A rabbit only the size of a palm quietly appeared before Fang Yuan. After settling the matters following Xiaowu's sacrifice, Fang Yuan calmed his mind, slowly closed his eyes, and sank his consciousness into his body to carefully examine the newly acquired 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. He could clearly feel that blood-red 100,000-year spirit ring quietly suspended in his spirit ring sequence, with surging spirit power rushing through his limbs and bones like a tsunami, far more domineering than a spirit ring obtained through ordinary hunting. He perceived the newly unlocked spirit abilities one by one. There was a slight regret, because it was the 7th spirit ring, it was fixed to only have 1 spirit ability, along with 2 spirit bone abilities. Compared to normal hunting, where a spirit beast on the verge of death might self-destruct or dissipate part of its energy, leading to a discount in the quality of the spirit ring, a sacrifice involves the spirit beast actively burning its soul and life force, packaging all its cultivation without loss to the spirit master, which can catalyze the maximum number of spirit abilities. Radiant Phoenix Avatar, Paragon Golden Body, Teleportation. One by one, the spirit abilities clearly emerged in his sea of consciousness. Although Fang Yuan was also unclear why a normal soft bones rabbit spirit ring would come with abilities nearly at the divine rank like Paragon Golden Body and Teleportation. Fang Yuan's consciousness continued to penetrate deep into that bright red spirit ring. The next instant, an extremely faint yet incomparably familiar mental force fluctuation gently touched his divine sense. It was Xiaowu. That was the mental force belonging to her soul origin, mixed within the surging spirit power and spirit abilities, tightly bound to this 100,000-year spirit ring. As a powerful 100,000-year spirit beast, a sacrifice could inherently store the soul and consciousness. However, during the sacrifice just now, Xiaowu had burned her life and soul origin, the depletion being too immense. That wisp of consciousness had long since fallen into a deep silence and would by no means awaken easily in the short term, nor could it possibly cause any interference to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan expressionlessly sensed that faint soul aura, his heart without a ripple. It was nothing more than a small gift attached to the power. Even if she were awake, she was already a thing in his palm, with no power to resist any longer. The sudden eruption of the spirit power phenomenon outside the city was too glaring. The blood-colored ring shot into the sky and then retracted with a boom in a very short time, causing many nearby spirit masters to look over, and even a few spirit master squads out for training immediately sped toward the source of the phenomenon. But the phenomenon erupted abruptly and dissipated even faster. Plus, the location was remote and not close, so by the time they rushed to the scene, they only saw a mess of a clearing with vegetation flattened and earth and stone shattered, but it was already empty. On the other side, Fang Yuan had already quietly returned to the hotel in the city, concealing the aura of the newly obtained 100,000-year spirit ring, and returned to his usual calm and indifferent appearance. He did not make any unnecessary moves outside, but quietly stayed in his room to stabilize his spirit power and familiarize himself with his newly acquired spirit abilities, honestly waiting for the fleet to set sail. By the coast, countless ships were docked, and the most eye-catching, luxurious, and massive giant ship among them was the main ship specifically prepared by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School for this long voyage. In a private room on the ship, the decoration was extremely luxurious yet not at all vulgar. Glazed lamps dotted the space, the jewels and treasures were gentle and restrained, and the floor was covered with thick plush carpets that were silent when stepped upon, everywhere revealing the elegance and nobility of a top-tier sect. A young girl wearing an elegant long dress stood before the window, her figure slender, her temperament delicate and noble, yet carrying a gravity inconsistent with her age. It was the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong. She looked at the servants and guards coming and going on the pier outside the window, busy transporting supplies. Her exquisite brows were slightly furrowed, and a trace of hard-to-conceal irritability and unease was hidden in the depths of her eyes. Ever since Ning Rongrong awakened those fragmented memories and her abnormal behavior was keenly noticed by her father, Ning Fengji, she did not hold out for long before. Under her father's gentle but unavoidable persuasion, she revealed all the memories she had awakened, one by one. It was just that those memories were too scattered and fragmented. She remembered really very little. She remembered the matter of Fang Yuan, she remembered the hidden ambition of the Spirit Hall, she remembered that in the future, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would encounter a catastrophic disaster, and she even remembered the fate of Tang San, Bibi Dong, Qian Xunji, and others eventually stepping onto god positions and dominating the entire continent. After learning of this shocking information, Ning Fengji did not immediately believe it, but instead quietly and secretly verified it, one by one validating several small matters that had not yet happened in the memories but were verifiable. However, there were still some differences. For example, Tang San had already been targeted and hunted down by the Spirit Hall in advance. Ning Fengji instantly thought of it. In this world, there must be others like Rongrong who had awakened memories of their past lives. It was precisely because of that person's interference that Tang San's identity was exposed early, attracting the crazy pursuit of the Spirit Hall. As his thoughts flowed, Ning Fengji also suddenly remembered the unexpected guests who had abruptly visited the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School before, Douluo Bo and his granddaughter, Douluo Yan. At that time, this pair of grandfather and granddaughter, known for their poison and accustomed to being solitary, had come to the door without warning, inquiring with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School about a disciple named Fang Yuan. They were firm in their words, as if that person were truly hiding within the sect, but Ning Fengji had screened all the outer sect disciples, guest elders, and servants of the sect one by one, and searched through the sect's roster, yet he could not find anyone named Fang Yuan. In the end, the grandfather and granddaughter could only leave in disappointment. This matter had always been strange, and now, linking it together, a chilling thought appeared in Ning Fengji's mind. among Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan, could it be that someone had also awakened memories? If that were truly the case, then their actions in searching for Fang Yuan were by no means without purpose. Ning Fengji had always been meticulous in his thinking and decisive in his actions. Once he had doubts, he would never leave them unaddressed. He had almost immediately and secretly mobilized the sect's most elite spirit masters, ordering them to fully investigate the whereabouts of Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan, wanting to find out their true purpose and background. But as it happened, things were unpredictable. That pair of grandfather and granddaughter seemed to have evaporated into thin air, with no news of them at all. No matter how the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's intelligence network was spread out or searched, they could no longer capture any trace of them. This increasingly confirmed Ning Fengji's previous guess. Since then, Ning Fengji had felt both excitement and deep worry in his heart. What was exciting was that they had learned of the future catastrophe and opportunity in advance, possessing the chance to rewrite fate. What was worrying was that with the current strength of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, in the face of the future divine ranked game, it was still as fragile as paper. To want to protect the sect, to want to survive in this catastrophe, or even to rise against the trend, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School must firmly grasp the opportunity and cultivate a top-tier genius capable of becoming a god and protecting the sect. After sorting out all the memories in Ning Rongrong's mind regarding future opportunities and god position inheritances, Ning Fengji's gaze instantly locked onto that mysterious place, Seagod Island. That was the place of the sea god's legacy, and also the only opportunity they could grasp, the most likely chance to defy the heavens and change their fate. Although he knew the possibility of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School obtaining the sea god's legacy was not high. But since it concerned the future of the sect, they had to try. This was why there was this voyage plan. This fleet would carry the talented disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, heading to Seagod Island to fight for that slim chance of becoming a god. Chapter 80, Sleeping Drug. Ning Rongrong stood by the room's window, looking down at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School disciples who were rubbing their hands and brimming with high spirits. Her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, while a trace of helplessness was hidden in the depths of her eyes. She knew better than anyone that the mere idea of these disciples, whom her father held in high regard and boasted to be the sect's most outstanding, daring to touch the sea god's legacy was nothing short of a fantasy. In her view, this was merely a waste of time and energy. Those memories made her understand better than anyone just how cruel and harsh the path of the god's trial truly was. As for these disciples below, in terms of innate spirit power, most were still inferior to her, and in terms of heart nature and perseverance, they had never suffered hardship, having been pampered all these years. Letting them participate in the sea god's assessments was nothing more than making up the numbers. They might not even be able to touch the threshold of the assessment. She understood the logic and had explained the pros and cons. But this was the god's trial. One step to the heavens, transcending the mundane, and living as long as the heavens. With such a huge temptation, let alone Ning Fengji, who wanted the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to reach the peak, even if it were any other sect leader, they would not be able to easily give up. Even if Ning Rongrong spoke as clearly and thoroughly as possible, it could not extinguish the ambition in Ning Fengji's heart. Ning Fengji still stubbornly wanted to give it a try, betting on a supreme future where the sect would achieve ascension. To increase his chances of winning, Ning Fengji even secretly used all the hidden forces of the sect, searching everywhere for the slaughter city that only existed in legends. Even the usually steady sword Douluo Continent, upon learning about the slaughter city and the god's trial, was moved and developed the idea of venturing in personally. Ning Rongrong saw this and could only tactfully remind him, "Grandpa Sword, most gods' trials have strict age restrictions. Even if you successfully pass through the slaughter city, you may not necessarily be able to obtain the divinity legacy." Although Chen Xin had long had a premonition, a trace of disappointment inevitably flashed in his eyes. However, that pride and persistence belonging to a top expert were not extinguished by this, but instead burned even more intensely. Even if he knew the hope was slim, he was unwilling to give up just like that and still wanted to try it himself. Ning Rongrong silently withdrew her gaze and looked down again at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School disciples who were dizzy with anticipation for the future. In her mind, she couldn't help but recall the face of her father, Ning Fengji, full of excitement, ambition, and expectation when she left the sect. A severe headache suddenly struck. She gently pressed her temples, her heart filled with mixed feelings. At this moment, she could no longer tell whether it was right or wrong to have revealed those memories and told her father. 3 days later, before the morning mist had completely dispersed, the fleet anchored in the harbor slowly set sail amidst the sound of long horns. The sound of breaking waves began to rise, and the sea breeze, carrying a salty, fishy scent, rushed towards them. Fang Yuan was mixed in among one of the large ships, sailing with the fleet towards the vast ocean. The personnel on this ship performed their own duties. There was a captain responsible for the ship's schedule, a chef in charge of meals, sailors running back and forth, and in addition, a steward from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, as well as 7 core disciples carefully selected by the sect. Those 7 disciples were all under 30, dressed in exquisite and expensive clothing, with a temperament completely different from that of ordinary sailors. Their lowest cultivation level had already reached the spirit elder level. One look and it was clear they were juniors focused on by the sect. They rarely appeared on the deck to show their faces, spending most of their time resting in the luxurious cabins specially arranged for them inside the ship, unwilling to have too much contact with the lower-level crew. That steward was about 50 years old, with a steady face and a smooth way of handling things. All trivial matters on the ship related to the crew and the route were communicated and coordinated by him. Fang Yuan's figure was thin. Compared to the sailors on the ship who were wind-beaten and sturdy, he appeared exceptionally frail. The captain's tone carried a bit of disdain as he casually threw the deck cleaning job to him. Fang Yuan didn't say much, nodded faintly, and turned to leave. But just after his back disappeared around the corner, the captain and several trusted sailors beside him immediately exchanged a meaningful look, a flash of sinister color passing by. In the middle of the night, the waves rhythmically slapped against the ship's hull. Most of the cabins had already fallen into deep sleep, with only sporadic snoring intermingled with the sound of the waves. Outside Fang Yuan's cabin door, a group of dark shadows gathered silently, the captain, the first mate, the head chef, and several of the most ferocious sailors. At dinner, I already mixed a powerful sleeping drug into this brat's food. By now, he must be sleeping like a dead pig, unable to make the slightest commotion. The head chef lowered his voice, his tone carrying a bit of merit-seeking. He also served as the first mate and had great authority on the ship. The captain nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. Well done. A young sailor nearby was impatient and couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, "Captain, with so many of us, is it really necessary to be so cautious and specifically use drugs to deal with a tender-skinned brat? Can't we just do it directly?" The captain immediately glared at him, his voice cooling down a bit. "What do you know? There are people from the 7 treasure glazed tile school living on this ship. Although this brat looks inconspicuous, since he dared to sneak onto the ship alone, who knows if there is any background behind him? If a commotion is made when we act, and those sect disciples are drawn over, and he takes the opportunity to reveal his identity and build a connection, we will be finished." "How is that possible?" The sailor was still unconvinced, looking at him. "At most he is just an ordinary young master with a little money. How could he possibly climb up to a top sect like the 7 treasure glazed tile school? If he really had a connection, why would he sneak onto the ship in this way?" "Caution is the parent of safety," the captain said in a deep voice. "Are there few cases of capsizing in the gutter? It's better to avoid trouble than to invite it. Solving it quietly is the most secure way." The few no longer spoke, tiptoed and pushed open the cabin door, and the dark shadows swarmed in. The leading captain aimed at the bulging figure on the bed and, without a word, thrust his short blade straight out, his strike fast and ruthless, aiming for a fatal blow. But the moment the blade touched the bedding, his expression changed drastically. The touch was wrong. Below was not a person's body at all. Not good. "It's a trap." The startled shout had just left his mouth when dull thuds of people falling to the ground sounded one after another behind him. Poochie. Dozens of blue-silver grass, intertwined with blue-gold and ink-black, suddenly burst out. These sailors were at most spirit ancestor level, without even a spirit king among them. In front of the dark blue-silver emperor, which Fang Yuan deliberately activated, they had no power to resist. The blue-silver grass took root in their bodies, their spirit power, blood energy, and life force being crazily extracted. In just a short moment, the originally lively people were sucked dry and withered, completely losing their breath, becoming nutrients to nourish this weird blue-silver grass. The cabin returned to dead silence, leaving only a few withered husks and the weird, beautiful blue-silver grass growing wildly. "Bastard, I'm going to chop you into pieces and feed you to the fish." Watching the death of his companions, the captain roared. As a spirit king, his physical body could still resist the parasite of the dark blue-silver emperor. 5 spirit rings lit up, and he rushed towards Fang Yuan, then. Chapter 81, Such a Young Spirit Saint. Thump. They knelt on the ground. The captain looked at the 7 spirit rings surrounding Fang Yuan, trembling, his vision darkening as he felt this was nothing but a nightmare. "My lord, I was just joking earlier, please spare my life." The people around him who had originally wanted to join in the attack also knelt and begged for mercy. Fang Yuan looked down at the shivering crowd at his feet and lightly hooked his finger. The blue-silver grass vines wrapped around their hearts and tightened slightly, the cold, stabbing pain instantly piercing through their limbs and bones. Everyone's face turned deathly pale, their bodies convulsing, but because their mouths were also blocked by the vines, they couldn't even let out a scream. "Listen clearly." Fang Yuan's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable aura. "I don't care what kind of trash you were before. From now on, I call the shots on this ship. Sail the ship properly and behave yourselves, and you will be able to reach your destination alive. If you dare to play any tricks, the blue-silver grass hidden in your hearts will turn you into dried corpses first." The eerie sense of parasite at his heart was already enough to make them break down. Hearing these words now, the captain was terrified, his soul flying away and spirit scattering, and he kowtowed repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes. This lowly one understands. I understand everything. I will listen to everything you say, my lord. I will definitely sail the ship properly. I would never dare to have any disloyal thoughts." The others followed suit, nodding desperately, not even daring to breathe loudly. After the captain scrambled up, the first thing he did was personally lead Fang Yuan, respectfully guiding him all the way to a more comfortable and spacious cabin on the ship. The interior was exquisitely furnished, with soft couches, tables, and chairs all provided, compared to the cramped and narrow utility cabin. From before, it was simply a world of difference. "My lord, please rest first. If you have any orders, I am at your beck and call." Fang Yuan glanced at him indifferently, said nothing, and walked straight into the cabin. The captain felt as if he had been granted an amnesty, hurriedly bowing and retreating, closing the door gently behind him, his back already soaked with cold sweat. When he returned to the utility cabin from before, looking at the few sailor corpses on the floor that had been sucked dry and withered, his heart began to pound wildly again. He dared not hesitate in the slightest and gave a look to the remaining controlled crew members. The few of them nimbly lifted the dried corpses and arrived silently at the ship's railing. Thump, thump, thump. Several dull splashes sounded in succession, barely audible under the cover of the midnight waves. The dried corpses were instantly swallowed by the pitch-black sea, leaving not a single trace behind. The captain wiped the cold sweat from his face and looked back at the direction of the VIP cabin where Fang Yuan was staying, his eyes filled only with extreme awe and fear. A spirit saint with 7 spirit rings, one of which was even a red 100,000-year spirit ring. This was no young master who had run away from home, this was clearly an old freak pretending to be young. The captain did not believe that there was truly such a young spirit saint. The next day, the sky was bright and the sea breeze was steady, the fleet continued to sail on the vast ocean along the established route. The manager from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was conducting a routine inspection and boarded the large ship where Fang Yuan was. He just casually glanced at the busy sailors on the deck, confirmed that the ship was steadily following behind the fleet, had not fallen behind, and had not deviated from the course, then turned to find the captain, casually asking a few questions about the current position, sea conditions, and whether supplies were sufficient. The captain lowered his head, his tone respectful, and reported everything in detail. The manager listened casually and did not bother to count how many sailors were on the ship at all, much less notice that a few were missing. In his eyes, these low-level crew members were nothing more than coolies who could be summoned or dismissed at will, and they were simply not worth an extra glance from a sect manager like him. After asking about the situation, the manager turned and left. From beginning to end, he did not notice the changes on this ship. The captain stood on the spot, and only after the manager's figure had completely disappeared did he slowly straighten up and quietly press his hand to his chest. The strand of blue-silver grass vine inside his body was still wriggling slightly, like a cold little snake, clinging tightly and binding around his heart. With every heartbeat, he could clearly feel the deadly pressure that could crush his heart at any moment. This feeling of life and death hanging by a thread made him dare not harbor any disloyal thoughts. The rest of the journey was calm and smooth. Occasionally, a few groups of death-seeking pirates attempted to plunder the fleet, but before they could even get close, they were easily defeated by the accompanying disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School or the crew members. Ferocious sea beasts were startled by the fleet and leapt out of the sea to attack, but they were also casually slain by the spirit masters on the ships, unable to stir up any trouble at all. On the flagship of the fleet, the cabin was elegant, and the sea breeze was gentle. In the cabin next to Ning Rongrong's, a thin, tall figure sat. That person had a cold and quiet temperament, his body seemingly shrouded in an impenetrable gloom, and his pair of eyes were a ghostly green. When he opened them, a bone-chilling coldness radiated, making one shudder. It was precisely one of the two great guardian. Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Bone Douluo, Gu Rong. Ning Fengji knew that the path to Seagod Island was unknown and filled with unpredictable dangers, so naturally, he could not just send these young disciples and ordinary managers. Thus, he had secretly arranged for Bone Douluo to guard them along the way to prevent any unforeseen events. Ning Rongrong was currently standing beside Bone Douluo, carefully instructing him on the many taboos and precautions for going to Seagod Island. She emphasized the guardians of the waters surrounding Seagod Island, the devil spirit great white sharks. Bone Douluo nodded slightly, listening very attentively. However, whether it was Ning Rongrong's memories or her instructions at this moment, both omitted one crucial matter. Or rather, that matter was not worth mentioning to her in her memories, so she simply did not remember it. Those who went to Seagod Island were either turned away by the Sea God's guardians and forced to retreat the way they came. Once they truly stepped onto Seagod Island and passed the trials, they would be bound by the Sea God's rules for life and could never leave again. Finally, the fleet arrived near Seagod Island. But they stopped. The manager and the captains were at a stalemate, and the crew members all looked grim, none of them willing to move another inch forward. In their initial discussions, they had agreed only to go to the outskirts of this dangerous sea area. But now, a disagreement had arisen. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School wanted to continue. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong stepped forward and said loudly, "Captains, sailors, as long as you continue forward and sail into the outskirts of Seagod Island, your original payment will be doubled, and after the matter is accomplished, each of you will receive an additional large sum of money. If anyone is injured, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will cover all medical expenses, and the settlement fee will be doubled." Under the temptation of heavy rewards, many people's eyes wavered, but at the thought of the terror of the devil spirit great white shark, they still dared not agree. Just at this moment, a cold and indifferent aura suddenly rose from the flagship. Everyone felt the air turn cold. Bone Douluo Gu Rong stepped out of the cabin slowly, a ghostly green light flashing in his eyes. Without any wasted words, his spirit power surged, and he shot into the sky, spirit avatar. With a thunderous boom, a massive, ghastly white bone dragon appeared in the sky, its bones rugged and its aura monstrous. The pressure caused the captains and sailors to fall to their knees with a thump, shivering all over. This is the aura of a titled Douluo. Now, do you still not dare to go? Gu Rong's voice was indifferent. How could the captains dare to hesitate any longer? Terrified, they kowtowed repeatedly. "We'll go. We'll go. We'll go immediately. We will listen to everything you say, my lord." With heavy rewards and absolute military deterrence, no one dared to say another word of opposition. The fleet set sail again, heading straight for the outskirts of Seagod Island. As soon as they entered this sea area, the calm surface of the sea suddenly showed movement. Under the water, massive white shadows approached rapidly, their speed astonishingly fast. It's the devil spirit great white sharks. They are here. The sailors' faces turned pale, and they picked up their weapons to stand guard, but facing the overlords of the sea, they didn't even have the courage to make a move. Ji Yurong let out a cold snort. The massive bone dragon let out a roar and flipped directly into the sea. White light flashed chaotically underwater as the devil spirit great white sharks charged madly. Bone Douluo couldn't be bothered with nonsense. The massive tail of the bone dragon, carrying the power to collapse mountains and split the seas, lashed out fiercely. Bang! The loud noise caused the sea surface to explode with huge splashes. The few devil spirit great white sharks charging at the very front were directly swatted away by the tail, smashing into the distant sea surface like kites with broken strings, dizzy and disoriented, and they dared not easily approach again. The remaining devil spirit great white sharks were intimidated by this terrifying power, circling and roaring in the water, but for a moment, they did not dare to rashly attack the fleet again. Chapter 82, The Goddess of Life's Hesitation. Just as Bone Douluo Ji Yurong was clashing head-on with the pod of devil spirit great white sharks blocking their path, escorting the group of 7 treasure-glazed tile school disciples as they forcibly broke into the waters of Seagod Island, Fang Yuan had already silently slipped out of the cabin and leapt into the sea. With a thought, the translucent blue vast sea cosmic shroud appeared from between Fang Yuan's brows. A circle of soft yet incredibly dense pale blue energy light screen spread out silently, wrapping his entire body within it. The seawater was completely isolated. Inside the shroud, not only was the pressure stable, but there was also fresh air to breathe, allowing him to move as freely as on land, even deep under the sea. In the original story, Tang San was not adept at swimming, yet he could successfully reach Seagod Island and complete the various gods' trial. The vast sea cosmic shroud's abilities for underwater travel, concealment, protection, and oxygen supply truly deserved the credit. Snowy white, massive devil spirit great white sharks swam rapidly over Fang Yuan's head, rushing toward Bone Douluo and the 7 treasure-glazed tile school group with monstrous ferocity, immediately stirring up violent waves in the sea. Although Bone Douluo did not fear these devil spirit great white sharks, he had to protect the 7 treasure-glazed tile school disciples, so he could not resolve the battle quickly. And just as this chaotic battle reached a stalemate, Fang Yuan instead took advantage of the vast sea cosmic shroud's perfect concealment to silently sneak all the way through, stepping onto the coast of Seagod Island one step ahead. The moment his feet touched the damp sand, Fang Yuan slowly withdrew the protection of the vast sea cosmic shroud. The pale blue light faded, and his figure was completely revealed in the air of Seagod Island. Not far away, a few sea soul masters responsible for guarding, who were watching the devil spirit great white sharks battling the land spirit masters from afar, detected this abruptly appearing, unfamiliar aura almost instantly. They turned their heads sharply, their gazes locked tightly onto Fang Yuan. The atmosphere tightened instantly. Both sides confronted each other. Seagod Island had been guarded by sea soul masters for generations. They revered the sea god and detested the intrusion of outside land spirit masters. Seeing Fang Yuan land alone and silently, the spirit rings on the bodies of the few sea soul masters already faintly lit up, and they quickly surrounded Fang Yuan. The middle-aged man in the lead had a stern expression, with faint water attribute energy fluctuations lingering around him, clearly holding a position of some status among these sea soul masters. He stepped forward, his gaze falling on Fang Yuan, his tone carrying obvious repulsion, yet still restrained. Foreign land spirit master, this is not a place where you should be. Seagod Island only accepts those chosen by the sea god. You should leave quickly. Fang Yuan shook his head gently, his eyes calm but exceptionally firm, without a hint of retreat. Since I have come, I have no intention of leaving. I have stepped onto Seagod Island precisely to accept the god's trial. The middle-aged man seemed to have heard something absurd, his brows locked tightly, his tone intensifying. How sacred and dangerous the god's trial is. You are a land spirit master who has not even received the favor of the sea god. Forcing yourself to stay will only lead to your death in the trials on this island. This was not alarmist talk. Most of the trials bestowed by the sea god were related to the sea. Land spirit masters were not adept at water, making it very difficult to complete the trial content, and the punishment for failing some trials was death. My mind is made up. Fang Yuan's tone was firm. Regardless of what the trial is, I must try. The middle-aged man stared at him for a long time. Seeing that his gaze was firm and not just a momentary impulse, he knew that further persuasion was useless. He ultimately did not want to cause trouble at this time. The battle between Bone Douluo and the devil spirit great white sharks in the distance had not yet ended, and he had to remain here to confirm whether that group of land spirit masters who had forcibly broken into the island could break through the encirclement and truly land. The middle-aged man finally said in a deep voice, "Since you insist, I will not force you to stop. But Seagod Island has its own rules, and you must not wander around as you please." He turned his head and instructed a young sea soul master with a vigilant expression beside him, "You take him to Seahorse Douluo to accept the trial." "Yes." The young sea soul master responded, stepped forward, and said coldly to Fang Yuan, "Follow me." The middle-aged man did not look at Fang Yuan again, his gaze returning to the churning sea in the distance. In the god realm, clouds and mist swirled, and divine light was dense. The goddess of life stood beneath the ancient tree of life, with warm, gentle green light that nurtured all things circulating around her. Those eyes, which were always compassionate and kind, were now slightly furrowed, gazing in the direction of Seagod Island in the lower realm, remaining motionless for a long time. She had originally already favored Fang Yuan and had even designed the content of the god's trial in her heart, preparing to bestow the life god's trial upon him in advance. But just a short while ago, she saw another side of Fang Yuan, the dark blue silver emperor spirit fully unleashed. The destructive power of the dark attribute combined with the devouring of life chi, even if it was just adding one spirit ring, was extremely powerful, and it ran completely counter to the vitality and tolerance revered by the goddess of life. The heart of the goddess of life sank bit by bit. She gently raised her hand, and the divine force of life lingering on her fingertips trembled slightly. With such heart nature, such methods, if he were truly allowed to inherit the god position of life and control the birth and death of all things, what would the future god realm, and even the mortal realm, become? She dared not think further. The god position of life represented nurturing, continuation, and compassion. Once it fell into the hands of someone who viewed life as a tool and acted with ruthless cruelty, it would not be a gift, but a disaster. Hesitation, doubt, and unease appeared in her heart, making her unable to make up her mind to bestow the god's trial. And beside her, the god of destruction had a different expression. He wore a divine robe woven with dark purple and pitch black, with an aura of destruction surrounding him. After watching the entire process of Fang Yuan using the dark blue silver emperor, not only was he not displeased in the slightest, but instead, strong admiration slowly lit up in his eyes. Fang Yuan was completely unaware of what had happened above in the god realm from beginning to end. He had now arrived at the sea within the sea. The sea within the sea was not a true inland lake, but a trial water area demarcated by the divine force of the sea god, where the waves were forever wild and restless. In the center, a simple triangular stone platform floated quietly. In the middle of the stone platform, a strange stone pillar shaped like a sharp cone rose from the ground, piercing straight into the air. The pillar was densely engraved with ancient sea god scripts, the patterns twisting and profound, emitting a strange energy that was ancient, majestic, and inviolable at every moment. The sculpture at the top of the stone pillar was half hidden in the water mist. Just one glance was enough to instill awe in one's heart. At the peak of the stone platform, a figure sat cross-legged. The man wore a pure black robe. His sleeves rustling in the strong wind, yet he remained completely undisturbed, his temperament composed and steady. There was a rule on Seagod Island unknown to outsiders. The color of a sea soul master's robe did not represent the strength of their spirit power, but only represented the difficulty of the god's trial they had accepted that year. The harder the trial, the higher the status, and the colors strictly corresponded to the spirit ring rank, arranged from low to high: white, yellow, purple, black, red. On the entire Seagod Island, the only one qualified to wear red was the High Priestess Bo Saishi. And the black robe could only be worn by the titled Douluo who guarded the 7 sacred pillars. The person before him was none other than Seahorse Douluo, who presided over the external trials of Seagod Island and was in charge of the Seahorse Sacred Pillar. Chapter 83, This is simply turning the heavens upside down. For all visiting land-based spirit masters who wish to obtain the Sea God's trial, the first step must be to pass the test of the Seahorse Douluo. It will activate the light of the sacred pillar to determine the assessment rank based on the individual's talent, luck, heart nature, and strength, ranging from yellow, purple, black, and even the legendary top-tier 7 trials. At the same time, it is also the person responsible for explaining the iron laws of Seagod Island and the trial procedures to outsiders after they land on the island. The young Sea Soul Master accompanying Fang Yuan stepped forward, channeled its spirit power, and its voice pierced through the roaring waves, reporting to Lord Seahorse, there is a visiting land-based spirit master requesting to accept the Sea God's trial. The Seahorse Douluo slowly opened its eyes. Its eyes were deep blue, its gaze indifferent yet majestic, and as it fell upon Fang Yuan, the Seahorse Douluo paused slightly. A land-based spirit master, wanting to accept the Sea God's trial. Its voice was not loud, but it carried a sense of oppression. The Sea God's trial is not something one can just come to whenever they please. Only by relying on one's own strength to cross the sea within the sea and reach the front of the Seahorse Sacred Pillar does one possess the qualifications to accept the trial. As its words fell, a faint blue halo of light suddenly lit up behind the Seahorse Douluo. The next moment, the entire Seahorse Sacred Pillar shook violently, and deep blue divine force shot from the base of the pillar to the top, instantly illuminating the entire stone pillar with divine force. With the tip of the sacred pillar as the center, a majestic circle of blue light screen suddenly expanded, like an invisible barrier, stretching across the sky above the entire sea within the sea. The Seahorse Sacred Pillar was about 10 meters high, so this light screen was strictly limited to a height of 10 meters. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance, this was to block the high-altitude shortcut for flying spirit masters, forcing the challenger to forcibly cross through the raging waves. Fang Yuan had long been familiar with the entrance rules for the Sea God's trial. Facing the Seahorse Douluo's test and that high-hanging blue light screen, his face remained calm and indifferent, without a hint of surprise or retreat. He simply nodded faintly, indicating that he understood. The next moment, his thoughts shifted slightly, and his spirit was released with a boom. A gilded, majestic, and wholly radiant phoenix spread its wings behind him, and the golden light shot into the sky in an instant, almost illuminating the entire surging sea within the sea. The phoenix's wings were iridescent, each feather condensed as if forged by gods, flowing with the power of the extremely pure light attribute, carrying a sacred aura of inviolable majesty. The moment his spirit possessed him, golden wings solidified behind Fang Yuan, and the fire of the radiant phoenix surrounded his body, burning fiercely but not violently, warm yet overbearing. At this moment, Fang Yuan was like an angel descending from the holy light, with peerless looks and a holy temperament, the golden light around his body restrained yet soul-stirring. He flapped his wings gently and flew directly into the surging sea within the sea. The giant waves roared and rushed toward him, but once they approached within 3 feet of him, they were instantly evaporated by the scorching holy fire of the radiant phoenix, causing white mist to billow and rise. The surging seawater was forcibly torn apart in front of him as if it were made of paper, creating a straight path leading directly to the Seahorse Sacred Pillar stone platform. Fang Yuan's posture was calm and steady as a mountain, moving in a straight line the whole way. In just an instant, he had already landed on the stone platform and stood firmly in front of the Seahorse Douluo. The Seahorse Douluo looked at the youth before it, who possessed a holy aura and a calm demeanor. It was slightly surprised that the other party had passed the test so easily, but immediately, a strange feeling welled up in its heart. This youth, is it not too young? The Seahorse Douluo's heart stirred slightly, and it calmly extended a trace of its divine thought, gently probing Fang Yuan's life aura and bone age. But in that instant of probing, this Seahorse Sacred Pillar Douluo, which had seen countless geniuses, suddenly widened its eyes. What the hell is this? The Seahorse Douluo even suspected whether its titled Douluo level mental perception had hallucinated. An 8-year-old spirit saint, even if it started cultivating from its mother's womb, it wouldn't be this fast, right? You have to know, when it was 18, let alone rank 70, it hadn't even reached rank 40. The seahorse Douluo looked at this heaven-defying age and strength before it, and could no longer maintain its previous calm and composure, blurting out, how exactly did you reach such a realm at this age? It had guarded the seahorse sacred pillar for so many years and had seen countless land-based geniuses, but this was the first time it had seen someone like Fang Yuan. After a pause, it continued to ask, what is your purpose in traveling thousands of miles and breaking through the blockade of the devil spirit great white shark to come to Seagod Island? Although the seahorse Douluo devoutly believed in the sea god, it also had self-awareness. Most spirit masters on the mainland worshipped power and chased after benefits. They could not be said to have much reverence for the sea god and Seagod Island, which were far away in the sea. The youth before it was so terrifyingly strong and so young, it was hard not to suspect that it had ulterior motives for coming to Seagod Island. Facing the seahorse Douluo's successive questions filled with scrutiny and vigilance, Fang Yuan did not answer directly. Instead, he slightly raised his eyes, looked at the other party with a calm gaze, and asked a faint counter-question. Seahorse Douluo, you have been in charge of the seahorse sacred pillar for so many years and have presided over countless sea gods' trials, then do you truly know the real meaning behind the existence of the gods' trial? The sentence fell lightly. The seahorse Douluo was stunned on the spot, completely bewildered. This sentence was simply turning the heavens upside down. But for some reason, it didn't know how to answer for a moment. That's right, ever since it inherited the position of Sacred Pillar Douluo, it had followed the duties of the 7 sacred pillars of past generations, guarding Seagod Island, screening visiting challengers, and executing the trials left behind by the sea god. It had always thought that the sea god's trial was just the sea god's test for its devout believers. Besides that, could there be any deeper meaning? It had lived for so many years and had truly never deeply pondered this question. Seeing the seahorse Douluo speechless, the corners of Fang Yuan's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. You will know soon. His tone was calm, but it carried an almost certain confidence, as if that legendary god's trial was already within his grasp. As for whether he would be slapped in the face for being too confident later, Fang Yuan, at this moment, did not care about it at all. Anyway, there was no substantial loss. If he succeeded in acting cool, it would instead win him a certain amount of respect from the seahorse Douluo, making his subsequent actions smoother. And Fang Yuan did not know that in the distance, a bright red figure was quietly observing his every move. Although it remained skeptical of Fang Yuan's words, the seahorse Douluo still chose to activate the light of the sacred pillar's trial according to the rules. Following the seahorse Douluo's actions, a blue beam of light descended from the sky, shrouding Fang Yuan within it. At the same time, an illusory figure of a young girl emerged from behind Fang Yuan. Chapter 84. Someone obtained the god's trial a step early. Beneath the seahorse sacred pillar, golden light suddenly burst forth. Fang Yuan only felt a power that was vast to the extreme descent from the 9 heavens, directly branding itself deep within his divine soul. At that very same instant, the air behind him slightly twisted. A slender yet solid figure slowly emerged, Xiao Wu's soul. She was no longer a phantom, ethereal remnant soul, her soul had been solidified by spirit power. At this moment, the exam colors around her body changed rapidly, white, yellow, purple, black, and finally settled on red. Seahorse Douluo's pupils constricted sharply, and he blurted out, "Red. Top-tier trial." This girl who had appeared so suddenly was actually able to obtain a red rank trial. This was a trial only the High Priestess of Seagod Island could obtain. The exact same rank as the original, red rank first trial. Xiao Wu's soul trembled slightly, as if pulled by an invisible thread, creating a faint connection with Fang Yuan, like a scabbard and a sword, interdependent and inseparable. Subsequently, Seahorse Douluo frowned as he looked at Fang Yuan's golden sea god trial, which had never appeared in the history of Seagod Island. He had lived for so many years, seen purple trials, black trials, and red trials, but he had never seen this kind of golden trial. For a moment, he became troubled, not knowing what to say. God Realm, Sea God Temple. The sea god sat upright on his god position, his gaze piercing through the plane barrier and landing on Fang Yuan. He was not as obsessed with life, emotion, and kindness as the goddess of life. The sea god had always been pragmatic, looking only at results and potential. At this moment, he watched Fang Yuan accept the sea god 9 trials he had bestowed, and slowly nodded. Not bad. Although the sea god very much wanted to choose a successor from among the believers on Seagod Island, helplessly, after so many years, there had never been one who satisfied him. Even the current strongest titled Douluo on Seagod Island, High Priestess Bo Saishi, actually had an ordinary spirit initially, and the sea god spirit was something he had bestowed upon her. Her true talent was not enough for him to bestow a god's trial. Just at this moment, a sea breeze suddenly blew past, gentle yet oppressive enough to make everyone unable to breathe. A red figure with a peerless posture and a cold, sacred temperament, holding a scepter with a golden diamond-shaped gem, slowly walked out from behind. It was none other than Bo Saishi, the high priestess of Seagod Island, the human closest to divinity in the world. Her gaze first fell on Xiao Wu's solid soul and the red-rank divine light, pausing for a moment, then turned to the golden divine radiance around Fang Yuan's body that had never appeared before. In her originally indifferent eyes, an extremely faint smile unexpectedly appeared, for the first time ever. "Welcome to Seagod Island." She spoke, her voice not loud, but it fell clearly into everyone's ears, carrying both majesty and gentleness. Her gaze rested quietly on Fang Yuan, and Bo Saishi asked softly, "What is your name, examinee, and where are you from?" Fang Yuan composed himself, his expression calm, and replied truthfully, "This junior is Fang Yuan, I have no father or mother, just an orphan." Bo Saishi looked at him deeply, did not pursue the matter, and only nodded slightly. She turned to look at the still dazed seahorse Douluo and instructed in a calm tone, "Seahorse, from now on, you will be fully responsible for guiding the god's trial of these two." Seahorse Douluo trembled and hurriedly bowed, "I will strictly obey the high priestess's order. However, this golden trial." Bo Saishi then calmly explained the origin of Fang Yuan's golden trial. "The trial he has received is nominally the Seagod 9 trials, such a trial is unprecedented throughout history. Even I am seeing such a situation for the first time." Bo Saishi paused and turned to Seahorse Douluo, "Oh yeah, convey my order. Before these two complete the sea god's trial, they are both honored guests of this island, no one is to neglect or offend them. Apart from not being able to help them complete the trial, satisfy their conditions as much as possible. Let them stay in your seahorse city. Also, summon the other 6, we will discuss this at the sea god temple tomorrow." Seahorse Douluo's whole body jolted. When he looked at Fang Yuan again, his eyes had completely changed. There was awe, shock, wariness, and also a trace of confusion. He bowed heavily. "Understood, subordinate." Bo Saishi said no more, her figure flickered faintly, and then dissipated into the air like a mirage. Until she had completely left, Seahorse Douluo let out a long breath, turned to Fang Yuan, his tone carrying uncontrollable confusion. Before you accepted the trial, you seemed to have been certain already. Did you know something beforehand?" Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan only smiled lightly, his tone casual yet deeply meaningful. "Seahorse Douluo, you only know the sea god, but you have forgotten one thing. This world does not have only one god." As the words fell, Seahorse Douluo suddenly froze in place, his mind struck as if by a thunderclap. Meanwhile, on the sea surface, another fleet was breaking through the waves, slowly approaching the shallows of Seagod Island. The flags of the 7 treasure-glazed tile school fluttered in the sea breeze, and the continuous line of ships showed at a glance that it was a team from a top force on the continent. Although Ning Fengji had not come in person, Bon Douluo Ji Yurong was escorting them personally, with Ning Rongrong leading, and a group of talented young disciples from the sect all landed, a significant force. As soon as her feet stepped onto the land of Seagod Island, Ning Rongrong suddenly raised her head and looked towards the direction of the seahorse sacred pillar. She had seen the vision of the 2 divine lights, one red and one gold, shooting straight into the clouds just now very clearly from the sea. The young girl almost immediately grabbed Bon Douluo's sleeve, her voice carrying uncontrollable urgency and shock. Bone Grandpa. Look at the sky just now, someone has already obtained a god's trial a step early. Bone Douluo raised an eyebrow slightly and looked in the direction of her gaze. The lingering fluctuations in the sky had not yet completely dissipated, and the air was filled with an aura that made even a titled Douluo like him feel slightly palpitated. Such a coincidence, he muttered to himself, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. We just landed on the island, and someone has obtained the sea god's trial. The next moment, a trace of hidden and cold-killing intent silently flashed across the bottom of Bone Douluo's eyes. So what if someone got there first? As long as they haven't truly become a god, as long as they are still in the mortal realm, then they can be killed. As long as this person who obtained the god's trial first is eliminated, the opportunity for the 7 treasure glazed tile school will still remain. He remained calm, but a faint trace of spirit power was already swirling around his body, waiting only to figure out the situation before preparing to strike with lightning speed. Just then, a middle-aged sea soul master with a steady aura walked up quickly. Although Seagod Island was isolated from the world, it was not ignorant. They knew about the several top forces on the continent. The group before him was dressed in luxurious clothing and had an extraordinary temperament, and with that iconic 7 treasure glazed tile school emblem, the middle-aged sea soul master recognized their origin almost at a glance. He bowed slightly, his tone not particularly enthusiastic, yet he maintained basic politeness. Are the visitors friends from the 7 treasure glazed tile school? Ning Rongrong was startled. She hadn't expected the other party to recognize them. The middle-aged sea soul master continued, straightforwardly, I don't know what you all have come to Seagod Island for. Bone Douluo stepped forward, blocking in front of Ning Rongrong, with a few notes of polite courtesy on his face. I have long heard of the prestige of Seagod Island, independent from the world, protected by divine force. This time, I have specifically brought the sect's juniors here. One is to pay a visit, and the second is to let them witness the style of this overseas holy land. These words were half true and half false, and sounded flawless. But the middle-aged sea soul master looked at this group of young spirit masters, especially since many of them were just spirit masters of the support system from the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, and could not help but shake his head slightly, advising earnestly, I advise you all to leave as soon as possible. Seagod Island is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Anyone who lands on the island may obtain a trial, but the trial has life and death dangers. Even if you are lucky enough to pass, you must stay on the island, believe in the sea god, guard Seagod Island, and you cannot leave easily for life. His words were already quite straightforward. Seagod Island does not keep idlers, and it does not accept freeloaders. If you want benefits, if you want the opportunity of a trial, you have to sell yourself and become a guardian of the sea god. The excitement on Ning Rongrong's face froze instantly. She suddenly remembered that she had been thinking only of the trial rewards and becoming stronger, yet she had completely ignored this most important rule. She hurriedly raised her head to look at Bone Douluo, her eyes carrying a trace of panic. Bone Douluo's heart also sank. He was not afraid of the dangers of the trial, with his strength as a titled Douluo, protecting a few juniors to complete the trial safely was not difficult. But what he feared was, if these most outstanding disciples in the sect really passed the god's trial, but were forcibly kept on Seagod Island and could not leave, then sect master Ning Xunji would probably go crazy. The 7 treasure glazed tile school was already short of people, and outstanding disciples were even more precious. How could they all be thrown away on this isolated overseas island? Moreover, according to what Ning Rongrong said before, Seagod Island had 7 great sacred pillar guardians, each of whom was at the titled Douluo level. If a fight really broke out, even if he was Bone Douluo, he had no confidence at all that he could forcibly take people away. Bone Douluo lowered his voice and asked gravely, Rongrong, tell me honestly, after passing the trial, is it really necessary to stay on Seagod Island, and is there no other way to leave? Ning Rongrong hurriedly shook her head, lowering her voice to explain, it's not like that, Bone Grandpa, there is an exception. As long as the god's trial examinee who obtained the sea god's trial personally speaks to plead for mercy, even if we pass the trial, we can still leave normally without having to stay on Seagod Island. Bone Douluo's pupils constricted slightly. God's trial. In an instant, his gaze towards the seahorse sacred pillar became even deeper. Since knowing what weight Fang Yuan's trial truly represented, Seahorse Douluo's entire aura had quietly changed. The previous aloof, indifferent, and high and mighty majesty of the sea god's messenger had all been retracted. In his eyes looking at Fang Yuan, there was more heartfelt respect and kindness, and even the tone of his speech had slowed and softened, for fear of disturbing the existence before him who was specially favored by the sea god. He bowed slightly, his posture respectful and solemn, explaining to Fang Yuan in detail the rules of the sea god's trial. The significance of the sacred pillar, and the content of the tests he would face next, with clear logic and full patience, completely the attitude of treating an honored guest or even a future sea god successor. And Xiao Wu also fell into dormancy again after obtaining the trial. But just at this moment, a burst of slightly chaotic footsteps approached from afar, and the middle-aged sea soul master responsible for receiving them led a vast group of people to the shore of the sea within the sea. The number of arrivals was so large that they almost filled the open space on the shore, and at a glance, they were all spirit masters from the continent. Seahorse Douluo frowned slightly and had to suppress his explanation first, saying gently to Fang Yuan, "Your Excellency, please wait a moment while I finish dealing with these visitors." After speaking, he turned around and looked at this group of people who had arrived suddenly, a trace of displeasure flashing unconsciously in the depths of his eyes. Seagod Island has always been quiet. When has it ever been flooded with so many spirit masters from the continent all at once? And looking at this formation, it is clearly a group coming to participate in the Seagod's trial, which is too abnormal. Before he could ask, an old yet thick voice sounded first from the crowd, and Bone Douluo Ji Rong walked out slowly, stating his name indifferently, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ji Rong. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Seahorse Douluo raised his eyebrows, feeling slightly surprised in his heart. As far as he knew, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was a top support system sect on the continent, and its disciples were almost all spirit masters of the support system, with inherently weak combat power. Now that they had brought so many young disciples at once, if it were just low-rank trials like yellow rank or purple rank, it would be fine, but once someone triggered a high-rank trial like black rank or above, with the physique and combat power of support system spirit masters, they would hardly be able to sustain it, and there was a high probability they would die of exhaustion during the trial. Moreover, when his gaze fell on Bone Douluo, he instantly understood. This group of people being able to safely pass through the blockade of the devil spirit great white shark and arrive at the sea within the sea was definitely because they had relied on the strength of this titled Douluo to force their way through. Could it be that they wanted to rely on the protection of a titled Douluo to cheat their way through the Seagod's trial? The Seagod's trial is a trial personally bestowed by the sea god. How holy and solemn it is, how can it be desecrated like this? The dislike and dissatisfaction in his heart climbed instantly, and Seahorse Douluo spoke in a cold tone, "If you want to accept the Seagod's trial, you must first pass the preliminary test of the sea within the sea, traverse this sea area, and only then will you be eligible to accept the sacred pillar's recognition." As the words fell, he raised his hand and pressed it onto the seahorse sacred pillar, injecting his spirit power into it. In an instant, the calm sea within the sea seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand. Giant waves surged wildly, the waves were turbulent, and the spray hit the shore, making a deafening roar. The originally calm sea surface instantly turned into a dangerous, desperate situation. Most of the disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School were spirit masters of the support system, their faces deathly pale, looking at the surging giant waves, their hearts feeling cold. They were not good at fighting to begin with, and their physical fitness was weak. How could they possibly pass such a test? Only a few combat system spirit masters in the sect had relatively calm expressions, not too panicked. And Ning Rongrong and Bone Douluo in the crowd never focused. All their attention on Seahorse Douluo and the surging sea within the sea from beginning to end. Their peripheral vision always fell, faintly or otherwise, on the figure behind Seahorse Douluo, Fang Yuan, with complex gazes, hiding exploration. Chapter 85, Uniform Yellow and Black Ranks. Ning Rongrong's gaze had been falling on Fang Yuan, whether intentionally or unintentionally, from the very beginning. Observing the attitude Seahorse Douluo had just shown toward him, a thought surfaced in her mind almost immediately. This person, in all likelihood, is the guy who obtained the Seagod God's trial. But strangely, as she looked at this handsome and aloof youth, that inexplicable sense of familiarity in her heart grew stronger. Although she had never seen this person in her memories, his features, his silhouette, and even the way he stood there nonchalantly seemed like something she had seen somewhere before, so familiar that it left her feeling somewhat dazed. She frowned, struggling to search her mind for a corresponding figure, but it remained a blur, leaving only a lingering sense of familiarity she could not shake off. Beside her, Bone Douluo Gu Rong was unaware of Ning Rongrong's thoughts. His dark green eyes were flashing with a sharp light, full of calculation and scrutiny. He calmly looked Fang Yuan up and down, trying to deduce his background from his attire, temperament, and spirit power fluctuations. Sea Soul Masters and Land Spirit Masters had very distinct differences in appearance and temperament, and most could be distinguished at a glance. Just then, Seahorse Douluo's figure suddenly moved. It stepped forward seemingly casually, just enough to block the line of sight between Bone Douluo and Fang Yuan, calmly severing Bone Douluo's gaze, its tone indifferent. Since you have all arrived at the Seahorse Sacred Pillar, please decide as soon as possible whether you want to begin the test. Bone Douluo felt a slight chill in his heart, realizing that Seahorse Douluo was protecting Fang Yuan. He immediately withdrew his gaze, put a polite smile back on his face, and nodded slightly. That is only natural. Since my people from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School have arrived, we naturally intend to accept the Seagod God's trial. We shall begin now. As his voice fell, he turned his head to look at the neatly lined-up disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School behind him, giving them a slight look to signal them to step forward first and attempt to cross the sea within the sea before them. This test was not the Seagod God's trial, it was not strictly for individuals. Spirit Masters could form teams to cooperate and assist each other to pass the test together. However, Bone Douluo knew clearly that if they passed the test through team cooperation, the final rank obtained would be significantly reduced. But there was no other way. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had a very obvious flaw, and most of its core disciples were support spirit masters. If they did not do this, it would be impossible to cross the sea within the sea. Soon, the group of Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School disciples began to move. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda was the #1 support spirit on the continent and naturally had a huge advantage in team cooperation. Rays of glazed light lit up, boosting spirit power, increasing speed, and strengthening defense. The combat spirit masters charged in front, while the support spirit masters provided cover from behind. The group supported each other and only managed to barely cross the surging sea within the sea. By the time they climbed onto the sacred pillar platform, they were all soaked, panting, and slumped on the ground in a sorry state, having almost no strength left to even lift their hands. Seahorse Douluo watched coldly from the sidelines, letting out a secret cold snort in its heart. Were they really here to group up and farm the Seagod God's trial of their Seagod Island? Bone Douluo took advantage of this gap and walked slowly in the direction of Fang Yuan. A seemingly amiable smile hung on his face, his tone was gentle, and he took the initiative to strike up a conversation. I am Bone Douluo Gu Rong of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Meeting is fate. Little friend, you look like a land spirit master too, right? May I ask where you are from, and what is your name? His words were polite and seemed casual, but in reality, every sentence was probing his foundations. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. He saw through Bone Douluo's calculations at a glance. It was nothing more than first finding out his background, influence, and master, then weighing his value to decide whether to win him over, show goodwill to pave the way, or treat him as a threat and eliminate him in secret. As the saying goes, one who is too compassionate cannot lead troops, and one who is too righteous cannot manage wealth. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's chambers of commerce were spread across the continent, wealthy enough to rival a nation. To be able to stand tall in this world where the strong prey on the weak, they certainly did not rely on soft-heartedness. Fang Yuan took a subtle half-step back, taking the opportunity to nudge Seahorse Douluo, who was at his side, in front of him. Seahorse Douluo was slightly stunned, but immediately understood his meaning. It did not decline, it stood tall, directly blocking between Bone Douluo and Fang Yuan, firmly protecting this distinguished guest, whom the Seagod Island High Priest had personally named to be specially cared for, behind it. Facing Bone Douluo's somewhat unkind gaze, Seahorse Douluo's voice was calm. "Your Excellency should be careful. This is a distinguished guest of our Seagod Island." Although it was not good at the scheming and deceit of the mainland, it knew clearly that if a titled Douluo actively approached someone for no reason, there must be an ulterior motive. Bone Douluo did not show the slightest bit of embarrassment on his face. He just withdrew his gaze indifferently and said lightly, "I just found the little friend familiar. Meeting on Seagod Island as fate, so I wanted to get to know him. There is no malice. It better be." Seahorse Douluo's eyes were cold as it swept a glance at him, its tone devoid of any politeness. In the crowd, Ning Rongrong, escorted by a stronger sect disciple, also safely crossed the sea within the sea. Finally, all the 7 treasure-glazed tile school disciples had crossed the sea within the sea and began to obtain the Sea God's trial. Standing on the seahorse sacred pillar, Ning Rongrong clenched her hands slightly, feeling both nervous and apprehensive. She was still young, having just recently reached the rank of Spirit Grandmaster. Although her cultivation was considered top tier among the younger generation of the sect, when placed among the geniuses of the entire continent, such talent was not in the most outstanding tier. Moreover, she knew best in her heart that the 7 treasure-glazed tile pagoda spirit had a fatal flaw: it could never reach breakthrough to rank 79 in her lifetime. Bearing such shackles, she really had no confidence in the trial rank she was about to obtain. Seahorse Douluo said no more. It raised its right hand gently, and a soft, sacred blue light emanated from its palm, slowly injecting into the seahorse sacred pillar in front of it. In an instant, the entire seahorse sacred pillar shone brightly. The first to accept the trial were those 7 treasure-glazed tile school disciples who had just crossed the sea within the sea. The sacred pillar's light swept across everyone one by one. Most of them had expressions of anticipation and joy on their faces. However, the final trial ranks that appeared were exactly as Bone Douluo had expected. Almost all were yellow rank trials and purple rank trials. Occasionally, a few were slightly better, but they were only purple rank 2-stage trials, with nothing higher. Ning Rongrong felt her heart sink as she watched. Finally, it was her turn. When the light of the sacred pillar completely enveloped her, Ning Rongrong held her breath, her heart pounding. At first, the light was yellow, representing a yellow rank trial, but after a moment, the yellow faded, turning into the purple that symbolized a purple rank trial. The purple light became increasingly deep, but just before it was about to turn black, it suddenly stopped. Ning Rongrong's long eyelashes trembled slightly, a look of disappointment crept onto her cheeks, and her eyes dimmed and lowered. Beside her, Bone Douluo took it all in. These sect disciples had uniform yellow rank and purple rank trials. The ranks were neither high nor low, they did not need to be forcibly kept on Seagod Island, but they also would not obtain any great opportunity. He had thought that Ning Rongrong, who had the strongest talent in the sect, might bring a surprise and secure a black rank or even higher trial, but in the end, she only stopped at the purple rank. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The smile on Bone Douluo's face froze bit by bit, his entire face stiffened, and a trace of undisguisable disappointment and gravity flashed deep in his eyes. It seemed that the 7 treasure-glazed tile school's plans for coming to Seagod Island this time were going to fall through. Chapter 86, The Confident Ning Rongrong. The yellow level and purple level trials were originally the most basic and gentle tier within the Seagod trials. The difficulty was extremely low, with almost no life-threatening risks. They were more like a preliminary recognition and gift for the Spirit Master. For those disciples of the 7 treasure-glazed tile school who had just stepped onto Seagod Island, such trials could simply be called easy. Especially for the few disciples who only received the yellow level first trial, the tasks were unimaginably simple, either shattering a specific rock with their bare hands, enduring the Guardian's coercion without falling within a specified time, or completing a basic sea wave trial. It took almost no effort at all. Some even successfully completed their trials on the very same day. The moment the trial was judged as passed, a gentle and pure sea god power instantly surged into their bodies. They clearly felt their spirit ring age slowly rising, and their original spirit power, as if nourished by spring rain, suddenly shot upward, forcibly increasing by about 1 rank. The group of disciples was both surprised and delighted, repeatedly feeling the surging power within their bodies, their faces full of disbelief. Just a simple yellow-level trial, and the reward was already so heaven-defying, comparable to months of hard cultivation in the outside world. They subconsciously cast envious and burning gazes toward their companions who had received higher-level trials. If even the lowest-level trial was this astonishing, then how terrifying must the rewards be for the higher-level black level, red level, or even the legendary God's trial? Thinking of this, intense desire ignited in the hearts of many. In the past, Seagod Island rarely had visiting spirit master from the outside. At most, 1 or 2 people would arrive at a time, and all trials were personally supervised and handled by Seahorse Douluo throughout the entire process. But this time, so many people from the 7 treasure glazed tile school had come all at once. Even with Seahorse Douluo's formidable strength, he was so busy he was unable to attend to everyone. After a moment of contemplation, he handed these 7 treasure glazed tile school disciples who had received yellow level and purple level trials to a highly cultivated spirit Douluo level sea soul master by his side to oversee, responsible for subsequent trial guidance and supervision. As for himself, he freed himself up to focus wholeheartedly on the trial of Fang Yuan alone. In Seahorse Douluo's heart, the weight of this young man before him was far greater than all the other examinees from the 7 treasure glazed tile school combined. He brought Fang Yuan all the way to the front of the towering and majestic Sea God Mountain. Looking up at the stairs that pierced the sky and seemed to connect with the sea of clouds, Seahorse Douluo looked solemn, slowly opening his mouth to reveal Fang Yuan's trial content. "You are different from those land-based spirit master. Your trial does not start at the Seahorse Sacred Pillar. What you need to climb are the 3,600 Sea God stairs in front of Sea God Mountain. During the climb, flying is prohibited, and using spirit power is prohibited. You must rely entirely on your physical body, under the immense pressure of gravity, and persist step by step to reach the top. The purpose of this trial is not for fighting, but for tempering the bones, refining the physical body, and honing the will." Fang Yuan listened quietly, without the slightest surprise on his face, simply nodding calmly to indicate that he understood. Without any extra hesitation, he took a step forward, his gaze landing on those long and majestic stairs, preparing to begin his first attempt. On the other side, after Ning Rongrong received her own purple-level trial content, she lowered her head to carefully examine it. Her first trial was to engage in a one-on-one battle with the Sea Soul Master warriors under the Seahorse Guardian, requiring her to win within a specified time, or at least steadily remain undefeated. But she was originally a pure support system spirit master, with almost no frontal combat ability. This trial was already no small challenge for her. And the second trial was even more troublesome. It required her to go deep into the Ring Sea with her sect teammates, where she would assist them throughout the process to hunt a specified 1,000-year sea spirit beast and retrieve its core materials. The environment in the sea was treacherous, and sea spirit beast were far fiercer and more cunning than land spirit beast. Coupled with the fact that they were land-based spirit master and lacked home field advantage, and her own weak combat power, completing these 2 trials successfully would require a very long time and a great deal of preparation. Ning Rongrong frowned slightly as she finished reading the trial content, but she could not let go of that figure in her heart. She subconsciously turned her head to look at Bone Douluo not far away, lowered her voice, and asked with some curiosity and confusion, "Bone Grandpa, did you manage to ask about that person's identity just now?" That person, in her mouth was naturally Fang Yuan. Even after such a long time, that inexplicable sense of familiarity still lingered in her heart, unable to be shaken off. Bone Douluo heard this, a trace of imperceptible gravity appearing on his face. He shook his head slowly, his voice pressed very low. "That little guy is very vigilant, deep in thought, and tight-lipped. Plus, with Seahorse Douluo protecting him every step of the way, I had absolutely no chance to probe his background. Pausing, he narrowed his eyes, judging based on his experience as a titled Douluo. However, in my opinion, he should not be from those top major powers on the continent. Nowadays on the continent, except for the Clear Sky sect that has sealed its mountains, genius disciples from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and even the Spirit Hall, all have some information circulating outside to varying degrees. But this kid, it's like he appeared out of thin air, without a single trace. And this kid's attire does not look like a spirit master from any major family at all. Bone Douluo said this with a hint of certainty in his tone, even faintly revealing a trace of disdain. Throughout the entire Douluo continent, which disciple from any sect, family, or noble background with even a bit of foundation didn't grow up wearing fine clothes and eating delicacies, with their entire appearance being exquisite. Their clothing materials were bound to be top-quality silk and brocade, with exquisite and refined styles. Their waist, collars, and cuffs would more or less be adorned with gems, jade pendants, or metal decorations symbolizing their status. Even if it was just ordinary accessories, it would still exude an air of nobility from a pampered life. Others only needed a glance to roughly judge the other party's family background and confidence from these details. But looking at Fang Yuan, his attire was so plain it was almost simple. There were no luxurious decorations, let alone any jewelry or treasures. With such an appearance, let alone being mentioned in the same breath as disciples of top sects like the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School or the Clear Sky sect, even Spirit Master with some family wealth in ordinary towns were much more particular than him. After listening to Bone Douluo's analysis, Ning Rongrong nodded, but her heart was still somewhat worried. Ning Rongrong's eyes turned slightly, and she immediately stepped forward, softly persuading Bone Douluo, "Bone Grandpa, don't rush to conclusions yet. Although this person looks unremarkable, being able to receive a god's trial means his talent is there, so he might not be an ordinary person. Our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has always made friends widely. We should try to win him over if we can. We must not easily make an enemy of him. Having an extra enemy for no reason is not worth it." She paused, a confident and charming smile curling up at the corners of her lips, her tone carrying a bit of certainty. "If it is inconvenient for you, I can personally make a move to win him over. With my status, I am quite confident that I can make him feel favorably toward our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." Bone Douluo looked at his little princess's proud and confident appearance, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes, along with a bit of doting. He sighed softly, ultimately unable to refuse her, and had to nod slowly, agreeing to her proposal. Chapter 87, Betraying the Master, Ungrateful. Ning Rongrong originally thought everything would be perfect. She was full of confidence that with her beauty and status as the daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School sect master, winning someone over would be easy. However, reality slapped her in the face. Her trial did not require her to traverse the Seagod's Light, and Seagod Mountain was the true core stronghold of Seagod Island, heavily guarded and full of strict rules. As an outsider who only received a purple trial and could finish her trial and leave at any time, how could she be easily allowed near the core area? Even if Ning Rongrong wanted to make connections, she didn't even have the opportunity to meet anyone and could only complete her trial step by step within her designated area. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had long been immersed in his own cultivate. He was steadily refining the origin seed from the goddess of life within his body while climbing the sea god steps step by step. Both tasks were being carried out simultaneously, complementing each other. Except for a very small amount of necessary sleep and rest, he poured almost all his time into these two things, single-mindedly, almost to the point of obsession. The origin seed of the goddess of life inside his body continuously nourished his divine soul and physical body, allowing him to touch the edge of the law of life through subtle influence. Coupled with the foundation of the immortal herb he had consumed in his early years, his recovery speed for injuries and stamina far exceeded that of ordinary people. The sea god's light was constantly washing and tempering his physical body, toughening his muscles and bones, purifying his spirit power, and polishing his body to be more formidable bit by bit. The two formed a perfect positive loop. Climbing the sea god steps, his physical body endured immense pressure and was continuously strengthened. When his stamina was exhausted, the law of life quickly repaired it and restored it rapidly. After recovering, he stepped onto the steps again to continue enduring the baptism. The cycle repeated, and his strength soared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fang Yuan didn't find it boring. Instead, he especially enjoyed the feeling that every bit of effort could be exchanged for tangible improvement. He knew better than anyone that too many people in this world struggle their whole lives only to end up with nothing, all for naught. Those spirit masters with low innate spirit power spent their whole lives researching cultivate, seeking opportunity, and thirsting for breakthroughs, but until their lifespan was exhausted, they might still remain at the spirit grandmaster, spirit master, or even the lowest spirit scholar realm. And those ordinary people who hadn't even awakened their innate spirit power worked diligently and struggled their whole lives, only to end up mediocre, unable to even touch the threshold of a spirit master. They worked themselves to the bone yet couldn't even afford a full meal, and their lifetime savings weren't even as much as a single gold coin that leaked from a spirit master's wallet. Compared to them, his current path of cultivate could already be considered a stroke of heavenly luck. Moreover, Fang Yuan was carrying pressure on his shoulders. Bibi Dong, Qian Xunji, Douluo Yan, and even the Rakshasa god lurking in the shadows. The existences he had provoked were one more powerful than the other. Fang Yuan was terrified that one day, this group of people, due to jealousy or uneven distribution of spoils, would really tear him apart alive. This worry was by no means groundless. In countless simulated futures, the personalities they displayed were exactly like that. Love twisted into obsession, possessiveness was extremely strong, and they were crazy. Fang Yuan knew very well in his heart that there were only two paths before him. Either rapidly improve with absolute strength and forcibly suppress this group of lunatics so they wouldn't dare act rashly, or reform this group of yandere whose minds were already abnormal, and make them willingly submit to achieve harmony. Thinking of the second possibility, Fang Yuan couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Hey, this was probably something that could only happen in a dream. However, the Rakshasa god had been slow to appear to cause him trouble, and Fang Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. Could it be that the side effects of the transmigration simulation had failed? Or was it that this Rakshasa god was simply a pervert who preferred to hide in dark corners and watch quietly? He carefully recalled his reaction after the last simulation, and now that so much time had passed, no abnormalities had manifested at all. This abnormal calm, on the contrary, made him somewhat restless, and a thought of testing it out faintly arose in his heart. Should he simulate one more time? Perhaps the next time there would be no side effects, or the side effects would be minimal. But the impulse lasted only for an instant before Fang Yuan forcibly suppressed that restlessness. He forced himself to recall the experience of being captured back then, poured a bucket of cold water on himself, forcibly curbed his arrogance and impatience, and steadied his mind. Time passed rapidly in his day-to-day hard work and caution. Fang Yuan completed every item of the Seagod's God's trial step by step, taking one step at a time, making steady progress. High Priestess Bo Saishi would occasionally appear on time, say a few words to him, offer a bit of guidance, and then leave quickly without staying long. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Fang Yuan had already successfully started and was conducting the Sea God's third trial, and his cultivation had reached level 76. On the other side, Ning Rongrong had long finished her purple trial content and was preparing to leave Seagod Island with Bone Douluo and the others. In this year, Bone Douluo ultimately didn't dare to make a move on Fang Yuan. Firstly, Fang Yuan was a spirit saint after all. Even a titled Douluo like Bone Douluo didn't have absolute certainty of killing him in one blow. Moreover, this was Seagod Island, which could be considered the opponent's home turf. Once he failed and was exposed, even if he were a titled Douluo, it would be difficult to retreat unscathed. More importantly, Fang Yuan was a God's trial candidate personally selected by the Sea God, and it was highly likely he would inherit the Sea God's God position in the future. His talent and potential were terrifyingly outrageous. If he failed to nip the trouble in the bud, and the other party grew up to take revenge in the future, the 7 treasure glazed tile school would likely face a catastrophe. Bone Douluo, who had roamed the world his whole life and was always decisive in killing, rarely chose to give up using his super strength after becoming a titled Douluo. He used his brain for once, calmly weighed the pros and cons, and finally chose to give up. The ship slowly sailed away from the port. Ning Rongrong stood on the deck, looking at the Seagod Island that was gradually blurring in her vision and finally disappearing completely. Her thoughts were complex. The plan to scheme for the sea god's god position had failed, and she had to find a way out for the 7 treasure glazed tile school again. Those fragmented memories kept flashing in her mind. She clearly remembered that the sect would face a catastrophe in the future, and the opponent was the unstoppable Spirit Hall. Since the sea god's trial was off the table, and with most of the disciples in the sect only having yellow or purple trial aptitude, it was basically impossible to pass other divinities' trials. To protect the sect, she had to seek strong reinforcements from the outside. Looking across the entire continent, the person who could contend with Spirit Hall in the future. Ning Rongrong's gaze suddenly focused. There was only one answer, Tang San. Bibi Dong carried the Rakshasa God Trial, Qian Xunji held the Angel God Trial. Both would be the top combat powers of Spirit Hall in the future and the culprits behind the destruction of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. In this way, the only person who could compete with them and had the hope of blocking Spirit Hall was Tang San. However, when Ning Rongrong thought about Tang San being targeted and fleeing from Spirit Hall before, she wasn't sure if Tang San could still become the Asura god this time. On the other side, after Tang Hao was seriously injured and fled, he settled down briefly and immediately took Tang San straight to one of the 4 affiliated families that used to be under the Clear Sky sect. The Breaking Clan, the Yang clan. It could only be said that this father and son duo had truly walked right into the line of fire. It was the Yang clan's bad luck to run into the people they least wanted to see the moment they opened the door. Years ago, in order to protect itself, the Clear Sky sect resolutely sealed the mountain, abandoning the 4 affiliated families and letting them be hunted and liquidated by Spirit Hall. The 4 families suffered heavy casualties and their vitality was greatly damaged, but their attitudes toward the Clear Sky sect and the Tang clan were vastly different. The Strength clan, the Tai family, remained loyal. Clan chief Tai Tan was originally Tang Hao's personal attendant, following him all the way with deep bonds. He remained loyal to the Clear Sky sect and to Tang Hao. As long as he saw anyone from the Tang clan, he would kneel and salute without hesitation, calling them master in every sentence with unmatched sincerity. The Speed clan, the Bai family, remained neutral and even tended to protect them. Clan chief Bai he had deep roots with the Clear Sky sect. His own sister was the wife of the previous Clear Sky sect master, which was the biological mother of Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, and Tang Yuehua. In terms of seniority, Bai he was Tang Hao's real maternal uncle. In terms of affection, Tang Hao had been watched by him since childhood, almost as close as father and son. During the disaster of sealing the mountain, the combat-less Speed clan was almost exterminated. What Bai he hated was the cold-blooded and ruthless Clear Sky sect that abandoned them, not Tang Hao. Instead, he could understand Tang Hao's helplessness back then and didn't have much hatred for this nephew. The Defense clan was clearly repulsive. Clan chief Niu Gao had a fiery and straightforward personality. The events of that year made him completely cold toward the Clear Sky sect. His attitude was tough, he refused any contact, and his heart was full of resistance. Among the 4 clans, only the Breaking clan, the Yang clan, felt deep-seated hostility toward the Clear Sky sect and the Tang clan. Clan chief Yang Wudi had the most unyielding and stubborn personality and was vengeful. His own older brother died during those dark years when the Clear Sky sect sealed the mountain and Spirit Hall besieged them. He counted this blood feud entirely on the Clear Sky sect, and he hated Tang Hao, the culprit who started everything, to the extreme. But coincidentally, the purpose of Tang Hao's visit was precisely to ask the Breaking clan to detoxify him. The Breaking clan was famous for medicine making, using poison, and detoxification. Only Yang Wudi had the confidence to resolve the old poison and hidden injuries that had accumulated in his body for many years. The enemy came to the door and was asking for help. The result was naturally predictable, they were rejected on the spot, with no face given at all. As soon as Yang Wudi saw Tang Hao, his anger rushed to his head. He didn't listen to any explanation and directly ordered people to roughly drive the father and son out the door. If it weren't for the fact that this was his own territory, and he was wary of the lingering prestige of Tang Hao, a former titled Douluo, where the consequences would be unpredictable if he made a move, he would have already raised his spear and fought Tang Hao to the death on the spot to vent the hatred of his brother's tragic death. Tang San looked at the other party's unhesitating rejection, his eyes filled with hatred and cold killing intent that were almost overflowing. The hidden arrow hidden in his sleeve was already ready to go. He tightened his fingertips several times, almost pulling the trigger. This person dared to belittle and humiliate his father so much. In his eyes, this person was already on the path to death. But he forcibly suppressed his impulse. At this moment, the breaking clan was full of people, the environment was unfamiliar, and the strange and overbearing poison in his father's body hadn't been resolved. Once they made a move, not only would they fail to save anyone, but they would drag both of them into danger. Intense unwillingness collided in his chest. Tang San took a deep breath, suppressed his surging emotions, stepped forward again, and said in a deep voice, "Since you refuse to help, let's have a match. If I win, you will make a move to detoxify and treat my father." Yang Wudi was amused by the stubbornness of this young man, his laughter full of mockery and coldness. "You want me to help if you win? Then what if you lose?" Tang San's gaze was firm, saying word by word, "If I lose, I will voluntarily become a slave and serve the Yang clan for 30 years. Afraid that Yang Wudi wouldn't agree to the battle, he added fuel to the fire, deliberately provoking him. "The breaking clan is famous on the continent, and your arts of medicine making, using poison, and detoxification are the best in the world. Do you not even have the courage to compete with a young man like me?" Yang Wudi looked Tang San up and down, his eyes as cold and sharp as knives. After a moment, he suddenly sneered, his face full of disdain. Yang Wudi had been ruthlessly abandoned by the Clear Sky sect once, and he had long seen through the nature of the Tang clan people. Arrogance and conceit were engraved in their bones, they were cold-blooded and ruthless, and they were vengeful and unwilling to suffer any loss. No matter how nicely Tang San spoke about being willing to be a slave for 30 years, in Yang Wudi's ears it was simply a huge joke. How could people of the Tang clan truly submit to others and be obedient? Even if they bowed their heads for a moment, it was just an expedient measure. Who knew how much vicious calculation was hidden in their hearts? There must be a trap in this. Taking a step back, even if Tang San really lost and was really willing to stay as a slave, he, Yang Wudi, would absolutely not dare to use him. Not to mention that if this matter spread, the Clear Sky sect might feel humiliated and turn around to trouble the Yang clan. Just looking at the ruthlessness and sophistication in this young man's eyes made Yang Wudi feel chilled. If he really kept such a ticking time bomb by his side, he was afraid he would have to sleep with his eyes open every night, always on edge, fearing that one day when he opened his eyes, he would have been poisoned or ambushed by this Tang clan kid, dying an inexplicable death. If it weren't for the fact that Yang Wudi still had a shred of caution, no matter how seriously injured Tang Hao was, his foundation was that of a titled Douluo, a camel that dies is still bigger than a horse. If they really fought to the death, no one could guarantee they would retreat unscathed. If he failed, the entire breaking clan would be buried with them. Otherwise, with his monstrous hatred for Tang Hao and his unyielding personality, he would have already raised his spear and made a move on the spot, wouldn't have wasted a single word, and wouldn't have just driven them out. People of the Tang clan are all arrogant and proud, with an unyielding spirit in their bones. Would you really be willing to be a slave to me for 30 years? Even if you really kept your word, I wouldn't dare to accept. If I accepted someone of the Tang clan like you, I, Yang Wudi, am afraid I would have to sleep with one eye open, always guarding against being bitten back by you. After the words fell, he didn't give Tang San any more chances and directly waved to his men, "Drive them out." Being roughly driven out the door by the people of the breaking clan, the heavy wooden door closed with a bang behind them, like a slap on the face. Tang San clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, and the killing intent in his eyes was almost unstoppable. At this moment, both father and son hated to the extreme in their hearts. Tang Hao, having been humiliated like this, was even more furious. He never imagined that these affiliated families who used to be obedient and loyal under the Clear Sky sect would dare to commit such an act of treason, acting like they were betraying their master, after only a few years. If it weren't for the fact that the old poison and new injuries were intertwined in his body, leaving him unable to fight, he would have already swung the Clear Sky hammer and smashed this ungrateful rebel slave to death with one hammer. Good, what a good breaking clan. Tang Hao's chest heaved violently, his voice low and cold, trembling with suppressed anger to the extreme. Truly, when a tiger falls, it is bullied by dogs. A bunch of opportunistic, ungrateful things. Now that you see the Clear Sky sect has sealed the mountain and fallen on hard times, you dare to treat me, Tang Hao, like this. He glared fiercely at the closed door one last time, killing intent cold in his eyes, but because his body couldn't support it, he could only forcibly suppress his anger, turn around, and take Tang San away step by step. Chapter 88, Yearning Heartbroken Red, The Restrained Bo Saishi. Not long after Ning Rongrong left Seagod Island, Xiaowu finally woke up. However, unlike in the original story where she could condense a physical body, now she could only be a translucent, ethereal spirit body. She wore a pink long dress, its hem layered like peach blossoms in early bloom. The light fabric swayed gently with her movements, giving her an immortal chi aura. Her waist was cinched, outlining the girl's slender and flexible waist, making her figure appear as light as a butterfly. The most eye-catching feature was her long braid, as black as ink, woven from the back of her head down to her thighs. The braid was tight and neat, with a small pink hair ornament tied at the end, matching her dress. A few stray strands of hair casually hung by her ears, making her face look even more delicate, her brows curved, her eyes sparkling with liveliness and playfulness, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned as if she were about to break into a bright smile at any moment. She floated in midair, her form ethereal, her skirt gently fluttering, her long braid lightly swaying. She looked like a little fairy who had stepped out of a painting. When Xiaowu woke up, her eyelashes fluttered lightly, like a little rabbit just waking from slumber, carrying a hint of daze and softness. She looked up, and the first thing that came into view was Fang Yuan standing before her. Her brows curved, her smile sweet, just like the little rabbit who used to timidly hide behind her mother back then. Fang Yuan, she spoke softly, her voice still weak. Where is this place? Fang Yuan lowered his eyes, his tone calm to the point of indifference. This is Seagod Island. I came here for the god's trial. After telling Xiaowu what had happened while she slept, Fang Yuan gave no extra comfort. Instead, he directly reached out and took out something that had been sealed for a long time. It looked like a grayish-white stone, the size of a palm, shaped like a budding flower. It was rough and hard, indistinguishable from the mountain rocks by the roadside. It appeared extremely ordinary, yet it was harder than refined steel. Neither blade nor axe, nor spirit power attacks, could damage it in the slightest. This is Yearning Heartbroken Red, Fang Yuan explained calmly. Before meeting a true lover, it seals itself as a stubborn stone. Only when someone truly cares and is deeply in love will it bloom for you. He paused, his gaze falling on Xiaowu's face. This immortal herb can revive the dead and regenerate flesh. It is also the key to whether you can be resurrected. It was also the key to whether Fang Yuan could use Xiaowu as a vessel to activate the God of Destruction's origin seed. Fang Yuan knew it well. Given what he had done before, Xiaowu should have hated him to the bone. But he still wanted to take a gamble. After all, Fang Yuan had witnessed the power of love-struck brains in this continent, whether in the original story or now. Xiaowu's fingertips trembled. After a moment of hesitation, she finally reached out gently and took the cold stone flower. The next moment, Fang Yuan raised his hand, took out the bright red heart's blood from Xiaowu's original body, and slowly dripped it onto the grayish-white stone flower. The blood did not slide off, instead, it seeped into the stone bit by bit, as if absorbed by a sponge. After a deathly silence, fine cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the stone flower. A pale pink light seeped through the cracks, from dark to bright, from weak to strong, like the dawn glow tearing through darkness bit by bit. The stone shell peeled off layer by layer, turning into dust and dispersing. With each piece that fell, the light grew stronger. A soft and warm halo spread, and a refreshing fragrance filled the surroundings, as if it could melt all the coldness in the world. The petals unfolded layer by layer. The outer layers and inner layers were as thin as cicada wings, crystal clear, like white jade carvings, yet glowing with a moist pink light, so delicate that they seemed to shatter at a touch. On the translucent petals, vein-like patterns meandered and intertwined, like the lovesick tears of a lover, deeply imprinted within. The stem was slender but tough, slightly drooping, as if carrying a heart full of thoughts, wanting to speak but holding back. At the center of the flower was a crystal-clear drop, like a tear but not quite, about to fall but not yet. The true yearning heartbroken red had fully bloomed. Xiaowu stared blankly at this peerless immortal herb in her hand, her mouth slightly open, her eyes full of amazement and affection. But when she subconsciously looked up at Fang Yuan, her clear eyes were instantly filled with complexity. There was confusion, grievance, and a struggling emotion that even she could not describe. Fang Yuan looked at Xiaowu holding the yearning heartbroken red, and the tense string in his heart relaxed a little. He was someone who calculated down to the bone, but at this moment, he was genuinely delighted. The corners of his mouth uncontrollably turned up, and a faint but genuine smile spread from the depths of his eyes. Yet beneath this joy, he still could not understand so-called love, and even felt a creeping dread. He knew better than anyone what he had done. But Xiaowu before him, after taking the yearning heartbroken red, could still make the immortal herb bloom. Is this what they call a love-struck brain? It was terrifying. This kind of emotion, in his logic centered on profit and survival, was absurd, fragile, and yet eerily frightening. He suppressed the inexplicable fear in his heart, restrained his smile, and put back on the cloak of calm self-control. He said flatly, "Let's go. Continue the assessment." Xiaowu gripped the yearning heartbroken red, which still retained warmth and fragrance, nodded lightly, and obediently followed behind him. The moment he saw the two, seahorse Douluo's gaze immediately fell on Xiaowu. His pupils contracted slightly, and he instantly recognized her. This girl was the same ethereal figure that appeared behind Fang Yuan, also bathed in the red assessment halo, when he accepted the red level assessment. Seahorse Douluo understood in his heart. This girl's red assessment was very special. She had no independent trial, she only needed to assist Fang Yuan in completing the god's trial to pass together. So he said nothing more, only nodded slightly at Fang Yuan and said respectfully, "Your Excellency, please continue." The other Saint Pillar Douluo, seeing Xiaowu in this spirit form for the first time, were naturally curious. She had no physical body but possessed consciousness, staying close to Fang Yuan, her identity mysterious. But due to Fang Yuan's supreme assessment level and the High Priestess's orders, no one dared to ask questions. They only did their best to guide and guard. The assessments went smoothly all the way, but Fang Yuan's doubts grew heavier. Bo Saishi, that High Priestess of Seagod Island. In the original story, even for Tang San, the great-grandson of her white moonlight, she still set up tests and acted covertly. But toward him, who had also obtained the Seagod 9 trials, Bo Saishi was unusually calm. No trouble, no scheming, no verbal warnings. Instead, she treated him with courtesy, often offering guidance and encouragement when he hit a bottleneck in his assessments. When things are abnormal, there must be a reason. The calmer Bo Saishi was, the more vigilant he became. What was she plotting? Was she observing, or setting up a bigger scheme? But in the end, he did not ask. Some things, if not exposed, could maintain surface peace. Once that window paper was poked through and they fell out, with his current strength, he was not yet able to confront Bo Saishi head-on. The current situation was just right. She was the dutiful, gentle, and generous High Priestess of the Sea God, and he was the dedicated, promising Sea God successor. Peaceful coexistence, each taking what they needed. With that thought, Fang Yuan stopped being distracted and focused on the assessment before him. For ease of movement, he had already taken off his upper garments. The youth's figure was not burly, but his lines were sharp, his muscles defined and compact, every inch containing explosive power. The cold sea water slapped against his skin again and again, raising fine droplets. His long black hair was completely soaked by the sea water, with a few strands hanging over his forehead, a few sticking to his neck and shoulders, making his skin appear even colder and paler. Not far away, Xiaowu floated quietly in the sea water. The sea water passed through her translucent spirit body, posing no threat to her. She just quietly watched the young man on the sunken silver pillar, her eyes sparkling with unabashed focus and delight, as if looking at the most interesting thing in the world. Just then, a figure as bright red as blazing fire slowly emerged from the sea surface. A pressure spread silently, but without any killing intent. Bo Saishi had arrived. Bo Saixi's gaze first lightly fell on Xiao Wu. It was not sharp, not oppressive, even gentle, but Xiao Wu's hair stood on end in an instant. Women's intuition is often unreasonable. She immediately sensed a fatal threat from this high priestess of the sea god. It was not the pressure of a titled Douluo, nor the power of a divine rank, but something more subtle and piercing, the innate hostility and possessiveness between romantic rivals. Bo Saixi's gaze, manner, and tone were not in the least improper, dignified, noble, indifferent, perfect without a single flaw. But Xiao Wu could see it clearly. This woman, as beautiful as a goddess, had deep love hidden in the depths of her eyes when she looked at Fang Yuan. Of course, Bo Saishi recognized Xiao Wu. When Fang Yuan obtained the god's trial, Xiao Wu's ethereal figure simultaneously received a special red assessment. This could not be hidden from the high priestess who had presided over Seagod Island for countless years. She also knew that Xiao Wu had already sacrificed herself and now existed as a spirit body attached to Fang Yuan, her life linked to his. Unless Fang Yuan acted himself, anyone trying to eliminate Xiao Wu would inevitably affect Fang Yuan. This was the only reason Bo Saishi had temporarily suppressed her killing intent and not made a move against this rabbit. Feeling the pressure from that indifferent gaze, Xiao Wu's heart tightened. She immediately stepped half a step forward, blocking Fang Yuan's side, and looked up to question, "Hey, who are you?" Bo Saishi did not even spare her a sidelong glance. Her gaze steadily fell on Fang Yuan on the sunken silver pillar, her tone gentle, with just the right amount of concern. "How are you? Do you need anything?" Fang Yuan shook his head, his voice calm and polite. "Thank you for your concern, High Priestess. The arrangements on Seagod Island are already excellent. I need nothing." Bo Saishi nodded slightly, still ignoring Xiao Wu, whose cheeks were puffing with anger, and continued, "Your Tide body refining is almost complete. Do you have confidence in the next assessment?" The next assessment was to assist the Devil Spirit Great White Shark clan in besieging the Evil Spirit Orca group, with the first target being the infamous Evil Spirit Orca King. Unlike the tempering and testing of the first three assessments, this one involved real combat and mortal danger. Moreover, this was Fang Yuan's own god's trial, watched by the sea god. Even she, the high priestess, could not casually intervene to save him. Fang Yuan nodded. "I already have a plan." The two exchanged a few more words, and then Bo Saishi slowly departed in a halo of gentle light. From beginning to end, she never looked at Xiao Wu, completely ignoring her. Only after that red figure completely disappeared from the sea surface did Xiao Wu finally lose her composure and stomp her foot in dissatisfaction. She was so angry. That woman had completely treated her like air the whole time. Fang Yuan jumped down from the sunken silver pillar, casually grabbed a piece of clothing and put it on, then turned to Xiao Wu, his tone calm but firm, "Stay away from her from now on." Xiao Wu immediately looked up defiantly and retorted, "Why should I?" She was not going to back down. They were clearly romantic rivals. If she backed off, wouldn't that be admitting defeat? Fang Yuan looked at her bristling form, his eyes darkening. Just as Xiao Wu's intuition toward a romantic rival was unreasonably sharp, Fang Yuan's sensitivity to killing intent was etched into his bones. Just now, when Bo Saishi stood before him, he had clearly sensed it. Beneath that gentle and dignified exterior, there was a faint but icy killing intent. Especially the moment Xiao Wu approached him, that killing intent almost could not be suppressed. "She wants to kill you," Fang Yuan said flatly, one sentence shattering all of Xiao Wu's defiance. "No joke. It's true." The god realm's clouds were vast, divine light dense, and ancient majestic temples floated above the endless starry sky. The sea god sat on a throne forged from deep-sea divine jade, surrounded by divine radiance interwoven with pale blue and gold. His gaze pierced through layers of dimensional barriers, quietly falling upon the blue Seagod Island in the lower realm. He watched with interest everything happening around Fang Yuan. As the god of the seas, his mental force was strong enough that nothing in the mortal world could escape his eyes. He saw it all clearly. The high priestess of Seagod Island, Bo Saishi, beneath her dignified and sacred exterior, had a heart that had been silent for 100 years, quietly beginning to stir. Her heart moved like a silent undercurrent surging beneath the deep sea. Bo Saishi had been raised from childhood as the most devout believer of the sea god. From an ignorant child to a powerful high priestess, restraint, calmness, piety, and forbearance had been etched into her bones and integrated into her bloodline. All her life, she had adhered to divine oracles, guarded Seagod Island, and maintained an inviolable dignity and distance. Moreover, there had once been a Tang Chen in her heart. That hidden and unresolved affection was the only time she had lost control in her long life, and it was also the reason she later desperately suppressed herself and her feelings for Fang Yuan. The more she restrained, the more that unwanted attention wildly grew in the depths of her heart. She dared not admit it. So she tried desperately to hide it. The sea god's lips curled into a playful smile. Gods always watch the struggles of the mortal world coldly, and this heart-stirring happening in his most devout believer was particularly amusing to him. A woman who adhered to her faith, a high priestess tightly bound by rules and status. The sea god slowly raised his hand, his fingertips glowing with fragments of divine light. He was curious. When one day, reason and restraint could no longer suppress the surging desire and obsession in her heart, when Bo Saishi could no longer deceive herself, when that perfect and dignified shell completely shattered. This high priestess of the sea god, who had spent her life suppressing and restraining herself, just how mad would she become? Chapter 89. Is he really a spirit beast in human form? 2 more months passed, and Fang Yuan's body refining by the tides finally reached perfection after being battered by countless giant waves. During these 2 months, he spent almost all his time immersed in the power of the tides. With the violent seawater crashing down time after time, Fang Yuan went from barely being able to resist for a moment to standing firm on the crest of the waves. His muscles, skin, and even his bloodline were tempered to be increasingly resilient by this power of heaven and earth. Xiaowu remained by the shore, never taking a step away. She did not cultivate in meditation like other spirit masters, she simply sat on the reef, swinging her long, slender legs, chattering away to Fang Yuan amidst the tides. She talked about what flowers had bloomed by the seaside today, and how she missed the sunshine and green grass of the Star-Do Great Forest. Once his physical body was thoroughly stabilized and the effects settled, Fang Yuan cast his gaze toward the further reaches of the ocean. Next was the sea god's 4th god's trial. Fang Yuan was already prepared. He remembered clearly that when he had crossed the ring-shaped sea during the 2nd trial, it was the devil spirit Great White Shark clan that had been responsible for intercepting the candidates. It was also during that time that he truly saw and met the devil spirit Great White Shark King, Xiao Bai. As a 100,000-year soul beast, Xiao Bai possessed immense, unrivaled strength and was an almost invincible existence within the ring-shaped sea. However, she was ultimately a spirit beast, having never received the systematic wisdom development that humans had. Her heart nature was simple, her tactics were straightforward, and coupled with the fact that Fang Yuan's brain contained the complete memories of the original story, he knew everything about the habits, attack methods, and even the personality of the devil spirit Great White Shark. Like the back of his hand. In that trial, Fang Yuan had easily cleared the level in one go with minimal cost. It was from that point on that a bit of a grudge had been formed between the two. At least, that was what Xiao Bai believed in her own heart. The sea god had clearly instructed their devil spirit Great White Shark clan to fiercely temper the candidates, force out their potential, and let them grow between life and death. As a result, because they had been careless and underestimated the enemy at the beginning, they had actually let Fang Yuan clear the entire trial, failing to provide any decent obstruction or play any role in tempering him at all. Every time Xiao Bai thought of this, she felt she had failed the trust of the sea god. She was both angry and annoyed, and the look in her eyes whenever she gazed at Fang Yuan always carried a hint of defiance. Fang Yuan was well aware of this. And for the fourth god's trial, which required eliminating the evil Orca clan with the help of the devil spirit Great White Shark clan, contact with Xiaobai was unavoidable. Fang Yuan brought Xiao Wu and walked to the edge of the ring-shaped sea. The sea breeze rushed toward them with a salty, fishy scent. In the distance, azure waves rolled, and several massive devil spirit great white sharks were patrolling the shallow sea area, their silver-blue backs appearing and disappearing beneath the water, exuding a fierce spirit beast aura. The devil spirit great white shark clan were the most loyal guardians of the sea god, having guarded Seagod Island for 10,000 years, and were born with a sense of arrogance. They revered the sea god, but they would not get close to the human spirit masters who came to the island for trials. There was always a barrier between them. When Fang Yuan's figure approached them, those few devil spirit great white sharks immediately became alert, abruptly changing direction and swimming toward Fang Yuan and his companion. They suddenly surfaced, their sharp, knife-like teeth gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Their fierce gazes locked tightly onto Fang Yuan, and their tail fins slapped the sea surface, splashing up a sky full of water, looking like they were ready to pounce and tear someone apart at any moment. Fang Yuan did not even frown. He was not a good-tempered person to begin with. Before these devil spirit great white sharks could actually launch an attack, his figure suddenly lunged forward. Without using any spirit light, he simply threw a slap, carrying the terrifying physical body strength he had attained after the perfection of his body refining, and struck directly at the leading 10,000-year devil spirit great white shark. Slap! A surprisingly crisp sound exploded across the sea surface. That 10,000-year devil spirit great white shark, which was fully 5 meters long, was actually sent flying sideways by this slap. It slammed heavily onto the sea surface, dizzy and disoriented, unable to swim again for a long time. The other few devil spirit great white sharks, which had been baring their fangs and looking fierce, instantly froze. They all became obedient, lying on the surface of the water without daring to move, not even daring to breathe loudly. Seeing that they had calmed down, Fang Yuan then said, "Pass on a message, just say that Fang Yuan has business and is looking for the devil spirit great white shark king, Xiaobai." The ones he had specifically chosen were all devil spirit great white sharks of 10,000 years or older. Their intelligence had long since been awakened, and they could fully understand human language. After Fang Yuan finished speaking, they flicked their tails and dove into the deep sea in a panic, swimming toward the bottom of the sea at the fastest speed to deliver the message. Just a moment later, boom, a huge column of water suddenly exploded from the sea surface. A silver-blue figure leapt into the sky from the deep sea, like lightning cutting through the ocean surface. With a spin in the air, she landed steadily on the crest of a wave, transforming into the appearance of a young girl. Xiaobai wore a short outfit of silver and blue, her skin was as white as jade, and her long hair was draped like ocean waves. Between her brows, she carried the arrogance and sharpness unique to a 100,000-year soul beast. Her gaze fell, locking onto Fang Yuan first, and then her line of sight swept over to Xiao Wu behind him. Just one glance. Xiaobai's pupils suddenly constricted. As a 100,000-year soul beast herself, she was born with the keenest sense for the soul and bloodline of her own kind. The faint, yet incredibly familiar, 100,000-year soul beast aura on Xiao Wu could not be hidden from her at all. It was one of her own kind. And, a 100,000-year soul beast that had transformed into a human, just like her. But in the next second, Xiaobai's face instantly darkened. She could clearly feel, Xiao Wu's life force was weak. Although she had a physical form, she could not be considered alive. What made her even more furious was that Fang Yuan had the 100,000-year soul beast spirit ring and spirit bone that belonged to Xiao Wu. Xiaobai instantly misunderstood, thinking that Fang Yuan, this probably could not even be called a misunderstanding. In Xiaobai's view, it must have been this human named Fang Yuan who used some vicious and ruthless means to persecute and torture this Xiao Wu, who was also a 100,000-year soul beast, and harmed her to this state. Xiaobai did not hesitate at all, not even bothering to say a word of questioning. "You are courting death." An angry shout resounded across the sea surface. The terrifying pressure of a 100,000-year devil spirit great white shark erupted violently. The sea waves churned crazily beneath her feet, and Xiaobai instantly condensed her spirit power around her body, attacking Fang Yuan fiercely without another word. "Be careful," Xiaowu cried out involuntarily. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Raising his right hand, his radiant phoenix martial soul unfolded with a roar. Golden flame swept across the sky, and the scorching divine aura soared into the sky. With a flap of his phoenix wings, his entire body soared into the air, turning into a streak of golden light as he rushed into midair. Xiaobai's attack missed. Looking up at the figure darting flexibly in the high altitude, she furrowed her brows. She was invincible in the sea, but air combat was not her strength. She could only control the sea waves to rush into the sky, rolling up 1,000 layers of water to block Fang Yuan's movement. "Don't think you can be arrogant just because you can fly." Fang Yuan sneered, and his left hand lit up simultaneously. The dark blue-silver emperor broke through the soil, not from the ground, but frantically bursting out from beneath the sea surface. Mixed with black, blue-gold vines carrying the aura of devouring everything, it crazily surrounded Xiaobai, attempting to control the opponent. "What kind of blue-silver grass is this?" Xiaobai exclaimed in shock. She had never seen such a bizarre, devouring plant spirit, which was completely different from the gentle blue-silver grass. Fang Yuan did not answer, his figure constantly maneuvering in the high altitude with the speed of his phoenix martial soul. His realm and raw strength were indeed a notch weaker than Xiaobai, a 100,000-year soul beast, but with the speed advantage of flight and the control and devouring of the dark blue-silver emperor, the combination of the three meant Xiaobai could not take down Fang Yuan for the time being. Golden light intertwined with blue vines, and sea waves roared with flames. The more Xiaobai fought, the stranger her expression became. She was a 100,000-year soul beast and was naturally sensitive to the aura of her own kind. At first, she just thought Fang Yuan was a human spirit master, but as they fought, a faint and extremely subtle spirit beast aura actually leaked out from Fang Yuan. It was not the scent of human spirit power. It was the bloodline aura of a spirit beast. But that aura was too faint, too hidden, and intermittent, making her think for a moment it was an illusion. It was not until Fang Yuan activated the dark blue-silver emperor again, and countless blue-gold vines danced wildly, that the faint spirit beast sense suddenly became clear for an instant. The source came from this bizarre, blue-silver grass. Xiaobai's attack paused. She stared at Fang Yuan in suspicion. "What exactly are you?" Fang Yuan's heart tightened, and he was about to speak to interrupt. Xiaowu hurriedly rushed between the two and spoke firmly, "Xiaobai, stop. He did not harm me, I am very safe now. Everything is not what you think." Xiaowu used the fastest speed to beautify what had happened between her and Fang Yuan. Xiaobai listened, stunned. Looking at the reliance and sincerity in Xiaowu's eyes, her anger gradually dissipated, leaving only a strange look on her face. She withdrew her spirit and looked Fang Yuan up and down with a complex and strange expression. That faint spirit beast aura was still there, but when Fang Yuan restrained his power and the dark blue-silver emperor lay dormant, the aura was so faint it almost disappeared. She could only vaguely catch it when he used that dark blue-silver emperor. "I suppose I misunderstood." Xiaobai took a deep breath, no longer mentioning the fight just now. "Since you are here for Seagod Island and to deal with the evil Orca clan, let's discuss the serious business first." She said this, then took a deep look at Fang Yuan again, as if wanting to see through him. "However, you guy, the smell on you is really strange." Fang Yuan's heart tightened, but he remained calm on the surface. Now is not the time to talk about this. He looked up toward the deep sea where the evil Orca clan was entrenched, his voice turning cold. "I came to find you precisely to discuss the fourth god's trial, how to join forces to destroy the evil Orca clan." "Good. Of course, it is good." Speaking of the evil Orca clan, Xiaobai gritted her teeth. "My brother died in the mouth of the evil spirit Orca king. If I had the ability, I would have completely destroyed that guy who polluted the ocean long ago. Among our sea spirit beasts, there are also ranks. In general, we devil spirit great white sharks, along with the deep-sea demon whale and the evil orca clan, belong to the top existence in the ocean's food chain. But in reality, there is a certain gap between the three of us. The deep-sea demon whale is undoubtedly the most powerful, but the number of this group is extremely small, and they all live alone. And the deep-sea demon whale is very lazy. They generally only open their stupid, big mouths underwater and wait for food to be delivered. And apart from the deep-sea demon whale, the most powerful ones are the evil orca clan. Although I do not want to admit it, those guys who polluted the ocean are indeed stronger than us. Xiao Bai did not intentionally downplay the opponent just because they were mortal enemies, but instead frankly admitted that the other party was stronger than the devil spirit great white sharks. And because they have no natural enemies and live in groups, their numbers are quite considerable. These guys who polluted the ocean are unscrupulous in the sea. Even when they do not need food, they will continue to kill, and they will tear apart any creature they encounter without hesitation. Every sea spirit beast is full of hatred for them. It is just because they are powerful that no one dares to challenge them. About 500 kilometers away from us, there is an evil orca group. They are our mortal enemies. Almost every few decades or centuries, our two groups will launch a holy war. Speaking of this, Xiao Bai paused, looked at Fang Yuan, and introduced the opponent's combat power in detail. One evil orca is enough to draw with two of our adult clansmen. These brutal guys never leave any survivors. The total number of the evil orca clan is about 300, with about 200 adults. It is about the same as us. For us, the only thing to be thankful for is probably that their fertility is not as good as ours. Otherwise, their numbers would be even more terrifying. After Xiao Bai finished speaking, Xiao Wu finally understood. So, our fourth god's trial requires us to assist you in wiping out this evil orca group, which is equivalent to us having to bear half of the evil orca attacks. Xiao Bai's expression was surprisingly solemn. I do not care about you. What I worry about is my clansmen. After decades of recuperation, my group finally has the current situation. In case you are not capable enough and fail to wipe out the evil orca group, then my clansmen will have to pay the price with their lives. The key is that every time a holy war is launched against the evil orca clan, the devil spirit great white shark clan relies on recuperation to cultivate enough clansmen to barely fight to a draw. This time the number of both groups is about the same, and the evil orca clan can fight one against two or even three. If they lose this time, the devil spirit great white shark clan will definitely lose very miserably, and might even be almost wiped out. If it were not for the sea god's command, Xiao Bai would not want to entrust the lives of her clansmen to others. And if Fang Yuan loses, even if he survives, he will not have a second chance for the trial, unless he can wipe out the devil spirit great white shark clan alone. After listening, Fang Yuan promised, as the sea god's chosen god's trial candidate, I will try my best to avoid your clansmen getting hurt. After all. Fang Yuan reached out his hand toward Xiao Bai. We are companions, are we not? He was releasing the blue-silver grass in his hand. I will trust you for now. I hope you will not disappoint me. Xiao Bai reached out to shake his hand, looked at Fang Yuan, and then looked at Xiao Wu. Damn, is this guy really a spirit beast in human form? It feels like it. But can plant-type spirit beasts also take human form? And this kid seems to have twin spirits. Chapter 90. Nuclear-level biological weapon. Facing the question of how to eradicate the evil orca clan, Fang Yuan's answer was simple. Copy the answer. He was not a fool who sought out suffering. Since there was a ready-made solution to break the deadlock, why bother racking his brains to find another way? In the original story, the key to destroying the evil orca clan was the highly toxic spring of the ice and fire yin-yang well, using the poison within the yang spring to suppress the water attribute spirit beast and deal with the evil orca clan. Unfortunately, he had not brought the innate toxins of the ice and fire springs with him when he came to Seagod Island, but that did not mean he was helpless. In his hands, he held a weapon even more terrifying than the ice and fire toxic springs, the snowy swan kiss. The most terrifying aspect of this immortal herb lay in its heaven-defying ability to amplify toxins. Even if it were just a trace of undetectable toxin, once it touched it, it would spread like a prairie fire, surging thousands of times over in an instant, directly catalyzing into a peerless poison that kills upon contact with blood. Especially in the boundless liquid environment of the ocean. Once the toxin entered the water, it would spread, conduct, and diffuse wildly along the ocean currents, penetrating everywhere, impossible to avoid. If he were to truly cast the snowy swan kiss into the ocean, it would not just be a simple poisoning of a group of spirit beasts, it would be enough to turn the entire sea area into a dead sea where not a blade of grass grows, where no fish or shrimp exist, and all life is extinguished. This was a genuine nuclear-level biological weapon. Unless absolutely necessary, Feng Yuan really did not want to use such a trump card kept at the bottom of his chest. Firstly, the consumption was too great, and secondly, the commotion was too terrifying, easily causing dissatisfaction from the divinity, which would not be worth the gain. This was reality, not a simulation. It was better to be low-key and safe. Therefore, Feng Yuan chose an alternative solution. 1 part sulfur, 2 parts saltpeter, 3 parts charcoal, add some sugar, and you get Ivan. Back during the simulation, Feng Yuan had witnessed the feasibility of making gunpowder firsthand. His simulated self had even blown Seagod Island to pieces. Feng Yuan had always kept gunpowder in mind. During these days on Seagod Island, he devoted himself to cultivate and complete his god's trial, while also using the various materials provided by Seagod Island to frantically refine a simplified version of time delay explosives. Although the power was far from the destructive force of modern thermal weapons, Feng Yuan believed in one simple truth: quantitative change is enough to trigger qualitative change. Moreover, holding the tacit consent and orders of High Priestess Bo Saishi, everyone on Seagod Island granted his every request, and various materials were supplied endlessly. After accumulating this way, the explosives he had secretly hoarded were already approaching a full ton. 1 ton of gunpowder, detonated in the ocean, would naturally have its power weakened layer by the seawater, and Feng Yuan could not pat his chest and guarantee that a single round of explosions could directly uproot the evil Orca clan and exterminate them completely. To be safe and ensure there were no mistakes, Feng Yuan ultimately kept the snowy swan kiss close to his body. This was his insurance. If the explosives were not enough to slaughter the entire clan, then he would let this ocean be buried with the evil Orca clan. At this moment, Feng Yuan was suspended within the vast sea cosmic shroud, his body wrapped in a layer of light blue spirit power film, isolating the pressure and aura of the seawater. Xiaobai carried Feng Yuan, speeding through the deep blue seawater like a silver streak of light. The vast sea cosmic shroud firmly protected them. In the center, isolating the water pressure and aura. While she accelerated with a flick of her tail, she spoke with a touch of clan pride, her voice clearly reaching Feng Yuan's ears. Feng Yuan, rest assured, when it comes to tracking in the ocean, we Devil Spirit Great White Shark are never afraid of anyone. Our sense of smell far exceeds the evil Orca clan, we can smell them from far away. Our speed is also at an absolute advantage, even if they wanted to chase us, they couldn't catch up. Hearing this, Feng Yuan raised an eyebrow. He finally understood why Xiaobai had been so nervous when she heard the opponent was the evil Orca clan. What superiority in smell, what crushing speed. It sounded good, but if you thought about it carefully, wasn't it just that they couldn't win and could only rely on early warnings to run away? Feng Yuan silently complained in his heart. The evil Orca clan was fierce and brutal with tyrannical combat power. In a head-on clash, they were almost invincible in the sea, and the Devil Spirit Great White Shark were simply no match. The reason the Devil Spirit Great White Shark clan had survived until now under the frantic hunting of the evil Orca clan was not by winning head-on, but by relying on a stronger reproductive ability to maintain the clan's population, and by relying on their sensitive sense of smell to detect danger in advance. Once they sensed something was wrong, they immediately relied on their speed advantage to run away, fleeing all the way back to the vicinity of Seagod Island to hide and survive under the protection of the sea god. To put it bluntly, they couldn't win a fight, it was all about running fast, hiding fast, and surviving. Feng Yuan glanced at Xiaobai beneath him, who was looking serious and still proud of her clan's advantages, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Understood. Fang Yuan coughed lightly and spoke indifferently. That's enough. Just find the place. Xiao Bai was stunned, not yet understanding the meaning behind these words. She still didn't know that the person she was carrying this time was not an ordinary spirit master, but a ruthless person carrying a ton of explosives, preparing to directly wipe the evil Orca clan from this sea area. This battle only needed to be delivered to the location. Xiao Bai carried the bundles of explosives carefully wrapped in waterproof leather, flicked her tail gently, and glided silently toward the gathering place of the evil Orca clan. These behemoths were sleeping soundly in the seabed depression, their huge bodies piled on top of each other, their whale breaths rising and falling in the water like undercurrents. Occasionally, a few patrolling evil Orca clan were not strong enough to discover Fang Yuan and the others hidden within the vast sea cosmic shroud. Fang Yuan's gaze swept across the densely packed evil Orca clan, and a hint of surprised joy flashed in his eyes. Living in a group really helped a lot. If they were scattered, his ton of explosives might not really be enough, but now that they were all together, the power of the bombs could be concentrated and increased. The vast sea cosmic shroud moved slowly along the seabed. Fang Yuan's hands accurately and steadily placed each time delay bomb in the crevices of reefs, in the gaps between the whale pods, and even under the bellies of the largest evil Orca clan. He had calculated the delay time for each one precisely, ensuring they would explode simultaneously, not giving them any chance to escape or scatter. Xiao Bai followed along, watching the group of evil Orca clan around her. She was also cautious and didn't dare to breathe loudly. She curiously touched these explosives with her tail, but still couldn't feel a shred of spirit power. There was no poisonous mist, and they looked completely harmless. Could this thing really destroy the evil Orca clan that had been running rampant for countless years? She really couldn't understand. In the cognition of spirit beast, strength, spirit power, spirit bone, and bloodline were everything. How could this kind of plain, lifeless object without even any fluctuations be a trump card? Fang Yuan, however, had no intention of explaining at all. Some things didn't need to be said, just looking at the results was enough. The last bomb was placed properly, and he made a slight gesture to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai understood immediately, lowered her body, and like a bolt of white lightning, retreated silently. The vast sea cosmic shroud protected them as they retreated, and not until they had retreated 10 miles did they stop behind a patch of deep-sea reefs. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, silently calculating the time in his heart. After a moment, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. It's about time. Fang Yuan signaled Xiao Bai to retreat rapidly for several more dozen miles until they were completely out of the range of the seawater shockwave, only then stopping in a dark ocean trench. The vast sea cosmic shroud completely concealed their auras, and he looked up toward the direction where the evil Orca clan gathered, his eyes cold and silent. Stand steady. He softly spat out these 3 words, flicked his fingertips, and pressed the thought to detonate. The first time delay bomb detonated. At first, it was just an extremely faint muffled sound, like a stone shattering in the deep sea. But immediately following, boom, the explosion suddenly burst open, the firelight tearing out a blinding white glow in the pitch-black deep sea, and the huge shockwave instantly blew away the nearest few evil Orca clan that were still sleeping. Before they could groan in pain, wake up, or become enraged. Circle after circle of explosions, like ripples of death, swept outward layer by layer. 1 ton of explosives detonated in a chain within the narrow gathering place. The seawater was frantically compressed, overturned, and boiled, bubbles rolled like thunder, and the shockwave crushed through the body of every evil Orca clan with a destructive force. The sound of bones cracking, screams, and angry roars were completely drowned out by the explosion. The huge whale bodies were torn to pieces by the air waves, and a blood mist instantly dyed the entire sea area red. Xiao Bai, from a safe distance, was shaken to her core, her huge pupils contracting violently, and even her breathing seemed to have stopped. She hadn't expected that the weird things she had been carrying on her back just now were such world-destroying weapons. No spirit power pressure, no spirit ability fluctuations, they looked plain and ordinary, yet could erupt with such powerful might, capable of directly blowing the evil Orca clan, which had run rampant in the sea for 10,000 years, into pieces. Thinking that she had once carried so many terrifying weapons that could instantly shatter her to pieces, Xiaobai felt a chill down her spine, and an irrepressible fear surged in her heart. While Fang Yuan stood within the vast sea cosmic shroud, expressionlessly watching that boiling blood-colored sea area. The firelight of the explosion reflected in his eyes. Although it was blazing, it could not light up a shred of warmth in his eyes. The power is a bit lacking, but... He spoke indifferently, his palm gently closing, the crystal-clear, bewitchingly beautiful immortal herb in his arms. The snowy swan kiss flickered with a stream of light in the dark. It's enough. Fang Yuan carefully put away this immortal herb. The sound of the explosion gradually subsided, and flesh and broken bodies were still surging in the seawater. Fang Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he turned to look at Xiaobai. Notify your clan members, prepare to launch an attack. Xiaobai immediately snapped back to reality, and a sharp shark roar pierced through the seawater. The Devil Spirit Great White Shark clan, which had long been ambushed on the periphery, moved at the sound, like silver arrows, rushing toward the opposite side. In the murky seawater, minced meat, bone fragments, and broken fins floated everywhere. The thick, inseparable smell of blood spread wildly along the ocean currents, and the pungent smell of sulfur mixed with the strong smell of blood, which was nauseating. Fang Yuan stood within the vast sea cosmic shroud, his gaze calmly sweeping across the battlefield. The evil Orca clan had been blown to death by nearly half. Among them, most were the slow-moving elderly evil Orca clan, and the underage whale calves that had not yet grown up and had weak defense. The old and weak line was almost wiped out in one pot, and the rest were all the most fierce and crazy young adults in the clan. But they were not scared away by this disaster. Instead, they were completely enraged. The flesh of their companions blown to pieces was right before their eyes, the wails of their own kind were still echoing in their ears, and that ferocity and brutality deep in their bones were completely unleashed under the stimulation of death. There was no fear in their eyes, no retreat, only scarlet madness remained. They roared, collided, and rushed toward the Devil Spirit Great White Shark group as if they didn't want their lives. Every evil Orca clan was like a mad demon, attacking wildly while wounded, trading injury for life. Even if their bodies were torn or bitten off, they would fiercely tear off a piece of meat from the opponent before dying. Fearless of death, bloodthirsty and crazy. Although the Devil Spirit Great White Shark had a numerical advantage and the convenience of a surprise attack, facing this group of lunatics who were completely reckless, they were still beaten into retreating step by step, and many white sharks had hideous wounds on their bodies. If it weren't for Xiaobai's advanced deployment and the close cooperation of the clan, coupled with the fact that the evil Orca clan had already been heavily injured and physically weakened by the explosion, this battle, even if won, would probably have resulted in heavy losses for the Devil Spirit Great White Shark clan. The entire sea area was violently turbulent in the slaughter. And in the center of this chaotic battlefield, a terrifying pressure far exceeding all spirit beasts slowly rose. Fang Yuan raised his head slightly. A huge black shadow with a body length of over 30 meters slowly rose from the seabed reefs that had collapsed due to the explosion. Its whole body was as black as ink, its skin as hard as fine iron, and its body surface was covered with scars left by the explosion, yet it did not damage its tyrannical, fierce aura in the slightest. A pair of huge eyes were scarlet as blood, locked tightly onto Fang Yuan and Xiaobai, the hatred almost solidifying. Evil Spirit Orca King, the only king of the entire clan, and also the former uncrowned hegemon of this sea area. It did not immediately join the melee, but just hung quietly in the sea, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Fang Yuan stepped lightly out of the vast sea cosmic shroud, his white clothes fluttering slightly in the blood-colored seawater. Be careful, this guy's strength is very strong. Xiaobai blocked in front of him to remind him, her shark fins tense, her entire body's spirit power running to the limit, her expression grave to the extreme. She had fought the evil spirit Orca King all her life and knew best how terrifying this old opponent was. At the same time, Xiaobai's eyes were full of hatred. You must know that her younger brother was killed by the evil spirit Orca King. This battle, either the evil Orca clan is completely exterminated, or the two of them will be buried on the seabed. Roar, a water arrow sprayed from behind the evil spirit Orca King. In the roar, a thick and hoarse voice sounded with monstrous anger, "Was it you who killed my clan members?" Before Fang Yuan could speak, Xiao Bai instead spoke first with some excitement. "That's right, it was us. Evil tiger, do you remember what I said when you killed my brother years ago? Today I will make you pay for your blood debt. You bastards who have defiled the ocean, we represent Lord Seagod to destroy you." Both sides exchanged harsh words. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was assessing the injuries of the evil spirit Orca King. Because he was afraid of being exposed, Fang Yuan didn't dare to get too close, just use the explosives to form a circle around it. Chapter 91, Fourth Trial Completed, Spoils of War. Fang Yuan's gaze was locked firmly onto the massive body of the evil spirit Orca King. Just moments ago, a violent explosion capable of overturning the deep sea had caused the seawater to boil and churn from the intense heat and shockwave, sending white mist surging into the sky. Yet, the evil spirit Orca King merely flicked its giant tail. With the buffering effect of the seawater and the fact that it was a deep-sea overlord with skin as tough as refined steel and black iron, ordinary spirit ability could barely even break through its surface. The marks on its body right now were nothing more than shallow and deep bloodstains and charred imprints, they were all just superficial wounds. Not only did this not diminish its combat power in the slightest, but it also completely ignited the ferocity buried deep in the bones of this 100,000-year soul beast. There was no longer any trace of reason in its scarlet beastly pupils, only madness and bloodlust. Every breath it took carried a foul wind, and the surrounding seawater was churned violently by its baleful qi. Beside it, the devil spirit Great White Shark King, Xiao Bai, could no longer restrain herself and ceased all idle chatter. The next second, the figures of the two 100,000-year soul beasts shot out simultaneously. Both were top-tier sea spirit beasts, both were 100,000-year existences standing at the pinnacle of the ocean. Yet the moment they clashed, the difference in their strength was immediately revealed. The evil spirit Orca King was already renowned for its attack power, ferocity, and physical body strength. Now, at the peak of its rage, every strike carried world-shattering force, and wherever its giant tail swept, everything was smashed to pieces. Although Xiao Bai possessed peerless speed and reached the pinnacle of swimming ability, she could only barely parry and gradually fell into a clear disadvantage. The battle situation changed in an instant. Fang Yuan's eyes darkened, he would no longer stand by and watch. His figure shot into the fray like an arrow released from a bow. Golden spirit power erupted suddenly, and spirit rings rose around him, pointing directly at the rampaging evil spirit Orca King. "Let's go together." As his voice fell, Fang Yuan had already joined the battle. Two completely different spirit phantoms rose around Fang Yuan. One was the radiant phoenix, its golden flames burning the sea. The scorching power of light naturally countered the evil and baleful qi of the evil spirit Orca King. With every flap of its wings, a sky full of soul-burning fire rain fell, sizzling against its skin. The other was the dark blue silver emperor, its blue-gold grass leaves entwined with pitch-black patterns. It was cold, overbearing, and carried a dead silence that devoured everything. It formed an extreme contrast with the power of light, yet they coexisted perfectly within him. "Xiao Bai, pin it down." Fang Yuan gave a low shout, his body soaring into the air with the power of the phoenix. A rain of light fire poured from his fingertips, accurately striking the wound previously blasted open on the evil spirit Orca King. The excruciating pain caused the 30-meter-long giant beast to thrash its tail wildly, churning the deep sea into monstrous waves. Xiao Bai immediately understood, her snow-white body turning into a stream of light. Her sharp fangs and tail blade bit and slashed incessantly, forcefully holding the evil spirit Orca King in place. Taking advantage of this gap, a cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Countless hair-thin seeds of the dark blue-silver emperor, taking advantage of the moment the bright flames exploded, silently drilled into the evil spirit Orca King's wounds, the gaps between its scales, and even its breathing holes. The evil spirit Orca King only felt a prickling itch all over its body, but it assumed it was just the burning of the flames. It roared in fury, charging about. Blindly, completely unaware that a trap targeting it had already been quietly laid. For a time, flames burned its body, and the giant whale rampaged in madness. After fighting for a moment, the cold light in Fang Yuan's eyes suddenly condensed. First spirit ability, Life Parasite. A soft shout, like the pronouncement of the Grim Reaper. The next moment, a terrifying disturbance erupted violently within the evil spirit Orca King. Those dark blue silver emperor seeds that had burrowed into its flesh grew wildly in an instant. Blue-gold vines mixed with pitch-black patterns used its flesh, spirit power, and life force as nutrients, frantically breaking through the skin, spreading, and binding. Roar! A shrill and angry roar resounded across the sea surface. The originally thick and hideous evil spirit Orca King had completely turned into a living petri dish at this moment. The roots of the dark blue-silver emperor pierced through its internal organs, tightened around its bones, and coiled around its spirit core. Its massive 100,000-year life force was recklessly squeezed, extracted, and devoured, flowing continuously into Fang Yuan's body. The blue-gold and ink-black intertwined grass leaves grew wildly, wrapping the 30-meter-long behemoth in layers within the blink of an eye, like a greedy and eerie monster feeding quietly and viciously. The seawater was dyed dark red by the blood oozing from it, but the very next second, it was sucked clean by the blue-silver grass. Xiao Bai stopped not far away, watching this scene, her body slightly stiff, completely shocked. The evil spirit Orca King, which had just been terrifyingly ferocious, was withering, emaciating, and shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, its robust aura fading rapidly. She finally realized belatedly, when Fang Yuan had sparred with her earlier, he hadn't used his real strength at all. The patch of blue-black gold vines below, which kept contracting and devouring life, exuded a chill and terror that made even an ocean king feel palpitations. Fang Yuan hovered in midair, his palm clenching suddenly. Blue-silver domain. The dark blue-silver emperor roots spread throughout the evil spirit Orca King's flesh instantly wriggled frantically, like countless greedy maws, frantically extracting all its remaining life force, spirit power, and flesh essence in one go. Then it flowed endlessly into Fang Yuan's body. The spirit power originally consumed by using spirit ability during the battle was rapidly replenished at a speed visible to the naked eye, even constantly expanding and climbing. His eyes turned cold, and his gaze swept toward the group of evil spirit orcas trapped in a desperate situation on the sea surface. Countless dust-like seeds of the dark blue-silver emperor drifted out from around him, like black snowflakes, landing on each evil spirit orca. The next second, the seeds sprouted, vines grew wildly, piercing into flesh and sucking away life. The entire sea area instantly turned into a hunting ground for the dark blue-silver emperor. Each evil spirit orca wailed shrilly, but they were bound tightly by the vines, only able to watch helplessly as their vitality was drained dry. A massive, majestic, and nearly surging amount of life force and spirit power gathered from all directions, frantically pouring into Fang Yuan's body. The spirit power barrier that had been stuck at the peak of the 79th level spirit saint shattered with a boom under the impact of this terrifying energy. A more profound aura soared into the sky from within Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan, breakthrough to level 80. Above the sea, Fang Yuan's aura surged, looking at the blue-gold ocean below. The evil spirit Orca King roared in agony, but lacking limbs, it could only thrash violently in the sea. The roots inside its body were like maggots on a bone. Every time they wriggled and grew, more life force was drained away. Driven to fury, its massive body twisted violently. The 30-meter-long giant beast leapt out of the sea with a boom, carving a hideous arc in midair before crashing down with the force of 10,000 tons. Boom! An earth-shattering roar exploded, 100-meter-high giant wave surged into the sky, and the seawater spread frantically like a tsunami. The blue-silver grass wrapped around its body was shattered and dispersed by this immense force, and large patches of blue-gold stems and leaves floated in the seawater. However, those roots that had already deeply burrowed into its flesh, meridians, and even near its spirit core remained unmoved, still clinging tightly inside its body, feeding on its life and draining it frantically. On the other side of the sea, the slaughter had already reached a white-hot stage. The evil spirit Orca clan had lost another half of its clansmen, drained dry by Fang Yuan, with only those with a cultivation age of over 5,000 years remaining, struggling on despite heavy injuries. They were surrounded and slaughtered by a large group of devil spirit great white sharks. The great white sharks, which were already known for their speed, occupied the absolute upper hand, and the orcas suffered heavy casualties, on the verge of total annihilation. They all knew in their hearts, in terms of speed, they were definitely no match for the devil spirit great white sharks. Running away was almost equivalent to courting death, and only a fight to the death might offer a glimmer of hope. Therefore, not one retreated, and all were frantically counter-attacking. Just at the moment when the battle was about to be completely settled. In the center of the battle, an extremely violent and deadly energy suddenly erupted. The evil spirit Orca King, which had been suppressed to the point of being on its last breath, suddenly shuddered. An invisible, immense force swept outward. Caught off guard, Xiaobai was directly sent flying, carving a long wake on the sea surface before she could stabilize her figure. The evil spirit Orca King's massive body hovered on the sea surface, unexpectedly stopping its struggle for the moment, and it did not pursue. The metallic luster on its body, originally as hard as refined iron, faded at a speed visible to the naked eye, replaced by a layer of deathly gray. A terrifyingly extreme energy fluctuation spread frantically, almost sealing off the entire sea area. A solidified sea area similar to the third stage of Xiaobai's domain appeared. The seawater seemed to become viscous and heavy, and the movements of all spirit beasts in the sea, whether evil spirit orcas or devil spirit great white sharks, suddenly slowed down. Not good. Xiaobai's expression changed drastically, she exclaimed in shock, and immediately turned to charge up again. However, an invisible energy barrier had appeared around the evil spirit Orca King. As soon as she approached, she was forcibly repelled, unable to get close at all. At this moment, the evil spirit Orca King's scarlet eyes, once rampaging and bloodthirsty, had completely turned into a dead, ash-white. The air around its body twisted violently, and even space was trembling slightly. It's going to self-destruct. Stop it quickly. For the first time, there was undisguised fear in Xiaobai's voice as she shouted sharply. Once driven to a dead end, this 100,000-year evil spirit Orca King had never thought of escaping or surrendering. What it wanted to do was take everyone down with it. With the terrifying power of a 100,000-year soul beast self-destructing, combined with such close proximity, all the devil spirit great white sharks present, as well as the human Fang Yuan, would undoubtedly die. The sea surface was dead silent for an instant. The next second, the aura of destruction was about to erupt. In a flash of lightning, Fang Yuan used Xiao Wu's spirit ring ability, and the space beneath his feet twisted slightly. Without any wasted movement, he flashed directly in front of the self-destructing evil spirit Orca King. The self-destruction of a 100,000-year soul beast had already condensed a dense, extreme spirit power barrier around its body. Ordinary attacks couldn't even get close, let alone interrupt it. Fang Yuan's eyes were cold and stern, without a hint of hesitation. His spirit erupted to the limit. The bright Phoenix Martial Soul true body unfolded with a roar, golden red flames soaring into the sky. Light and high temperature intertwined into a cleansing fire, forming an innate attribute suppression against the evil spirit Orca King, which was inherently evil and cruel. Its deathly gray body twitched violently, and the momentum of the self-destruction was forcibly curbed for an instant. The surrounding devil spirit great white sharks also swam backward immediately, moving away from this sea area, which was becoming increasingly hot and dyed gold. Just at the moment when the deathly gray light around the evil spirit Orca King surged and the power of self-destruction was about to detonate completely, those dark blue-silver emperor roots that had already deeply burrowed into its flesh and internal organs, as if sensing the most succulent prey, suddenly went wild and surged frantically. Countless blue-gold vines with black markings drilled desperately toward the brightest and hottest place inside its body, the spirit core that was frantically accumulating self-destruction energy. The roots, like steel needles and hungry pythons, fiercely coiled around and drained that glowing core. The energy circuit of the evil spirit Orca King's self-destruction was forcibly cut off for an instant, the light flickering violently, unstable, and nearly collapsing. It was this pause at the critical moment that gave Fang Yuan the most lethal opportunity. Taking advantage of this moment of suppression, Fang Yuan's figure soared into the sky, hovering directly above the back of the evil spirit Orca King. With a sweep of his gaze, he locked on accurately. On the spine of this Giant whale, a breathing hole was clearly visible, leading directly to the spirit core inside its body. This was it. Without the slightest hesitation, Fang Yuan moved his thought, and the spatial spirit tool opened instantly. Densely packed, pre-prepared high-explosive bombs were poured out from the spirit tool in one go, accurately and unerringly following the breathing hole, and poured directly into the depths of the evil spirit Orca King's body. From flashing, suppressing, to pouring in the bombs, the entire set of actions was smooth and fluid, taking only a mere 3 seconds in total. But for Fang Yuan, who was only a spirit saint at this moment, forcibly channeling such high-intensity bright phoenix power left his meridians feeling empty, and his spirit power was almost drained by more than half. Without waiting for the evil spirit Orca King to struggle or counterattack. Boom! A violent, earth-shattering roar capable of shattering the deep sea exploded. The bombs exploded directly at the spirit core, even a 100,000-year soul beast could not survive that. A generation of ocean overlords died just like that. Without the leadership of the evil spirit Orca King, the remaining evil spirit Orcas could not put up much resistance, and in front of Xiaobai, they certainly wouldn't have another chance to self-destruct. Very quickly, all the remaining evil spirit Orcas were wiped out, drawing a perfect end to this racial war. The god's trial content was completed, and an aged yet majestic voice appeared in Fang Yuan's mind, winning through wisdom, minimizing losses, killing over 100 evil spirit Orcas alone, and killing the evil spirit Orca King with your own hands. Wisdom and strength combined, fourth trial completed beyond expectations. Seagod affinity increased by 10%, total affinity 35%. After the voice finished speaking, the golden trident on Fang Yuan's forehead suddenly shone with brilliant golden light, the massive radiance illuminating the blood-colored seawater and shining upon all the devil spirit great white sharks. However, every shark in the devil spirit great white shark pod began to tremble slightly, and even Xiaobai was no exception. It was very obvious that Seagod's light had a powerful suppressive effect on spirit beasts, and even the devil spirit great white shark clan, as believers, could not avoid it. Fang Yuan put away the Seagod's light, and the devil spirit great white sharks slowly calmed down. Fang Yuan also began to clean up the spoils of war. As the person who killed the evil spirit Orca King, Fang Yuan could absorb this 100,000-year spirit ring. However, Fang Yuan hesitated somewhat. This 100,000-year spirit ring with evil attributes was clearly more suitable for his dark blue silver emperor spirit. Chapter 92, God-bestowed spirit ring. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment, then made up his mind. With a light lift of his fingertip, the blue-gold-blue-silver emperor spirit slowly unfurled from within his body. An ordinary blue-silver emperor possessed gentle vitality, but the vitality of his dark blue-silver emperor carried a hint of dominance and darkness, with a streak of highly conspicuous black mixed into the blue-gold roots and veins. He intended to take a gamble on the limits of his mutated dark blue-silver emperor spirit. To have the dark blue-silver emperor directly absorb the 100,000-year spirit ring of the evil spirit Orca King is its second spirit ring. Fang Yuan understood the characteristics of the dark blue-silver emperor too well, that nearly immortal and indestructible tyrannical vitality, combined with the madness and greed to extract all energy by any means necessary, plus the blue-silver domain he had already cultivated to maturity and the law of life he had comprehended to continuously repair his physical body, meant he could endure even the most brutal process. Beside him, Xiao Wu's face had already turned pale, her heart hanging in her throat. She knew all too well the dangers of absorbing a 100,000-year spirit ring. Even for a titled Douluo, when absorbing their 9th spirit ring, there was a high probability of being unable to withstand the violent energy of a 100,000-year spirit ring and dying from their body exploding, yet Fang Yuan was only rank 80. Fang Yuan, don't be impulsive. Xiao Wu stepped forward, her voice somewhat tense. The power of a 100,000-year spirit ring is too violent. You are only rank 80, and you dare to do this for your second spirit ring. If you can't hold on, you will be blown to smithereens. We can take it slow. She pleaded repeatedly, clearly explaining the dangers, hoping only that Fang Yuan would retract this crazy decision. But Fang Yuan only shook his head slightly, his gaze unwavering. He had already made up his mind. He would use the dark blue silver emperor spirit to consume this 100,000-year spirit ring of the evil spirit Orca King, and when he subsequently broke through in rank, he would use the god-bestowed spirit ring from Seagod Island to make up for it. The best of both worlds. This bit of risk was completely within the acceptable range. Moreover, he still had one final trump card in his hand. If he truly reached a desperate situation, when his physical body was on the verge of collapse, he would activate the simulator without hesitation. The rewards provided by the simulator in the past, whether it was spirit evolution, spirit power improvement, or a spirit bone, could all forcibly raise his body's endurance limit at critical moments. With this trump card, Fang Yuan was even more determined. Xiaowu ultimately failed to persuade Fang Yuan and could only retreat to the side, full of worry, her fair, pretty little hands clenched tightly, her eyes filled with anxiety. She did not say another word, but stood quietly, her spirit power circulating silently, concentrating fully on acting as a protector for Fang Yuan, fearing that any accident might disturb him. Xiaobai also stood guard not far away, her figure appearing cold and reliable above the sea surface. While remaining vigilant of the surroundings to prevent other sea spirit beasts from taking advantage of the situation, she casually ordered her clansmen to clear the battlefield. The corpses of the slaughtered evil spirit orcas were all great tonics for ocean spirit beasts, so she naturally would not waste them. The moment the absorption officially began, Fang Yuan's expression changed abruptly. He had originally thought the vitality of the dark blue silver emperor would be enough to suppress everything, but only upon truly coming into contact with the spirit ring of the evil spirit Orca King did he realize he had underestimated this violence. It was not merely pure spirit power, but the concentrated ferocity, slaughter, tyranny, and unwillingness of the entire 100,000-year spirit beast overlord of the sea. Coupled with the fact that he had previously slaughtered a large number of evil spirit orcas and forcibly stopped the self-destruction of the evil spirit Orca King, at this moment, the spirit ring was also entwined with a layer of dark resentment that was too thick to dissolve. The intense pain was like 10,000 steel needles simultaneously piercing his meridians, bones, and soul. The evil spirit Orca King's unreasonable and tyrannical power surged into his body like a tsunami, rampaging and wantonly tearing at his physical body. If not for the fact that Fang Yuan had consumed an immortal herb, absorbed 100,000-year spirit bone, and accepted the body-refining trials of Seagod Island, his physical body having been repeatedly tempered to far exceed that of an ordinary person, he would likely have been blown apart by this power the very first instant he made contact. Even if he managed to barely hold on, the intense pain remained destructive. In just a short moment, Fang Yuan was already bleeding from his 7 orifices, his face as pale as paper, and his whole body was trembling slightly. A halo radiated from Fang Yuan's head, right leg, and right arm, his spirit bone were activated, and his physical fitness was enhanced once more. He dared not hesitate in the slightest and immediately exerted his full power to activate his blue-silver domain. A blue halo rippled out, forming a circle that enveloped Fang Yuan. A rich aura of life spread out from the domain, frantically repairing his torn body. Wounds were forcibly healed as soon as they appeared, but in the next second, they were torn open again by even more violent energy. Tearing, repairing, tearing again, repairing again, just like this, he circled back and forth on the edge of life and death. Xiaowu was connected to Fang Yuan by soul, and she detected that something was wrong at the first instance. Those evil spirit orca energies that could not be digested by Fang Yuan and were too violent and brutal had actually begun to uncontrollably overflow from Fang Yuan's body, following their soul connection and faintly rushing into her body. Her heart tightened, and she instantly thought of the danger, just about to open her mouth to warn him. But Fang Yuan had already moved a step ahead. He forcibly endured the tearing pain, his mental force surging without hesitation into the golden trident brand deep within his mind. The next moment, a thick and sacred golden light erupted from within his body, sweeping down magnificently and completely enveloping Fang Yuan. The golden light flowed like liquid divine radiance, forming a brilliant film of light on the surface of his body. Seagod's light. This light carried the power of purification and suppression. It naturally suppressed sea spirit beasts, and for deep-sea vicious beasts like the evil spirit orca, which were full of evil, brutal, and slaughtering attributes, it was a natural nemesis. Once the golden light appeared, the spirit ring energy of the evil spirit Orca King, which had been ferociously unmatchable just a moment ago, was instantly like a blazing fire meeting an ocean, or ice meeting red-hot charcoal. It was severely suppressed and continuously receded. That brutality and resentment, capable of tearing everything apart, vanished and dissolved rapidly in the face of the majestic and vast sea god's light, just like snow meeting the blazing sun. The violence faded, leaving only pure and vast spirit power. Fang Yuan let out a long sigh of relief, his tense mind relaxing slightly, and he no longer resisted stubbornly, but instead guided the dark blue-silver emperor to slowly absorb this purified, gentle energy. Seeing that he had finally stabilized and escaped the fatal danger, Xiaobai's hanging heart also completely let go. She did not say more, but concentrated again, standing guard quietly to the side, acting as a protector for Fang Yuan together with Xiao Wu. The sea surface returned to calm, with only the golden light and the blue gold of the dark blue-silver emperor interweaving, quietly bobbing amidst the waves. 3 days later, the eastern horizon slowly tore through the night, a red sun broke out of the water, and golden red rays of light covered the entire sea area, shimmering with waves and overflowing with warmth. The long absorption finally came to an end, and Fang Yuan's tightly closed eyes slowly opened, his aura no longer as violently turbulent as before. The moment he woke up, the massive corpse of the evil spirit Orca King in the sea below suddenly trembled slightly. A piece of dark red bone broke out of the body, unimpeded by the seawater, slowly floating into the air, and stopped steadily in front of Fang Yuan. It was the 100,000-year left leg spirit bone formed by the evil spirit Orca King after 100,000 years of cultivation. This spirit bone was as translucent as amber, and inside it seemed to be dark red violent energy slowly flowing and surging. It did not emit light outward, instead, it was like a black hole, constantly devouring the surrounding light, revealing an aura of ferocity and coldness. The leg bone from the knee to the ankle position did not have the form of a human ankle, but presented the outline of an evil spirit orca's tail fin, carrying the ferocity and dominance unique to a vicious beast. However, the ferocious mental will of the evil spirit Orca King still remained within the spirit bone, violent, resistant, and full of murderous intent. Once it fell into Fang Yuan's hand, it trembled violently, frantically repelling his approach, as if it would rather break than submit. Fang Yuan's gaze was indifferent, he did not indulge this trace of residual mental force in the slightest. With a thought, the golden trident brand between his brows lit up again, and the sea god's light swept out, completely enveloping this struggling 100,000-year spirit bone. Purification, suppression, taming. The restraint of sea god's light against evil attributes and ocean vicious beast was displayed to the fullest at this moment. The ferocious spirit within the spirit bone melted like snow, the violent trembling gradually subsided, and the violent energy was gently untamed layer by layer. Fang Yuan reached out and pulled the suppressed and tamed evil spirit Orca King left leg bone into his own body, merging it with the position of his own spirit bone. The absorption process was far smoother than the spirit ring. As the left leg bone was completely integrated, a massive amount of energy far exceeding that of an ordinary spirit bone swept through his limbs and bones. His mental force, physical body strength, and spirit power foundation, which had already been greatly raised by absorbing the 100,000-year spirit ring, surged again at this moment, and his entire aura became even heavier and more powerful. It was just that this time he absorbed the second spirit ring of the dark blue-silver emperor spirit, which did not touch the rank barrier of his first spirit, so his spirit power rank remained steadily at rank 80, without a breakthrough. Fang Yuan looked inward at himself, feeling the surging power within his body, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth, almost imperceptibly. He calculated silently in his heart. 10 years old, dual top-tier spirit, 100,000-year spirit bone, spirit power rank 80. This progress, surely, could not be considered embarrassing to those transmigration seniors. Just as Fang Yuan stepped onto the land of Seagod Island with Xiao Wu and Xiao Bai, an aura as vast as the deep sea and as majestic as a divinity descended silently. Without turning his head, he knew who it was. High Priestess Bo Saishi. This high priest of Seagod Island, the woman closest to a god in the world, was standing quietly not far away, her bright red priestess robes fluttering in the sea breeze. Her brows and eyes carrying a kind of indifference and divinity as if looking down on all living beings. Fang Yuan feigned confusion, looked up, and asked, High Priestess Bo Saishi, since you have come specifically, I wonder what the matter is. Pretending not to know, he already had the answer in his heart, yet he still put on an oblivious appearance. A glimmer flashed in High Priestess Bo Saixi's eyes. She did not beat around the bush and stated her purpose directly, I have come to bring you an opportunity. As her voice fell, she flipped her right hand gently, and a brilliant golden bead appeared out of thin air in her palm. That golden bead seemed to be condensed from the purest golden crystal in the world, transparent and flawless, without a trace of impurities. The most peculiar thing was that a layer of faint golden mist lingered within the bead, slowly flowing and surging, exactly the same as the golden mist that appeared around Fang Yuan's body when he previously endured the pressure of the sea god's light, carrying an extremely rich aura of divinity. This is. Fang Yuan feigned confusion. High Priestess Bo Saixi's voice was calm but carried unquestionable majesty. Anyone who accepts the sea god's black level or higher assessment can obtain one opportunity for a god-bestowed spirit ring the first time their cultivation reaches a bottleneck. There is no need to hunt a spirit beast. The god-bestowed spirit ring will automatically grant you the most compatible spirit ability, as well as the highest age limit spirit ring your physical body can withstand. Everyone has only one chance. Her gaze fell on Fang Yuan, with a hint of guidance. Fang Yuan, calm your mind, and with your greatest perseverance, endure the baptism of the God-bestowed spirit ring, only then can you obtain the greatest benefit. To the side, Xiaowu subconsciously shrank behind Fang Yuan, her little hand quietly gripping Fang Yuan's sleeve. She looked up at High Priestess Bo Saishi, her round rabbit eyes widening, filled with the vigilance and caution of looking at a love rival, glaring fiercely at the other party, as if she only wanted to kill her with her gaze. But the gap in strength between her and High Priestess Bo Saishi was like a chasm. She dared not step forward at all, and could only hide behind Fang Yuan, silently releasing her little dissatisfaction. It was hard to say whether to call her timid or bold. High Priestess Bo Saishi did not spare even a glance for Xiaowu from beginning to end. She did not say anything more and lifted her jade hand gently. The golden divine bead turned into a ray of golden light and slowly floated in front of Fang Yuan. Click. With a soft sound, the golden bead shattered in response. A golden mist, thick and impossible to dissolve, erupted violently, like a torrent of liquid divinity, pouring down frantically and instantly spreading to every corner of Fang Yuan's body, wrapping him in a hazy and sacred golden light, his figure completely hidden. Seeing this, Xiaowu quickly stepped back, leaving enough space for Fang Yuan, but her eyes were still fixed on the figure in the golden light, full of worry and concern. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the spot, closed his eyes, and focused. His spirit power circulated rapidly within his body. Behind him, the bright Phoenix Martial Soul appeared, and a golden halo rose from within his body, interweaving and colliding with the golden mist filling the sky. At the same time, the blue-silver domain was fully deployed. A massive and vast aura of life swept across the surroundings, merging with the god-bestowed power to form a thick and gentle light shield, firmly protecting him in the center, making full preparations for this unprecedented god-bestowed spirit ring baptism. Fang Yuan would naturally not waste this god-bestowed spirit ring. As the domain appeared, the golden light surrounding Fang Yuan immediately became even richer, instantly expanding to encompass the entire range of the domain he had released. Within that golden mist, one could faintly see strands of golden silk beginning to surround Fang Yuan's body, constantly squeezing. It was the first time Xiaowu had seen the scene of a god-bestowed spirit ring, and she was stunned on the spot, her eyes full of bewilderment and curiosity. She only knew that a spirit ring needed to be obtained by hunting a spirit beast, but this was the first time she knew of the existence of a god-bestowed spirit ring, and could only stare blankly at that sacred and majestic light, completely unaware of what would happen next. High Priestess Bo Saishi, watching her ignorant appearance, rarely took the initiative to remind her, these golden silk threads are the symbol of the strength of the god-bestowed spirit ring trial. The denser and richer the threads, the higher the age of the spirit ring that can be condensed and formed. The 4 golden threads before you are equivalent to a 10,000-year spirit ring. At the same moment her voice fell, the aura around Fang Yuan suddenly became heavy, his 4 spirit bone in his head, right leg, right arm, and left leg lit up simultaneously, and a faint halo spread out from deep within his bones, resisting the squeezing of these golden silk threads. Chapter 93, Only such a person is worthy of being the inheritor of his Seagod legacy. God Realm. Gilded divine light swept over layers of clouds, illuminating this supreme God realm with clarity and majesty. Seagod sat on his throne within the Seagod temple, pale blue divine light flowing around him, silently watching the figure on Seagod Island in the lower realm who had just finished the trial. Fang Yuan's use of the bomb to break the situation fell into the eyes of Seagod. He leaned forward slightly, examining the bomb, his tone playful. From the outside, it looks like fireworks from a mortal festival, but this explosive power and destructive force is far stronger than fireworks. For mortal power to reach this point is rare. Seagod could not help but recall some past events. Douluo Continent also had its local technology tree. 10,000 years ago, an empire had risen to prominence on the continent. At that time, mortals, relying on their own wisdom, walked a completely different path, forging spirit tools with metal, mechanisms, and energy cores, piling up power sufficient to shake spirit masters and even provoke the gods with wisdom and madness. Those mortals were arrogant, clever, and possessed startling creativity. They did not revere heaven and earth, did not look up to the gods, and in their eyes, there was only greed and exploration for power. They even dared to include the power of gods in their research, attempting to blaspheme gods with mortal bodies and kill gods with mortal weapons. Such behavior naturally angered the god realm. Under the wrath of the gods, that brilliant empire was wiped from the continent overnight, and countless precise spirit tool blueprints, core technologies, and manufacturing workshops were destroyed. 10,000 years passed in a flash, that crazy history had long been buried by dust, and Douluo Continent had regressed to the medieval period, extremely backward, and no one dared to study spirit tools anymore. However, Seagod himself had left a few spirit tools on Seagod Island for defense and inheritance. For example, the 7 holy pillars that supported the majesty and trials of Seagod Island were products of the combination of the peak skills of the empire and divine force. Thoughts returned. Seagod looked at the figure in the lower realm, his tone gradually deepened. This thing called a bomb, I hope this little guy won't abuse it. He had lived for 10,000 years, was able to accumulate faith to reach the level 1 god position step by step, and could even spread faith to spirit beast groups hostile to humans. His wisdom and vision were definitely not low. At a glance, he saw through the danger of the bomb. This thing required no spirit power, no spirit, and mortals could learn it, mortals could make it, and it could even be mass-produced. But its power was enough to kill the vast majority of ordinary spirit masters, and could even threaten spirit emperors and spirit saints. What did this mean? It meant that the order of Douluo Continent, which had remained unchanged for 10,000 years, where spirit power was respected and spirit masters were noble, would be completely overturned. For a long time, ordinary people had crawled at the feet of spirit masters, either as commoners or slaves, suppressed by status and strength. But once bombs became popular, ordinary people could also possess the power to kill spirit masters, and the long-suppressed dissatisfaction and ambition would erupt, and the entire continent's class, power, and rules would face a major reshuffle. If something really happens, it will be troublesome. Seagod sighed pretentiously, his tone full of annoyance, but on that majestic face, there was not a hint of worry, but rather a trace of imperceptible amusement and expectation. He was a level 1 divinity, the god who ruled the ocean. This little mess in the lower realm was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Let alone Fang Yuan making a few bombs. Even if he really overturned the continent's pattern, he, Seagod, could easily handle all the consequences. He was even a little happy. Only such a person is worthy of being the inheritor of his Seagod legacy. On the other side of the god realm, the life temple was full of vitality, and the atmosphere was gentle and peaceful. Goddess of life stood still among the branches hanging down from the ancient tree of life, her emerald green dress spreading like spring water, emitting a gentle breath of life from her whole body. She also watched the whole process of Fang Yuan completing the four gods' trials. The gaze of Goddess of Life had fallen on Fang Yuan from beginning to end. She could clearly see the calmness, ruthlessness, and decisiveness of the young man in desperate situations, and the indifference in the depths of his eyes. She did not like this style. In her divinity cognition, life should be cherished, and even against enemies, it should not be so cruel. But even with dislike and rejection in her heart, she had to admit, this child's talent was truly astonishing. Goddess of Life sighed softly, her divine voice gentle, but with a trace of genuine regret. The talent is so excellent, but the heart nature is so cold. If only he could be a little kinder. Then she could safely pass the god position to him. If Fang Yuan could hear this sentence now and had the strength to contend with the gods, he would not hesitate to give this high and mighty goddess of life a solid slap in the face. Kindness. Being kind when facing enemies. Facing the trials that wanted to put him to death, enemies that wanted to devour him, and still having to care about whether the method was cruel or gentle. Killing enemies, isn't it always about the result? Being soft-hearted and leaving a chance of survival is not kindness, it is stupidity. Being kind to enemies is being cruel to oneself. If he couldn't exert his full strength, the one who died might be himself. At that time, who would care if he was kind? Who would spare his life because he was kind? This goddess of life was probably sitting on this comfortable god seat in the god realm for too long. Isn't this typical of, why don't they eat minced meat? Kindness. That is a luxury that only the strong who survived have the qualification to talk about. With the experience of absorbing the 100,000-year spirit ring of the evil spirit Orca King, Fang Yuan was no longer a stranger to this huge spirit ring energy. This time, the god-bestowed spirit ring descended, the difficulty of the test gradually increased, and it was much safer than hunting wild 100,000-year spirit beasts. He calmed his mind, the radiant phoenix and his other spirit chirped in his body, crushing, refining, and absorbing the vast energy of the god-bestowed spirit ring into his limbs, bones, meridians, and dantian. The next moment, a 100,000-year spirit ring, red as blood, with a halo so dense it was almost viscous, slowly rose from under his feet, suspended around him, slowly rotating. The red light made Fang Yuan's face flicker between light and dark. The moment the spirit ring entered his body, a majestic spirit power exploded in his body. Absorbing two 100,000-year spirit rings in a row, plus a 100,000-year spirit bone of the evil spirit Orca King, 3 top-level opportunities erupted at the same time, coupled with the divine force baptism of the god's trial itself. Fang Yuan's spirit power rank soared all the way. Spirit power rank continued to improve. Level 80, Level 81, Level 82, all the way like a broken bamboo, directly rising 6 levels, and finally stopped steadily at Level 85 Spirit Douluo. Fang Yuan clenched his fists and could clearly feel the power in his body that was about to overflow. Only 5 levels away, he would be a Level 90 titled Douluo. This is one of the most terrifying advantages of twin spirits. The first spirit upgrades normally, and the second spirit can be concentrated on absorbing high-grade spirit rings in the late stage. Once the 9 spirit rings of the second spirit are all equipped with 100,000-year ones, the total amount of fed-back spirit power is enough to save a spirit master decades of hard work. Many spirit masters are stuck at the bottleneck for life, unable to move, while twin spirit masters can force a breakthrough by absorbing high-year spirit rings. Just like Tang San in the original work. After leaving Seagod Island, he was busy with affairs, resurrecting Xiao Wu, fighting repeatedly, and running around, and the time for truly quiet cultivate was pitifully little. But his cultivation still soared all the way, quickly catching up with Qian Xunji and Bibi Dong, who started inheriting the god position early, and finally successfully became a god. One of the big supports was the massive spirit power reward of the Seagod 9 trials, and the terrifying feedback brought by the second spirit rings. And now, this path was taken more extremely by Fang Yuan. He felt the surging spirit power in his body, and a smile flashed in his eyes. At the current speed, he would become a god. He was confident that before the age of 20, he would break through level 100 and ascend to the god position. After absorbing the god-bestowed spirit ring, the blood-colored spirit ring around his body slowly converged into his body, and Fang Yuan stood quietly on the coast of Seagod Island, feeling the power in his body that had risen to near loss of control. Level 85 Spirit Douluo, Twin Spirits, 2 100,000-year spirit rings, 1 100,000-year spirit bone, plus the physique and divine soul strengthening constantly given by the god's trial. His current combat power had long exceeded the same rank, and was enough to fight head-on with a titled Douluo. But he did not relax at all. He knew very well that the Seagod 9 trials were more dangerous at every level. The 4th trial was just killing the evil spirit Orca King, and the next 5th trial would directly soar to challenge the 7 Holy Pillars guardians. The rules were extremely harsh. Starting from the time of challenging the first Holy Pillar Douluo, he must defeat all 7 people in succession within 36 hours to pass. The 7 titled Douluo, each of whom had been rooted in Seagod Island for hundreds of years, were rich in combat experience. However, the assessment restricted these 7 Holy Pillar Guardians from using the power of the Holy Pillars and restricted their strength, so Fang Yuan was not without a chance of winning. Fang Yuan planned to practice actual combat. But Fang Yuan soon encountered a tricky problem: there was no suitable sparring partner. On Seagod Island, apart from the 7 Holy Pillar Douluo, only the Devil Spirit Great White Shark clan could practice with him. Xiaobai was dragged over by him at the beginning and played a few games. But Fang Yuan's fighting style was insidious and tricky, very good at long-range consumption, kiting, and terrain utilization, and the evil spirit Orca King was the natural enemy of the Devil Spirit Great White Shark, and the Spirit Ring and Spirit Bone skills were naturally restrained. After a few battles, Xiaobai was beaten to the extreme, feeling uncomfortable, and refused to practice with him no matter what. "Your move is too dirty. And they restrain me. Not playing anymore, not playing anymore." Xiaobai left a sentence, escaped directly into the sea, and never showed her head again. Helpless, Fang Yuan could only find the Seahorse Douluo stationed here and stated his needs directly. "Seahorse Douluo, I am about to face the 7 Holy Pillars, lacking actual combat polishing, and I hope to spar with you or other Holy Pillar Douluo." Seahorse Douluo heard this and agreed readily. "What is difficult about this? Fang Yuan, you are the inheritor of the Seagod 9 trials, with a noble status, let alone sparring. It is only right for this old man to personally accompany you for special training." In his view, the only people on Seagod Island who were qualified and had the strength to guide Fang Yuan's actual combat were the 7 Holy Pillar Guardians. He was preparing to set up the posture on the spot and test Fang Yuan first. But at this moment, an aura that was vast and incomparable, as if fused with the entire ocean, silently enveloped the audience. There was no pressure, no killing intent, but it made the surroundings instantly silent. Seahorse Douluo's body stiffened, his face turned solemn instantly. He immediately turned around, bowed, and his tone was extremely respectful. "High Priestess." Fang Yuan also looked slightly to the side. The person who came was wearing a bright red dress, with a tall and dusty figure, skin better than snow, long hair like a deep-sea waterfall, and an indifference and divinity that looked down on the world between her brows and eyes. It was the High Priestess of Seagod Island, one of the 3 limit Douluo in the world, an existence infinitely close to a god, High Priestess Bo Saishi. She had been standing not far away, and it was obvious that she had heard the conversation just now. Without waiting for Seahorse Douluo to speak again, High Priestess Bo Saixi's eyes fell gently on Fang Yuan, and she spoke faintly, her tone calm, but with unquestionable determination. "The 5th trial, challenging the 7 Holy Pillars in succession, is very difficult. I will personally guide his actual combat." As soon as the words fell, Seahorse Douluo was stunned on the spot. "High Priestess, how can this be? How can such a small matter trouble you to take action yourself? This subordinate is enough." He almost instinctively stopped her. "Who is High Priestess Bo Saishi?" "She is the spiritual pillar of Seagod Island, the existence guarding Seagod Island, and usually does not go out of seclusion. Now she actually wants to personally take the field and act as a sparring partner for a young man. This is too shocking." But High Priestess Bo Saishi just shook her head gently, her eyes still falling on Fang Yuan, her eyes deep and mysterious. He bears the Seagod 9 trials, and the sooner he completes the assessment, the better it will be for Lord Seagod. As Seagod's most devout believer, it is my duty to clear the obstacles for him. This sounded high-sounding, and the logic was impeccable. The inheritor of the Seagod 9 trials is worthy of the High Priestess's personal cultivation. But Seahorse Douluo lowered his head, but a strange feeling inexplicably rose in his heart. I don't know why, he always felt. Today's High Priestess is a bit wrong. That kind of gaze is not like looking at an ordinary inheritor, but like looking at a unique, must-not-lose treasure. Fang Yuan's heart moved slightly, but he didn't change his expression, stepped forward, bowed slightly, and his tone was calm and polite. In that case, thank you High Priestess for your guidance. He knew better than anyone. Being able to have a limit Douluo like High Priestess Bo Saishi personally spar with him is a heaven-defying opportunity. As for what thoughts she was hiding, that would be discussed later. Boom. A loud noise exploded, Fang Yuan was lifted into the air by the raging waves, and was immediately swallowed by the churning dark blue seawater. Above the sea, High Priestess Bo Saixi's clothes fluttered without wind, and a majestic, vast, gilded and blue sea god spirit phantom slowly emerged behind her. The divine light shone, and the pressure permeated the entire sea area, and even the waves bowed before this divine power. Although Fang Yuan fell into the sea in a sorry state, his breath was just surging, and he did not suffer any substantial damage. On the coast, Xiaowu clenched her hands, her fingertips slightly white, her eyes full of worry. The strength gap between the two sides was too large. Chapter 94 Resurrection, Container. Not long after, a burst of blinding golden light erupted from beneath the sea surface. Scorching heat waves surged wildly in the deep sea, causing the seawater to sizzle and hiss, sending up hazy mists of steam. Fang Yuan was enveloped in raging golden flames. The properties of these flames were extremely potent. Even when encased by seawater, they remained scorching and unextinguished, as if they intended to set the entire sea area ablaze. Behind him, a pair of brilliant, iridescent wings of light unfurled. With a single flap, he broke through the water, carried by massive waves of fire, and landed on the surface of the sea. His robes fluttered, and his aura was awe-inspiring. High Priestess Bo Saishi stood in midair above the sea. She glanced down at her priestess robes, which had been scorched with large charred marks by the golden flames, but she showed no anger. She raised her eyes to look at Fang Yuan, her tone calm but carrying a hint of genuine approval. The power of your flames is indeed impressive. Ordinary flames would be extinguished upon contact with water, yet his golden flames could actually burn deep within the sea. Fang Yuan shook his head lightly, looking at High Priestess Bo Saishi with a calm gaze. After several sparring sessions, the High Priestess of Seagod Island had held back, focusing on exchange and guidance. She truly seemed like an elder patiently guiding a junior in their cultivate, neither hoarding her knowledge nor fighting dirty. As their sparring continued, Xiao Wu, who was watching from the side, saw her tightly furrowed brows gradually relax, and the worry in her eyes faded bit by bit. She could feel that High Priestess Bo Saishi harbored no malice toward Fang Yuan. On the contrary, she was genuinely helping Fang Yuan polish his power and improve his strength. Days slipped by quietly in the daily routine of cultivate and sparring. At first, Fang Yuan had kept a sliver of vigilance in his heart, secretly guarding against the possibility that High Priestess Bo Saishi might secretly trip him up or intentionally obstruct his god's trial. After all, he judged others by his own standards. If he were the High Priestess of Seagod Island, he would certainly find a way to kill the candidate for the Seagod's god's trial. Expecting Fang Yuan to sacrifice himself, that was impossible, yet the outcome was completely beyond his expectations. High Priestess Bo Saishi not only did not make things difficult for him in the slightest, but she also did her utmost, teaching him everything she knew. Using her status and foundation as the High Priestess of Seagod Island, she patiently guided his cultivate, helping him stabilize his realm, temper his power, and familiarize himself with the use of Seagod's light. This unusual attentiveness even surprised the 7 sacred pillar guardians responsible for guarding Seagod Island. In their impression, the High Priestess was cold and majestic by nature and never paid attention to any examinees. Yet this time, she was exceptionally attentive to Fang Yuan. Under High Priestess Bo Seixi's guidance and his own arduous training, Fang Yuan passed all the tests, consecutively challenging and defeating the 7 sacred pillar guardians, and successfully passing the layers of trials personally set by High Priestess Bo Seixi. Finally, Fang Yuan reached out and grasped the sea god trident, which had been silent for 10,000 years. He received the divine artifact's recognition and truly held it in his hand. The moment he grasped the trident, Fang Yuan understood. This period of peace and stability, where he could focus entirely on improving his strength, had come to an end. High Priestess Bo Seixi looked at Fang Yuan, who stood upon the altar firmly holding the sea god trident. A glimmer of unconcealable approval flashed in her eyes, and she nodded slightly, her tone carrying a hint of genuine recognition. "You are worthy of being the heir chosen by Lord Sea God. You were indeed exceptionally outstanding to have completed all the previous trials at such a speed." Fang Yuan bowed slightly, his tone humble and polite. "Being able to pass so smoothly is thanks to the High Priestess's guidance and the help of everyone on Seagod Island." High Priestess Bo Seixi, however, suddenly stared at him fixedly, her gaze deep, as if she were looking through him at another existence. A moment later, she finally sighed very softly, her voice so low it was almost blown away by the sea breeze. "You are really not like him. If it were that divine son." The two were only a few steps apart. Fang Yuan heard it clearly but acted as if he had not. There was not a ripple on his face as he automatically ignored that sentence. Seeing this, High Priestess Bo Seixi did not continue to press the point. She simply withdrew her gaze, regained the majesty and composure of the High Priestess of Seagod Island, and slowly revealed the next trial. Seagod 9 Trials, 8th Trial. Her voice was clear as she solemnly stated the content of the 8th trial. Completion condition: cultivate your spirit to the 9-ring titled Douluo level, collect a full set of spirit bone, and resurrect the companion of the examinee. Time limit: 5 years. Only after completing the 8th trial can you return to the Sea God Temple to accept the final 9th trial. As the words fell, her gaze turned softly toward Xiao Wu, who was standing to the side. She did not understand why Lord Sea God would set a god's trial content to resurrect this girl. Xiao Wu was stunned at first, frozen in place. It took her a long while to react, her eyes instantly brightening astonishingly, and an irrepressible joy spread across her face. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. "Really? I can still be resurrected." High Priestess Bo Seixi withdrew her gaze and looked at Fang Yuan again, speaking indifferently. "Do you think this 8th trial is a bit too simple?" Fang Yuan shook his head. If a deity were to act, resurrecting a person would naturally be easy. But he was merely a mortal, and wanting to resurrect Xiao Wu, who had sacrificed herself for him, was extremely difficult. The first path was the method mentioned by the Titan giant ape in the original story, which required collecting 3 divine medicines: the 10,000-year Saint Soul Grass, the 10,000-year 9th grade Ginseng King, and the inner core of an ancient spirit beast. Furthermore, he had to return the spirit ring and spirit bone that Xiao Wu had sacrificed to him. The risk was enormous. One misstep would result in lifelong disability, a drastic drop in spirit power, and the loss of any possibility of further cultivate. The second path was to use Seagod's light to replace the 3 divine medicines. Although the risk was greatly reduced, it still required returning the spirit ring and spirit bone, leading to a drop in spirit power rank. Seeing him shake his head, a flash of surprise crossed High Priestess Bo Seixi's eyes, and she then softly persuaded, "It is not too late to regret it now. As long as you do not resurrect Xiao Wu and let her remain as she is, I have a way to help you pass this 8th trial directly." She paused, her tone carrying a hint of coaxing. "After that, you can proceed directly to the 9th trial. Perhaps your sea god affinity will be slightly diminished, but the impact will be negligible. Do not forget, once you resurrect Xiao Wu, not only will your spirit power rank drop significantly, but you will also lose a spirit bone for nothing." Fang Yuan still shook his head firmly, refusing without a moment's hesitation. "High Priestess, I want to resurrect Xiao Wu, and Lord Sea God naturally has his reasons for setting such content for the god's trial." The price to pay was indeed huge, but compared to the gains, it was entirely worth it. Xiao Wu had merged with him due to the sacrifice. After completely resurrecting her, By leveraging this unique bond, he would be able to possess the most stable and most compatible container for himself. This was also the key to his future absorption of the god of destruction's origin seed. Because the goddess of life was still alive and had not bestowed a god's trial upon him, Fang Yuan could only rely on the goddess of life's origin seed to comprehend some laws of life, but he could not become the goddess of life. Moreover, the laws of life and the laws of destruction were opposed. With Fang Yuan's current strength, he could not allow the two great laws to coexist in balance within his body. Therefore, he still needed a container to swallow these two origin seeds. Fang Yuan had also thought that in the future, if the god of destruction and the goddess of life died, he could still rely on these two origin seeds to snag two god-king god position. Chapter 95, Is Fang Yuan really a good person? Having stayed on Seagod Island for so long, now that he was truly setting off to leave, it was only reasonable and proper to bid a proper farewell to those acquaintances. Even Fang Yuan, who was always calm and self-interested, understood the importance of social etiquette. Maintaining good relationships now and leaving himself an extra way out was always a good thing. He bowed one by one to bid farewell to the few Douluo on Seagod Island with whom he had the deepest interactions and most rapport during his trials, such as Seahorse Douluo and Sea Maiden Douluo. Only one person remained whom he had yet to see and bid farewell to. By the seaside, the setting sun slanted across the horizon, dyeing the entire ocean a scorching crimson gold. Even the churning waves were wrapped in a layer of warm red, shimmering light, rising and falling with the wind, sparkling. A few devil spirit great white sharks that had been swimming in the distant sea, having left for half a day, finally returned in a school, breaking through the waves. Their fins sliced through the sea surface, splashing water everywhere. Behind them, a slender, white figure suddenly broke through the water, leaping out like a beam of moonlight and carving a graceful arc in the air. As it landed on the beach, light and shadow swirled, and the figure slowly transformed into human form, standing gracefully between the setting sun and the ocean waves. The devil spirit great white shark king, Xiao Bai, transformed into human form, her long hair hanging down like ocean waves, her brows and eyes carrying the sharpness unique to a hunter. As soon as she landed, her gaze swept over the two of them, and she lifted her chin slightly to greet them. "What do you want with me?" Fang Yuan stepped forward. "Xiao Bai, I have come to bid you farewell." "Farewell." Xiao Bai was slightly startled. "Your God's trial hasn't ended yet, and you're leaving." "The content of the next trial requires leaving Seagod Island to complete," Fang Yuan replied. Xiao Bai immediately became interested, curiosity rising in her eyes. "Oh. What exactly is the next trial that Lord Seagod has given you?" Fang Yuan did not hide it and spoke truthfully. "Cultivate to titled Douluo, complete all spirit rings for both spirits, and obtain all spirit bones." He paused, his gaze falling gently on Xiao Wu beside him, his voice deepening and becoming more resolute. "And resurrect Xiao Wu." Once these words were spoken, the ease on Xiao Bai's face instantly dissipated. Those beautiful eyes became serious bit by bit, the corners of her mouth that had carried a smile straightened completely, and the aura around her became solemn and heavy. "Resurrect a spirit beast that transformed and sacrificed itself." She enunciated each word. "Do you know what that means?" Fang Yuan was silent. Xiao Bai took a deep breath, her voice cold and clear. "It's not just as simple as returning the spirit rings and spirit bones to her. Your own spirit power will drop significantly, your cultivation will regress, your meridians will be damaged, and even your future path of cultivation may be permanently restricted. It is very likely that you will be stuck at a certain realm for the rest of your life, unable to make any progress." She stared into Fang Yuan's eyes, unwilling to let even the slightest flicker of evasion pass. To pay such a huge price just to resurrect someone who once sacrificed themselves for you. Is this worth it? The air was silent for a moment. The next second, Fang Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, his voice resolute and forceful. "Of course it's worth it." The tone was too certain, too calm. Beside him, Xiao Wu suddenly looked up at him, her eyes slightly red, her nose sore, and her heart feeling both sour and burning. Xiao Bai looked at his determined appearance, then at Xiao Wu's moved expression. After a long while, she sighed. Softly, her tone softening. Since your mind is made up, then I wish you success. Although she said this, her heart became increasingly chaotic, and she found these two people in front of her more and more unfathomable. Back then, Xiaowu had desperately explained that it was voluntary, that she was willing, and that it had nothing to do with Fang Yuan. But Xiao Bai was not truly stupid. How sharp was the intuition of a spirit beast? She clearly sensed that something was wrong, but because Xiaowu kept defending him and Fang Yuan was burdened with the sea god's trial, she had gone along with it without pointing it out, giving both of them a way out. She had always thought that Fang Yuan was coldly using her, and that Xiaowu's infatuation was misplaced. But now, if Fang Yuan was really just using Xiaowu, why would he take such a huge risk and be so determined to resurrect her? Xiao Bai looked at Fang Yuan's back, and for the first time, a thought arose in her heart. Could it be that she had been wrong all along? Is Fang Yuan really a good person? And was Xiaowu really willing to sacrifice herself? The supply ship hoisted its white sails, breaking through the deep blue seawater, and slowly sailed away from Seagod Island. The sea breeze blew through the porthole, carrying a faint salty smell. The cabin was relatively quiet, and one could only hear the soft sound of waves lapping against the hull outside. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged in the center of the room, his eyes slightly closed, his breathing steady, immersed in meditation and cultivation. Xiaowu sat to the side, resting her chin in her hands, bored. In the past, she would never disturb Fang Yuan's cultivation, simply waiting quietly for him to finish. But for some reason, this time, as soon as the ship left Seagod Island, her heart felt empty, and the words of High Priestess Bo Saishi and Xiao Bai echoed repeatedly in her mind. She could no longer sit still. She got up on tiptoe, suddenly pounced on Fang Yuan's back, wrapped her legs around his waist, and tightly circled her arms around his neck, hanging on him like a koala. The aura around Fang Yuan tightened almost imperceptibly. He was naturally sensitive, suspicious, and extremely protective of his own life. He was instinctively vigilant against any sudden, unprovoked contact, and his hand moved almost as a conditioned reflex. But realizing that it was Xiaowu clinging to his back, he forcibly suppressed that urge to counterattack, his brow furrowing slightly as he asked with some confusion, "What's wrong?" In the past, when he was cultivating, even if she was bored, she would only stay quietly to the side and would never rashly pounce on him to disturb him. Xiaowu gently pressed her face against his back and was silent for a long time, so long that Fang Yuan thought she was just being playful out of boredom, before he heard her muffled voice, Yuan, give up. Don't resurrect me." These past few days, the admonitions of High Priestess Bo Saishi and the reminders from Xiao Bai had echoed in her ears over and over again. At first, upon learning that Yuan wanted to resurrect her, she was filled with ecstasy and disbelief. But as she calmed down, the joy was slowly gnawed away by anxiety. Whenever she thought about Yuan having to strip away his spirit rings and return the spirit bones for her, causing his spirit power to plummet, his body to be damaged, his cultivation to regress, and even potentially being stuck at a bottleneck for the rest of his life, unable to take another step forward, her heart felt as if it were being tightly gripped by a hand, making it hard to breathe. She could not, and did not have the heart to, let Fang Yuan pay such a huge price for her sake. But at the same time, deep in her heart, a hint of uncontrollable sweetness quietly emerged. Yuan was so determined to resurrect her, not hesitating to bet his own future and cultivation. Did this mean that he had actually fallen in love with her long ago? Did this mean that he regretted forcing her to sacrifice herself back then? Once this thought took root, it grew wildly. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned, not reacting in time. When he had said he wanted to resurrect her earlier, she was clearly so happy. Why did she suddenly change her mind after so little time? He did not hesitate in the slightest, his tone resolute. "No, I must resurrect you." Xiaowu's eyes grew hot, and the arms holding Fang Yuan's neck tightened subconsciously, holding him tighter and tighter, her cheek pressed closely against his back, almost as if she wanted to embed herself into his body. Yuan really does care about me. He is so persistent, he must have fallen in love with me. She sniffled, her voice soft and trembling, with sincerity. "No, Yuan, as long as I can be with you, I am fine as I am now." Whether I'm resurrected or not, I truly don't care. Fang Yuan frowned. He cares. This time, his tone was directly a bit tougher, without any room for negotiation. Whether you care or not, I will resurrect you. Don't think nonsense. But to Xiao Wu, it was completely misinterpreted by that thick layer of infatuation and lovesick filter. He really wants me to come back to life. Yuan must love me to death. Xiao Wu buried her face deeper, her heart beat so fast it felt like it would shatter her chest, and the slight anxiety and hesitation in her heart were instantly drowned out by a huge sense of happiness. She became increasingly certain that all her guesses were true. The previous coercion, use, and scheming were all automatically reimagined by her at this moment as duplicity and deeply hidden tenderness. The hull swayed gently in the waves. In the narrow cabin, one person was calm and decisive, filled with schemes, the other was drowning in it, her eyes filled with love. Neither of them truly understood the other's words. Yet, they matched up perfectly. Spirit City, Supreme Pontiff Palace. The towering palace was shrouded in a pale golden light barrier all year round, its marble floors cold and smooth, reflecting the intricate and magnificent reliefs overhead. It had been 2.5 years since Fang Yuan silently escaped from Spirit City. For a full 30 months, Qian Xunji and Bibi Dong, this mother and daughter connected by bloodline, had long since completely torn away their last layer of pretense, and were even hostile toward each other. The moment Fang Yuan took advantage of the chaos to escape and vanished into thin air, Qian Xunji almost instantly identified the culprit. There was no need for evidence. In the entire Spirit City, there were only 2 people with the ability to meddle and let Fang Yuan go right under her nose. One was her grandfather, High Priest Qian Douluo. The other was her mother, who was high and mighty and always cold towards her, Bibi Dong. Qian Xunji knew that her grandfather understood how important Fang Yuan was to her, and would only help her, he would never betray her. That left only Bibi Dong. That day, Qian Xunji, dressed in golden ceremonial robes and carrying a biting chill, broke directly into the Supreme Pontiff Palace. At that time, Bibi Dong was also in an extremely terrible mood. Her original plan had been well calculated. First let Fang Yuan escape Spirit City and get rid of Qian Xunji, then use her own power to quietly recapture him. By then, Fang Yuan would be hers alone, and no one would be able to take him away. But she never expected that once Fang Yuan left, he would simply vanish. She sent out countless spirit masters with tracking-type spirit abilities, searched thousands of miles around, but could not find him. Her schemes had come to nothing, and with a belly full of anger and nowhere to vent, Qian Xunji came knocking aggressively. As soon as they met, there were no pleasantries, no probing, only naked confrontation and accusations. "It was you who let him go." Qian Xunji's voice was icy, without a hint of doubt, only certainty. Bibi Dong sat upright on the Supreme Pontiff throne, her purple eyes churning with malice, her tone mocking and cold. "Oh. Which eye did you see me do it with? In the entire Spirit City, besides you, who else would do this?" Qian Xunji pressed step by step. "You just can't stand me having him, can't stand me being happy." "Having him?" Bibi Dong sneered, her laughter full of mockery. "Qian Xunji, get this straight, he was never your possession. You, a failure who couldn't keep him, are coming to blame me instead." The argument intensified. From accusations to mockery, from mockery to tearing off the masks, all the contradictions that had piled up between the mother and daughter in the past exploded at this moment. In the end, the two even directly fought inside the Supreme Pontiff Palace. No one dared to step forward to stop them. A crowd of elders, envoys, and guards were all trembling outside the palace, not even daring to lift their heads. After that battle, the last bit of superficial affection between mother and daughter completely vanished. From then on, both sides searched on their own. Qian Xunji had the support of Qian Douluo and the angel lineage, using all resources to frantically search for Fang Yuan's whereabouts. Bibi Dong, holding the authority of the Supreme Pontiff, mobilized her most secret forces and intelligence networks, also searching desperately. The two had a tacit understanding, yet guarded against each other. Whoever found Fang Yuan first, he would belong to that person. No one would be allowed to snatch him away from the other's hands again. Chapter 96, Does he have the brains for that? Upon returning to land, Fang Yuan raised his hand to lower the brim of his hat further. He then lightly applied a special medicinal powder to his face, instantly turning his originally handsome and fair complexion into something mediocre and sallow. Even his presence was largely concealed, making him look just like any ordinary spirit master found everywhere. Fang Yuan blended into the crowd to enter the city. As soon as he stepped onto the main street, his gaze subconsciously swept over the notice board at the city gate. In the most conspicuous spot of the wanted posters, his portrait was plastered there, though slightly off due to the angle and the artist's skill. The contours of the brows and eyes were clear enough for anyone with a discerning eye to recognize him. Fang Yuan did not stop his pace, pondering to himself. As expected, it was the right decision to disguise his appearance upon returning. They hadn't given up on searching for him after all this time. This time, upon returning to the continent, Fang Yuan planned to visit his hometown on the Douluo Continent, Caoji village. From the time he underwent his spirit awakening in Caoji village to his return to the continent now, 4 full years had passed without him realizing it. To be honest, Fang Yuan had always disliked the 3 characters. Caoji village, it sounded rustic and unpleasant. One could tell it was a tiny, dilapidated village in the middle of nowhere. But after experiencing so much, thinking back on it now, he actually felt a sense of relief. For a small place, choosing a generic, extremely common name was the true wisdom of survival. On the contrary, those places with names that were too pleasant, too flashy, or accidentally shared with certain noble figures, would attract attention and often bring about unprovoked disasters. Just like in the original story, when the group from Shrek went out to hunt for a spirit ring for the first time, they encountered a girl whose name sounded the same as Xiao Wu in a hotel. Merely because of a name, she was mocked and harassed by the Shrek group, suffering humiliation for no reason. On this continent where the strong prey on the weak, if one was not strong enough, sometimes, being mediocre and ordinary was the greatest safety. On the way from Vast Sea City to the interior, Fang Yuan gradually learned about the drastic changes that had occurred on the Douluo Continent while he was away at Seagod Island. The most significant of these was the turmoil in the Heaven Do Empire royal family. The eldest prince, Shui Qing, had completely disappeared without a trace, as if he had evaporated from the world. The Heaven Do Empire had only one ostensibly qualified and capable heir. Now that he had vanished, Shui Beng was the only one left as the heir to the throne. Emperor Shui Yi was old and frail, already lacking the energy to cope, and his health had deteriorated even further after this incident. Having been missing for so long, and with his guards also vanishing without a trace, in the eyes of Emperor Shui Yi, Shui Qing was as good as dead. Amidst his grief, the emperor's suspicions emerged. He couldn't help but suspect whether Shui Beng had been, pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger, all along, secretly attacking his brother to usurp the throne. But after losing his competitor, Shui Beng's behavior caused Emperor Shui Yi to completely lose hope. Shui Beng stopped pretending. Of course, this so-called stopping the act did not mean he had become clever or virtuous, stunning the world. Instead, it meant that on top of his already profligate, lecherous, and bullying nature, he had added attributes like cruelty, tyranny, and stubbornness. He had become arrogant. In the entire Heaven Do Empire, he was the only prince left and the sole heir to the throne. What he had once dreamed of was now within his easy reach. It was hard for Shui Beng not to get carried away. Of course, Shui Beng also wanted to achieve some merits to stabilize public sentiment, win his father's favor, and prove that he was no worse than the former Shui Qing. But he was eager for quick success, greedy for merit, short-sighted, and stubborn. Every time he acted, things went against his wishes. Not only did he fail to achieve any merit, but he also caused a pile of messes. This only made him look even more inferior to Shui Qing. Emperor Shui Yi saw this all, feeling his vision darken time and again, asking himself in his heart over and over. With Shui Beng's brains, heart nature, and methods, did he really have the ability to quietly eliminate Shui Qing? The neighboring Star Luo Empire had long seen all of this. With the internal chaos in the Heaven Do Empire, the decline of the royal family, and the incompetence of the prince, it was practically a piece of fat meat delivered to the mouth of Star Luo. The Star Luo Empire's army began to mobilize frequently, with constant border friction, appearing ready to march north at any moment. Meanwhile, on the Heaven Do Empire side, from the royal nobles down to the court officials and generals, they remained immersed in their past comfort, indulging in debauchery and living in a drunken stupor. They were not panicked in the slightest. Because in their inherent understanding, Spirit Hall had always been peace-loving and was the maintainer of order on the continent. As long as the Star Luo Empire dared to invade in force, Spirit Hall would definitely send a titled Douluo to mediate and prevent the outbreak of war. In the past, this was indeed the case. But this time, it exceeded everyone's expectations. Facing the constant probing, friction, and small-scale conflicts instigated by the Star Luo Empire at the border, Spirit Hall showed no reaction at all. The Heaven Do Empire was still waiting, pinning its hopes on Spirit Hall to intervene. They did not know that Spirit Hall was no longer the same Spirit Hall as it once was. The small disputes at the border were intensifying. Finally, the entire Heaven Do Empire was truly panicked. In utter desperation, the Heaven Do Empire finally lowered its status, dispatching envoys with heavy gifts, cautiously and with the utmost tact, to seek help from Spirit Hall. Between the lines, it was nothing more than appealing to past relations, imploring Spirit Hall to come forward and mediate to stop the Star Luo Empire from invading. But they were unaware of what Bibi Dong, who was now sitting on the Supreme Pontiff's throne of Spirit Hall, was calculating in her heart. She had long embarked on the path of the Rakshasa god trial, and what she needed was endless slaughter, hatred, pain, and chaos to nourish her divine force. Under such circumstances, how could Bibi Dong possibly intervene to help the Heaven Do Empire quell the unrest? Facing the bitter pleas of the Heaven Do envoys, Bibi Dong was merely cold and perfunctory, either she refused to see them or she gave vague answers. From beginning to end, she did not provide a single substantive commitment, nor did she dispatch a single spirit master or elder to the border. This attitude of Spirit Hall, clearly watching from the sidelines and letting the tigers fight, completely forced the Heaven Do Empire into a dead end. Without the suppression of Spirit Hall, the Star Luo Empire had no more scruples, and its offensive became increasingly fierce. Small-scale wars erupted one after another at the border between the two countries, and the Heaven Do Empire's army lost more than it won. It could even be said that they had hardly won a single battle. With lax military equipment, chaotic command, lazy soldiers, and deep-seated corruption among the high-ranking officials, such an army was simply vulnerable when facing the disciplined and high-spirited Star Luo army. Just as they were retreating step by step, Shui Beng, eager to achieve merit and establish his prestige to prove he was worthy of the throne, jumped out. Once again, ignoring the dissuasion of his court officials, he was high-spirited and took the initiative to request Emperor Shui Yi to allow him to personally lead the army to the border, to resist the enemy and serve the country, and to wash away the shame of the defeats. Emperor Shui Yi was already exhausted, with no one to use while on his sickbed. Looking at this only son before him, he finally gritted his teeth and nodded, assigning an army to him and letting him go to command. But Fang Yuan knew exactly what kind of person Shui Beng was. He had courage but no strategy, was eager for quick success, stubborn, and only knew how to talk on paper. Once on the battlefield, he was eager for quick success, ignoring the dissuasion of his subordinates, and insisted on leading the army in pursuit. The result was exactly what the enemy wanted. He was lured into a pre-arranged ambush. An extremely absurd battle thus came to an end. The Heaven Do Empire's 20,000 elite army was actually beaten to a pulp by a mere 3,000 troops of the Star Luo Empire, suffering a crushing defeat with heavy casualties and fleeing in a sorry state. And in this battle, the one leading the Star Luo army to win with fewer troops was none other than the one who had also rushed to the border, wanting to accumulate military merit and stabilize his position as Crown Prince, Dai Wuxi. Dai Wuxi had originally only intended to set an ambush tentatively, planning to win a small victory and accumulate experience. He never expected that the commander of the Heaven Do Empire would be so stupid as to dive headlong into the trap so easily. After the great victory, Dai Wuxi was pleasantly surprised. This battle brought him immense military merit, national fame, court support, and massive resources. Throughout the Star Luo Empire, no one dared to question his ability anymore. When the news traveled back inside the Heaven Do Empire, it exploded instantly. And this news also accurately smashed onto the head of one person, Dai Mubai, who was currently hiding in Soto City, living a life of drunken stupor and leisure. He was Dai Weisi's own younger brother, the second prince of the Star Luo Empire, with the Evil Eye's white tiger spirit, which was the legacy spirit of the Star Luo royal family. This was not a secret on the continent at all. Previously, in order to escape the struggle for the throne, he had spared no effort to flee Star Luo and hide within the territory of the Heaven Do Empire, thinking that the sky was high and the emperor was far away, and he could live in peace. But now, the relationship between the two countries was extremely tense, war was imminent, and once his identity as a Star Luo prince was exposed, let alone living in peace, he might be captured by the Heaven Do Empire any day and killed to sacrifice to the flag to boost morale. Suddenly, the once unrestrained and carefree Dai Mubai became completely well-behaved. He huddled in the small village where Shrek Academy was located, not even daring to easily reveal his spirit, for fear of being recognized. In the dead of night, he couldn't help but be full of regret. If he hadn't been so impulsive as to abandon his fiancée back then, and hadn't stubbornly fled Star Luo to run into this quagmire of Heaven Do, why would he have ended up in such a state of fear and dilemma now? But at this point, regret was already too late. He could only pray that the war would not break out and that his identity would not be discovered. Chapter 97, The Identity of the Teacher. The various principalities and kingdoms also realized the danger. After all, everyone could see clearly that the overall strength of the Star Luo Empire had long surpassed that of the Heaven Do Empire. Now that Spirit Hall was not intervening, the situation was unbalanced, and war was imminent. For a time, the entire continent was swept by a wave of frantic military expansion. At city gates, on main roads, and in villages and towns everywhere, recruiting squads clad in armor and wielding spears could be seen. Provisions were urgently requisitioned, the furnaces in weapon workshops glowed bright, and almost all idle, able-bodied young men were forcibly conscripted into the army. Any slight resistance was met with chains and being dragged away by force. Fang Yuan, while on his journey, happened to run into one such overbearing recruitment squad. The soldiers were originally grabbing anyone they saw, not caring whether one was willing or not, just stuffing them into the barracks first. But when they surrounded him aggressively, Fang Yuan simply raised his hand, and the spirit rings around his body glowed slightly, instantly turning the lead officer's face ghastly pale and causing him to hurriedly bow and apologize with a smile. As for Fang Yuan's overly youthful appearance, they just assumed he was some old freak with unfathomable cultivation who possessed secret techniques to maintain a youthful look, appearing like a teenager. Throughout the continent, everyone was on edge, while some were filled with worry, others secretly rejoiced. Heaven Do City, deep within the Imperial Palace. The gilded roof tiles shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, and inside the grand hall, the floor was paved with jade and bead curtains hung down, exuding extreme luxury. Princess Shui Ke, dressed in a light purple court gown, was dancing gracefully on light footsteps in the empty hall, humming a melodious tune, her eyes and brows filled with irrepressible joy. Shui Qing was long gone, and her incredibly foolish brother, Shui Beng, had even made tactical errors, resulting in him being captured directly by the Star Luo Empire and becoming a prisoner. Now, Emperor Shui Yi had only her as his remaining offspring. Even though she was a woman, and even though her talent was mediocre, in this desperate situation where all other male heirs were lost, she was the unique successor. Princess Shui Ke spun in her dance, praying secretly in her heart, it would be best if that idiot brother of hers never returned. She herself had not expected the situation to turn around so quickly. Ever since that strange dream, she had been full of confidence, secretly scheming and attempting to rope in factions to pave the way for seizing the throne. But at that time, among the civil and military officials and the various nobles, who had ever paid any attention to a princess who had nothing but beauty and no power? Everyone flocked to curry favor with Shui Beng. Even though he was notorious and of low character, people still scrambled to send their daughters to him, just to cling to this soul prince and exchange it for their family's glory and wealth. As a princess, she had never had the qualifications to compete on the same stage in this struggle from the very beginning. She had once been disheartened and almost resigned herself to her fate. But who could have imagined that the situation would turn around, and Shui Beng would bring about his own demise, destroying everything with his own hands. Thinking of this, Princess Shui Ke almost laughed out loud even in her dreams at night. She stopped her dance, turned around, and grabbed the hand of the purple-haired girl beside her. A carefully cultivated, elegant smile appeared on her face, and her voice carried irrepressible excitement. Yan Yan, tell me, should I immediately hold a banquet and invite those? Before she could finish her sentence, Du Guyan had already gently shaken her head. Looking at the princess before her, who had studied at the Moon Pavilion for many years, was well versed in etiquette and music, possessed peerless beauty, but was almost foolishly naive when it came to political maneuvering, Du Guyan spoke in a calm tone, yet hit the nail on the head. Princess Shui Ke, the people you should least see right now are those fence-sitting nobles. The person you should see most is your father, Emperor Shui Yi. Given Princess Shui Ke's current situation of having no foundation, no troops, and no power, her only reliance if she wanted to ascend to that position was Emperor Shui Yi. You must clarify whether your father still intends to save Shui Beng, and whether he still insists that a prince must inherit the throne. Du Guyan did not spell out the rest of her words, but the meaning could not have been clearer. If Emperor Shui Yi remained obsessed with having a prince, then Princess Shui Ke's attempts to win over nobles right now were meaningless, apart from exposing her ambition too early and bringing disaster upon herself. The smile on Princess Shui Ke's face froze instantly, and a trace of grievance and resentment welled up in her eyes. Her voice trembled slightly. If my father still has my brother in mind, what can I do? Should I just watch helplessly and do nothing? Du Guyan looked at her like this, sighed softly, and ultimately offered a piece of guidance. Have you forgotten your teacher? Her background is by no means as simple as it appears on the surface, and she has a deep relationship with your majesty. If you can get her help, you are not without a chance, especially after Shui Beng has made so many mistakes. Teacher. Princess Shui Ke murmured softly. She was not unaware that Tang Yuehua's identity was mysterious. To be able to establish a foothold in the core of Heaven Do City, run the Moon Pavilion, and teach princes, princesses, and various noble children, how could she not have a backer behind her? She had previously assumed that the other party had an affair with her father, which was also a rumor that everyone in Heaven Do City tacitly understood. But after Du Guyan's reminder, Princess Shui Ke pondered internally, what else could the teacher's identity be? What is her surname? Seeing Princess Shui Ke looking like she hadn't figured it out after thinking for a long time, Du Guyan reminded her helplessly. This surname pointed to only one place on the continent. Could teacher be a member of the Clear Sky sect? But hasn't the Clear Sky sect long since sealed its mountain and avoided the world, no longer involving itself in worldly affairs? The spirit of a Clear Sky sect disciple should be the Clear Sky Hammer, but teacher's spirit is a zither. Furthermore, how did you come to know these secrets? Princess Shui Ke's gaze toward Du Guyan instantly gained a bit more scrutiny and suspicion. Du Guyan naturally could not say that she knew everything from her awakening memories. She remained calm on the surface and slowly laid out the clues she had already organized. When I accompanied you to the Moon Pavilion to study etiquette before, I noticed that the Moon Pavilion secretly purchased an astonishing amount of provisions, medicinal herbs, and cultivation resources every month, which were secretly transported to a designated place outside the city. This matter was a trace that Tang Yuehua could not completely cover up. After the Clear Sky sect sealed its mountain, the food, clothing, housing, transportation, and cultivation resources for thousands of disciples relied almost entirely on her, the only member of the Tang clan remaining in the outside world, to secretly raise and supply them. With such a massive circulation of supplies, in this medieval era with low productivity, it was impossible to keep it completely airtight. It was just that everyone had guessed that the one standing behind Tang Yuehua was the reclusive Clear Sky sect, and even if they saw through it, most chose to turn a blind eye, not daring to say much. After confirming Tang Yuehua's true identity, Princess Shui Ke's expression became even more excited. The Clear Sky sect, that was one of the upper three sects. If she had the support of the Clear Sky sect, it was not impossible for her to become the first empress of the Heaven Do Empire. Thinking of this, Princess Shui Ke rushed off without delay to visit Tang Yuehua at the Moon Pavilion. Chapter 98, Moon Pavilion and Tang Hao. Tang Yuehua, who was about to be visited by Princess Shui Ke, had no idea that she was on the verge of being dragged into the Heaven Do imperial family's power struggle. The top floor of the Moon Pavilion was the private territory of its owner, Tang Yuehua. It was not open to the public and did not receive noble scions. Without Tang Yuehua's personal permission, no one, except for the loyal servants she had personally trained, was allowed to set foot inside. The corridor entrance was guarded in secret year-round, and entry and exit required strict inspection. At this moment, the air inside the room deep within the top floor was heavy. The thick, bitter scent of medicinal soup, the pungent smell of blood, and the stench of rotting flesh brought out by the summer heat were all intertwined, filling every corner of the room and making one feel like retching. A beautiful woman with an extraordinary temperament sat by the bed. She was dressed in a silver-white court gown made of luxurious fabric and cut with dignity, the hem of which draped down like flowing moonlight. Her long, soft, and elegant blue hair was carefully pinned up, secured only by a cool, moon-shaped hairpin, which highlighted her gentle face and graceful temperament. At a single glance, one could tell she was a noblewoman of high birth and excellent upbringing. Yet, this elegant and noble woman now had a face filled with lingering sorrow and exhaustion. She sat quietly by the bed, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on the dying figure lying on the couch, her eyes filled with heartache. The man on the couch was none other than Tang Hao, but he had long since lost the high spirits of his youth. At this moment, he was as thin as a skeleton, his complexion as pale as paper, his eyes tightly shut in a coma, and his breathing so faint that it seemed it could cease at any moment. And the most shocking sight was the emptiness below his left shoulder. One arm was completely gone, leaving only a hideous wound. The severed arm was still slowly oozing blood, and the gauze had long since been soaked through and discolored. It was midsummer, and the weather was hot and humid. The wound was spreading, and the necrotic flesh would quickly rot uncontrollably in the high heat, emitting waves of nauseating stench. Even though Tang Yuehua had people change the dressing day and night and clean it carefully, she could not suppress the stench of decay. It had been a year and a half since that day when a wounded Tang Hao had appeared before her in a sorry state, carrying the young Tang San. Tang Yuehua could hardly believe that the Clear Sky Douluo, one of the famous Clear Sky twins who had once been renowned across the continent, could be reduced to such a state. From the day she took in her brother and nephew, she had utilized every resource at her disposal to begin saving him. In secret, she did not know how many connections she had used or how much money she had spent to invite famous pharmacists, healing-type spirit masters, and even reclusive physicians from across the continent. But no matter how skilled the people who came were or how strong their spirit power was, they were all helpless in the face of the bizarre and overbearing wound on Tang Hao's body. The wound seemed cursed by some evil force. Not only could it not heal, but it was expanding, eroding, and spreading day by day. In the end, the entire left arm turned completely black and necrotic, leaving no room for recovery. With no other choice, she had to have the arm severed to save his life. At the time, Tang Yuehua still held a sliver of hope. She thought that as long as the left arm was completely cut off and the root of the disaster severed, her second brother would surely be able to recover slowly. Losing an arm would certainly cause a titled Douluo's combat power to plummet, but as long as his life could be preserved, there was still hope for everything. But reality did not go as she had wished. After the arm was severed, Tang Hao's injuries not only failed to improve but became increasingly perilous. The excruciating pain that penetrated his bone marrow and tore at his soul never disappeared, and that bizarre wound reappeared, spreading from the severed arm towards his torso, slowly devouring his meridians, flesh, and vitality. Over this year and a half, if it were not for Tang Hao himself being a titled Douluo with vitality far exceeding that of an ordinary person, and Tang Yuehua exhausting her savings of many years to spare no cost in finding countless rare herbs and heaven and earth treasure to keep him barely alive, Tang Hao would have died long ago. In order to care for her dying brother, Tang Yuehua had exhausted all her energy and no longer had the strength to personally teach and look after her nephew, Tang San. She could only have Tang San simply disguised, and then, after pulling every connection she had, she sent him to the Heaven Do Imperial Academy to be temporarily settled. At least there, Tang San could practice safely for the time being, and the reach of Spirit Hall could not extend into the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. The room was silent. Tang Yuehua slowly clenched the hand resting on her lap, her fingertips turning slightly white from the force. Looking at her second brother, who was unconscious on the bed and still enduring endless pain, the hatred and helplessness that had been building up for a year and a half surged in her heart. Spirit Hall. She spoke softly, her voice trembling but filled with unconcealable hatred. Are you trying to exterminate us completely? Back then, in order to madly hunt down her second brother and second sister-in-law, Spirit Hall forced the Clear Sky sect to close its mountain gates and hide from the world to avoid disaster. Now, they still refused to let go of Tang Hao and his son, issuing warrants and hunting them down, turning her once upright and indomitable second brother into the neither human nor ghost state he was in today. And the Yang clan. When Tang Hao came to rely on Tang Yuehua, he naturally told her about his encounter with the Yang clan. Tang Yuehua closed her eyes, her voice filled with disappointment and anger. The Breaking Clan, the Yang clan, actually forgot their favors and betrayed the Clear Sky sect. They are truly detestable. She had grown up with Tang Hao and Tang Xiao since childhood, and their bond as siblings was deep. Seeing Tang Hao like this, her heart was naturally filled with extreme hatred. Yet, no matter how much she hated or was angry, she was ultimately just a spirit scholar without a spirit ring, a weak woman with no combat power. Spirit Hall was overwhelmingly powerful, to the point that even the two great empires could do nothing about it. What could a woman standing alone in Heaven Do City do? Furthermore, the Breaking Clan, the Yang clan, was originally the one with the strongest attack and destructive power among the four affiliated clans of the Clear Sky sect, but in that battle back then, the Yang clan suffered the most grievous casualties and was almost wiped out. Now, after many years of recuperation, plus the new generation, the entire clan barely numbered over 100 people. They hated the Clear Sky sect. Once the Yang clan found out that this elegant and noble moon pavilion was actually opened by Tang Yuehua of the Clear Sky sect, and was a secret stronghold for the Clear Sky sect to secretly transport supplies and contact old remnants in Heaven Do City, they would inevitably launch a retaliation. Owner, Princess Shui Ke has arrived and is already waiting in the flower hall downstairs. A light and respectful report came from outside the door, and an old woman with white hair and a kind face pushed the door open and walked in. She was an old servant who had followed Tang Yuehua out of the Clear Sky sect and had served her for many years. She was also one of the few confidants who knew the secrets and was absolutely trustworthy. The old woman walked with very light steps as she entered, her gaze subconsciously sweeping over the unconscious Tang Hao on the bed, before quickly averting her eyes. Tang Yuehua slowly stood up from the bedside, collected her emotions, and nodded gently. Understood, I will go down now. She was not surprised that Princess Shui Ke would come to visit. The two had known each other for a long time and were on very good terms. Princess Shui Ke had a simple and gentle nature, and even when she didn't have etiquette lessons, she would often come to the Moon Pavilion to sit for a while and chat with her to relieve boredom. Chapter 99, Seagod Scheme, Slaughter God and Chen Xin. Heaven Do Empire, Kaoji Village, hidden among rolling, low hills. Fang Yuan returned silently to this land, both familiar and strange. The dirt road remained uneven and potholed. Scattered on both sides were simple, low wooden houses with roofs covered in blackened thatch, the walls plastered with yellow mud mixed with straw. They seemed to sway gently with every gust of wind. The village was quiet, with only a few sporadic sounds of chickens clucking and dogs barking, and faint wisps of cooking smoke drifting from a few households in the distance. He did not alert anyone, heading straight for the small, long-abandoned mud hut at the end of the village. The door was rotten. With a gentle push, it creaked and toppled to the ground. The interior was empty, save for a thin layer of dust and cobwebs in the corners. This was his home in this world. Fang Yuan then came to the hill behind the village, in front of a grave. It was the grave of the couple, his parents, who had passed away unexpectedly shortly after he was born. In his memories, he couldn't even recall what they looked like, let alone feel any deep familial bond. Xiaowu followed behind him, her lively eyes curiously taking in her surroundings. It was her first time coming to the place where Fang Yuan grew up. Low, dilapidated wooden houses, uneven and muddy dirt roads, a simple and rough stone mill, firewood piled in the corners, everything was so plain it was almost destitute. This place was as ordinary as could be, just like countless inconspicuous little villages across the Douluo Continent. "So this is the place where you grew up?" Xiao Wu asked softly, her tone carrying a hint of novelty. Fang Yuan withdrew his gaze and nodded. Looking down at the entire village from the hill, a complex sense of emotion flickered in his eyes. He had lost both parents at a young age, with no support and no background. Farming, carrying water, feeding chickens, selling vegetables, he had done almost everything. Perhaps it was an innate bloodline talent from his homeland. The cabbages he grew had thick, fleshy leaves and firm hearts, they were a size larger than anyone else's, fresh and vibrant. The chickens he raised all had shiny feathers and were plump and strong, they were even more energetic when they ran than the chickens from other households. In the eyes of these villagers who had spent their entire lives facing the yellow earth and backing the sky, Fang Yuan, who was so capable and organized at such a young age, was a genius. They all said that this child would definitely have a bright future and was a good seed who would be able to awakening innate spirit power and become a spirit master. At that time, Fang Yuan was indeed the child with the most promise in all of Kaoji village. The sentiment lasted only for a moment. Fang Yuan did not stay any longer, he turned and walked towards the village chief's house. The village chief was an honest and kind old man who had looked after him quite a bit back then. He quietly placed a bag of gold coins on the stone table in the village chief's courtyard and weighed it down with a short note, considering it his final gesture of gratitude for those childhood years in this homeland. After doing all this, Fang Yuan did not look back. In the night, he left Kaoji village silently. God realm. Inside the Asura temple, gilded wave patterns wrapped around the pillars. The sea god sat upright on his throne, watching the interactions between Fang Yuan, Xiao Wu, and High Priestess Bo Saishi with great relish. There was no help for it, the long years of a divinity were too lonely. And people of a certain age mostly had this hobby, watching the drama and, incidentally, playing matchmaker for the young. In the original work, the sea god had once used the name of the god's trial to arrange ambiguous tasks for Bai Chenxiang. On the surface, it was a trial, but in secret, he was trying hard to bring her and Ma Hongjun together. This time, he had issued the god's trial of resurrecting Xiao Wu to Fang Yuan. Firstly, it was to satisfy his own penchant for watching drama and playing matchmaker. Secondly, it was to take this opportunity to legitimately give his favored successor some special training. In the sea god's eyes, the age of Fang Yuan's current spirit rings was truly too low and completely unworthy of his status as a successor. The sea god was famously protective of his own, but if he were to brazenly raise all of Fang Yuan's spirit rings to 100,000 years in one go, it would be too ostentatious and easily attract the attention of other main gods. The reward for the angel god's trial for its successor, the enhancement of spirit rings, was limited to 6 black and 3 red at most. If he went too far, it would inevitably look bad. Thus, the sea god thought of this best of both worlds method. Let Fang Yuan use the resurrection of Xiao Wu as a pretext to voluntarily sacrifice his old spirit rings, then go out and hunt for, and obtain, higher age spirit rings. And he only needed to intervene secretly from the sidelines, lift a finger slightly, and quietly raise the age of those spirit rings. Everything would then appear logical, and no one would be able to find fault. Moreover, sacrificing his own cultivation and spirit rings to resurrect his beloved at all costs, this depth of affection was most likely to move the god of goodness and the goddess of life, winning their approval. Only, the sea god did not know that while he was scheming, inside the life temple, the goddess of life was also watching everything happening in the mortal world. When she saw Fang Yuan's resolute attitude, willing to pay any price to resurrect Xiao Wu, the goddess of life's gentle and generous heart was indeed deeply moved. Willing to damage his own foundation and sacrifice his spirit rings and spirit bone just to resurrect his beloved, this level of loyalty and righteousness was truly rare. Perhaps I really did misunderstand this child back then. The goddess of life whispered to herself, the displeasure in her eyes dissipating quite a bit. Previously, Fang Yuan had acted ruthlessly and with sharp methods, which once made her feel that this child's heart nature was too cold. But looking at it now, he was just young, and his methods were merely strong in order to protect the person he cared about. Thinking this way, the goddess of life's perception of Fang Yuan had already quietly shifted. And completely different from the warm and soft life temple, inside the Asura temple, the atmosphere was cold and murderous. The Asura god rubbed his throbbing temples, looking at the subordinate below, and ultimately nodded, agreeing to the other party's request. Sword Douluo Continent broke into the Hell Slaughter Arena, swept through 100 victories, and forcefully passed the life and death trial of the Hell Road. It was just a pity that the Asura god already favored Tang San, and now the Asura god's trial was being blocked by Tang Chen, so he didn't pay much attention to this expert Chen Xin who had suddenly appeared halfway, and thus didn't intervene. He had thought that Chen Xin would leave after passing the trial and obtaining the Slaughter God domain, but he hadn't expected that this Sword Douluo, after obtaining the Slaughter God permission, would actually return. Possessing the status of a Slaughter God meant one could use spirit abilities in Slaughter City. Chen Xin didn't say a word. Several strikes of 10,000 swords returning to the ancestor crashed down, sword chi rampaging, turning the entire Slaughter City into a river of blood, with countless vicious criminals dying under his sword. After doing all this, Chen Xin withdrew gracefully and left. The Asura god had never cared about those heinous thugs in Slaughter City whose hands were stained with blood. These people were originally his whetstones, used to hone the examinees and help them comprehend the Slaughter God domain. No matter how many died, it was not a pity. But he never expected that this action of Chen Xin's would actually cause him to be instantly spotted by another divinity. In the god realm, the current Slaughter God, Shu Purisi. He was the top law enforcer under the Asura god, a peak level 2 divinity, whose combat power was infinitely close to that of a level 1 god. Hearing the Asura god agree, Shu Purisi immediately placed his right hand on his chest and bowed gratefully to the Asura god. "Thank you, Lord Asura god, for your fulfillment." The Asura god sat on the pitch-black throne, his body wreathed in faint dark red divine radiance and murderous evil chi, and just waved his hand casually, his tone indifferent. Withdraw. He didn't take this small matter to heart at all. Among the gods of the god realm, there was always a convention of poaching people from each other. As long as one didn't directly snatch the other's predetermined successor, everyone still had that much sense of propriety. Just like the current Rakshasa god, wasn't her god's trial candidate, Bibi Dong, originally spotted and poached from his Asura god's Slaughter City? Anyway, he didn't fancy Chen Xin, so giving him to Shu Purisi was no big deal. Chapter 100, Punishment Ends. However, although he thought this way, the Asura god was inexplicably still a bit displeased. Why did everyone come to his Slaughter City to find a successor? Thinking this, the Asura god turned his attention back to the Tang San he valued. Tang San was someone he had specifically brought over and reincarnated from another world. His unique skills and talent must not be poached. Now, the 10-year-old Tang San, using the alias Tang Yin, had already reached level 23 in spirit power. Even within the Heaven Do Imperial Academy, at this age and with this cultivation level, he was already qualified to be called a little genius. Children on the Douluo Continent were inherently more mature than those in ordinary worlds, let alone those within the noble circles. Many people in the academy had already begun inquiring about the background of Tang Yin, trying every means to approach and win over this youth with astonishing potential. If one could forge a connection with such a promising genius, it would be a profitable investment with no risk, both for one's family and oneself. Yet Tang San was happy to see this happen, wanting to use these people to collect funds and materials to prepare for crafting his own hidden weapons. His father, Tang Hao, was tortured day and night by old injuries, leaving him listless and dispirited. The vengeance for his mother's death, the disgrace of the sect, and his father's suffering, all were motivating Tang San to seek revenge and become stronger. And among these peers, the one who gave Tang San the most headaches was none other than Princess Shui Ke. She was a princess of the Heaven Do Empire, of noble status, and also the personal disciple of his aunt, Tang Yuehua. The teacher and student had a very deep relationship, as close as mother and daughter. However, this Princess Shui Ke had an extremely arrogant personality and was a bit of a lookist, always looking down on Tang San, a commoner with plain looks and crude manners. For the sake of Tang Yuehua's face, even if Tang San was impatient in his heart, he remained polite. Today, as he returned to the Moon Pavilion from the Heaven Do Imperial Academy and stepped into the building, he ran into Princess Shui Ke coming out of Tang Yuehua's study. Princess Shui Ke's gaze fell upon him, a meaningful smile curling the corners of her lips. Her eyes hid a touch of calculation and determination, making Tang San's heart tighten inexplicably. She did not linger, only turning towards the room and saying softly, "Teacher, please consider what I just said carefully. This is beneficial for both you and me, isn't it?" As her words fell, she brushed past Tang San, her skirt fluttering slightly, without touching him at all. Tang San watched her retreating figure, his fingertips clenching slightly, his arm lifting slightly. After hesitating for a moment, watching Princess Shui Ke's figure recede, he finally put away the sleeve arrow hidden in his sleeve. He entered the room, closed the door, and turned to look at Tang Yuehua, who was sitting gracefully in her chair, her demeanor still elegant and composed. He asked in a deep voice, "Aunt, what did Princess Shui Ke come here for just now?" Tang Yuehua raised her eyes to look at him, a flash of complexity in her eyes, her tone steady. "It is nothing major, I can handle it myself. You go upstairs first and see your father." Tang Yuehua wanted to brush it off lightly. But Tang San was never the type of person who could be dismissed with a few words. "Aunt," Tang San stepped forward, his attitude exceptionally firm, "I am also a member of the Tang clan. Believe in me, I already have the ability to help you share the burden. Tell me, what exactly happened?" Tang Yuehua sighed softly, saying helplessly, "Even if I told you, you are still just a child right now, what could you possibly do?" Tang San raised his eyes, his gaze firm, without a hint of retreat. "How do you know that I definitely have no way?" After a moment of stalemate, Tang Yuehua could not overcome his persistence and slowly revealed the truth. "Princess Shui Ke somehow found out my background and knows that I am a member of the Tang clan of the Clear Sky sect. She came to me wanting me to help her seize the throne, using the influence of the Clear Sky sect to pave the way and support her." Speaking of this, a very faint mockery curled the corners of Tang Yuehua's lips. "This child is still too naive. After all, I am her teacher, how could her little thoughts escape me?" Tang Yuehua had no intention of getting involved in the royal struggle. In her view, as long as Emperor Shui Yi was still present, her status in Heaven Do City would be as stable as Mount Tai. Even if Emperor Shui Yi were to pass away in the future and a new emperor ascended to the throne, as the teacher of numerous princes, princesses, and noble children, with her intricate network of connections and the backing of the Clear Sky sect, whoever took the throne would not be able to touch her in the slightest. On the contrary, helping Princess Shui Ke might offend Shui Beng and Prince Shui Xing behind him. The disadvantages outweighed the advantages, and it would be a loss. But Tang San's thoughts were completely different from hers. After hearing these words, not only was there no worry in Tang San's eyes, but they lit up slightly. A bold idea rose in the depths of Tang San's heart. For others, this was a whirlpool of trouble, but for him, who now bore a deep blood feud, it might be an opportunity. The Asura god stood within the Asura temple, his body wreathed in dark red divine force of Asura. He looked at the scene in the lower realm, nodded slightly, and a trace of approval flashed in his eyes. Tang San was in a difficult situation, yet he could still calmly plan. He did not disappoint his expectations. Just at this moment, a figure approached the gate of the Asura temple, requesting to see the Asura god. The Asura god slowly raised his eyes, his gaze falling on the figure outside the temple gate. It was an official subordinate to the Rakshasa god. The other party's aura was respectful, not daring to overstep by even a fraction. The Asura god relayed the message, "Come in." The official stepped lightly into the Asura temple, bowed deeply to the Asura god, and then cautiously spoke to state the purpose of his visit. Reporting to the Asura god, Lord Rakshasa god humbly requests to be released from confinement. The official was actually full of confusion in his heart. The Asura god had suddenly attacked without warning, imposing severe punishment on this first-class divinity for only minor matters concerning the Rakshasa god, confining her to the Rakshasa palace and stripping her of some rights. In the eyes of the gods in the god realm, the Rakshasa god had always been ruthless in her methods and eccentric in her actions, and had never been well liked. However, those actions, in terms of her status as a first-class divinity, were but harmless trifles, far from enough to warrant such severe punishment. Many divinities discussed it privately, all feeling that the Asura god was making a mountain out of a molehill this time, being overly harsh. Even the Asura god himself at this moment, when calming down to recall that day, felt a trace of confusion flash through his heart. He was clearly always calm and self-restrained, never getting angry easily. Now that he had calmed down, he also could not understand why he had been so angry at that time. His gaze fell on the official below, who was waiting with head bowed, not daring to breathe loudly. The Asura god was silent for a moment, and the biting killing intent around his body slowly retracted. Finally, he waved his hand, his voice devoid of any emotion. "The punishment ends here. Lift the Rakshasa god's confinement and restore all her permissions as a first-class divinity." He and the Rakshasa god, one righteous and one evil, were ultimately of the same origin. He could not go too far. The official was as if granted a pardon, hurriedly bowing to accept the order and retreating in haste. And the Rakshasa god, having regained her freedom and complete divine force, almost immediately cast her divine thought into the lower realm.